Zheling gave a helpless, soft laugh. If you've all decided, then I can only agree. Originally, she held a 60% stake in the pig farm, but as it expanded and she couldn't help manage it, her shares were diluted down to 40%. Although she was the largest shareholder, the other two families were the real decision-makers. After all, they were the ones who had put in the work all these years. All these years you've been running the pig farm. I haven't been able to help at all, just collected my share of the profits. If you're all planning to step down, then I'll go along with you. I really don't have anyone to send to take over or buy it out. Sister-in-law Jinhua gave a bitter smile and sighed. Lingling, we've worked together for so many years, always got along well. To be honest, it's embarrassing for me and old Lu to bring this up first. It makes us feel hot and flustered. Xueling replied gently, Don't say that. You and brother Lu Xiaoyu are both over 50 now, at retirement age. The kids are all grown and have their own families. It's understandable if you want to step back. Lingling, thank you. I was always afraid you'd disagree. Actually, these days, all the work at the pig farm is done by hired hands. Old Lu and I don't have to do anything ourselves, so it's not about being able or unable to work. But we can't make the decisions at home anymore. Old Lu and I have worked hard all our lives for these kids. Now they're grown and settled, and it should be our time to relax, but after they got married, they've forgotten their parents. Now they only listen to their wives, never to us. At this point, sister-in-law Jinhua choked up. They're all doing well, with villas and nice cars, but they still keep an eye on our pockets. After a lifetime of hard work, all old Lu and I have are a few apartments in the city and this pig farm. They don't care about the apartments, but they're fixated on the pig farm, insisting we sell it and split the money. I get that as the family grows, it's natural to branch out. But the pig farm isn't just ours. It belongs to 3 families. I told them that, but they won't listen. They insist on selling it and taking a third each. Xueling frowned slightly and asked, Sister-in-law Jinhua, what does old Lu say? You know his temper, he can't stand it. He scolded the boys over and over, lost sleep for days. I cry and wipe my eyes and he just fumes. I thought, we can't go on like this. Better to sell, split the money and be done with it. Old Lu is so angry he says he can't stay, wants to go to the capital to work as a security guard for you, doesn't want to be around the young people anymore. We used to think our sons were honest, that with a steady job and what we'd saved, they'd be set for life. Who knew? After they married, they became useless, only listening to their wives. Old Lu and I are furious. Xueling couldn't help but ask, So, you've all made your final decision? Yes. My brother and his wife didn't want to at first, but after my 2 daughters-in-law came over and made a scene, they gave in. They don't want to get involved in the younger generation's mess, so they agreed. I'm an honest person, don't want to argue with those two. Just like old Lu, we only scold our own sons for being useless. Old Lu and I are fed up, so we agreed to discuss it with you. After hearing this, Xueling said, If that's the case, then I agree too. Their family was in such turmoil, there was no way they could manage the pig farm well. The equipment and business model hadn't kept up, and no one was motivated to improve things, so it was impossible to run it well. Rather than lose money in the future, it was better to quit while they were ahead. Sister-in-law Jinhua didn't know whether to be happy or sad when she heard Xueling agree. After a moment of silence, she began to sob quietly. Lingling, do you remember when old Lu borrowed money from you to start the pig farm? You were so generous. Now, in the blink of an eye, it's been almost 20 years. I really can't bear to let it go. Over the years, the pig farm has brought our 2 families a lot of profit and given me confidence. I only knew a bit of handiwork and housework before, but after starting the pig farm, our income was great every year. It let me support my family, help old Lu, and even dare to talk big in front of him. I thought we'd rely on the pig farm in our old age, but now, before we're even old, we have to hand it over to others. I really can't bear it. Xueling felt a wave of sadness and sighed softly. Sister-in-law, don't be upset. The farm is big, and there are a lot of pigs. Once it's sold, you'll still have a good sum of money. I've been friends with brother Lu Xiaoyu for years, and you and I have been partners for a long time. So let me give you a bit of advice. Don't give all the money to your sons. Split it into 3 parts, one for each son and one for you and old Lou. Brother Lou is getting older, and renovation work is too much for him now. Without the pig farm, you'll have no income. It's always easier to rely on yourself than on others, even your own sons. Having some money in hand gives you security. Thank you. Old Lou said the same thing earlier. He didn't say it so clearly, but I know you both mean the same. You're right, I'll do that. The pig farm was built brick by us over more than 10 years. I won't let it all go. Old Lou and I are only in our 50s. We still need money for living and retirement. Xueling was relieved and said softly, All right, don't be sad. Once you find a good buyer and get a fair price, just go ahead and sell. I'm busy and can't come over, so you handle it. We've worked together for so many years. I trust you'll manage. It's autumn in the capital now, not so hot. Once this is settled, why not come visit and travel a bit? While you're still young, get out and see the world. We've moved and the place is spacious. You're always welcome. Thank you, Ling Ling. Old Lou always loved the capital. Still talks about how lively it is. I've wanted to go for over 10 years but could never get away. Once the farm is sold and we're free, Old Lou and I will definitely visit. Xueling comforted her a bit more before hanging up. In the back garden, 3 elders sat by the night-blooming cereus, chatting quietly and sipping water, laughter drifting out from time to time. Cheng Tianyuan came from the front yard carrying a pot of hot water and a packet of tea. Dad just asked me to call Uncle Gillian and invite him over to enjoy the flowers. He agreed right away, said he'd take a taxi over and told us to wait. I'll go make another pot of tea. So, finished your call? What took so long? Xueling gave a wry smile and slowly recounted what sister-in-law Jinhua had just said. As the saying goes, the more people, the more opinions. That's exactly it. The more people there are, the more differences, and the harder it is to agree. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't surprised after hearing all this. Their kids are grown, and now they have daughters-in-law. Of course, the family dynamic changes. What the parents think doesn't always match what the sons want, let alone daughters-in-law from other families. Xueling thought for a moment and said, The pig farm should fetch a pretty good price, at least over 20 million, right? No. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind her. Did you forget? The land by the river was leased to their village by sister-in-law Jinhua's younger brother. Wait, Xueling tried to recall. Didn't I already remind them to buy up all that land? I vaguely remember saying something like that. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Yes, you did remind them, but they didn't listen. Back then, both sister-in-law Jinhua and her brother thought the riverside land was just muddy and worthless. Plus, the river floods easily, and during the rainy season you might not even be able to raise pigs. Xueling could only give a wry smile. So that land is still just leased from the village? Right, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Every year, a portion of the profits is deducted as rent and paid to the village committee. The area by the river where they grow pig feed is just used by the family, not under contract, so there's no rent for that. Xueling rubbed her forehead and shook her head. So all that's left are the pigs and the farm buildings. At most, they'll get 7 or 8 million. That's about right, Cheng Tianyuan said. The pigs might sell for 3 or 4 million, and the buildings for another 1 or 2 million at most. They're just simple structures, not worth much. Xueling took a sip of water and quickly calmed down. It doesn't matter. Sell it and be done. I haven't been able to manage it these years, and business has just been so-so. I'm not really attached to it, but Liu Xiaoyu and his wife are. All their life's work and sweat is in that place. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. How could they not be attached? They're only in their 50s, not really at the age to retire and be cared for by their kids. If they kept the pig farm, they'd have a steady income for another 10 years or so, and a better financial cushion for retirement. Xueling traced the rim of her cup, lazily leaning back in her chair. Should we ask Brother Amin if he's interested in taking it over? Cheng Tianyuan was momentarily surprised, then shook his head. No need. He wouldn't be interested. He's not ambitious. Even when we suggested he take over the small shopping center, he hesitated for ages. Amin isn't that capable. Luckily his wife helps run the shop, or he couldn't manage it alone. Later he helped us collect rent, and his income has been steady. He's content with his life and doesn't want to change. Pig farming is a technical job, and Chen Min just isn't up to it. Xueling took another sip of water and said quietly, "Then forget it." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "What? You can't bear to let it go?" She had so many properties and businesses in the capital, with a whole team managing her real estate, land, factories, buildings, and group companies. She always said she wanted to retire soon, but she could never let go of these money-making ventures. "Are you really worried about $1 million or $2 million? Take it easy, don't be so greedy." Xueling shook her head. "It's not about greed. I'm not attached to it. I just wanted to give Brother Amin a stable way to earn a living. He lives close to the pig farm and is a local. It would have been a good fit for him." "No," Cheng Tianyuan said honestly. "He's not suited for it, and he's not interested." Xueling thought for a moment. "Now, all I have left in Rongcheng are some properties and land. The photo studio was handed over to Tongzi and her husband, and the pig farm is about to be sold. All that's left is a couple dozen apartments in Phase 1 of Linjiangyuan, a few dozen in Phase 2, and the land for Phase 3. Cheng Tianyuan reminded her, "You leased that land to farmers to grow fruit trees for 20 years. There's only 4 or 5 years left, right?" "Yes," Xueling nodded. "About 5 years." "Are you going to renew the lease?" he asked. "No," Xueling replied. "When the lease is up and I have time, I'll invest in building Phase 3. The economy in Rongcheng has been good these past few years, and there are a dozen new residential complexes along the river. If I build and sell Phase 3, it should be a good profit." Cheng Tianyuan laughed quietly. "Still thinking about real estate?" "Of course," Xueling explained. "That's how I made my fortune. In recent years I've mostly partnered with other landowners and investors, and the profits have been decent. If it's my own land and my own money, it's a sure thing." Cheng Tianyuan said softly, "No rush. There are still a few years left on the lease. You're busy enough in the capital as it is." Just then, the doorbell rang. Xueling asked, "Did you tell the security guard at the front?" "I did," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Uncle Jillian comes by all the time. They know him. He even brought Zhaohan over for dinner last night." Xueling's eyes flickered, and she said quietly, "In just over half a month, Afeng will be out." Ever since she returned from the hospital to the detention center, Xueling hadn't taken Zhaohan to visit her. The family was still keeping it from the child, just saying that her mother was busy with work and would be back soon. The little one was mostly cared for by her grandmothers and rarely with her mother, so she hadn't really noticed, only occasionally crying or complaining. Xueheng was a good father. Now, aside from work, he spent all his time with the child. With grandparents and her father around, Zhaohan was living like a little princess, even healthier and happier than when her mother was home. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes darkened, and he said nothing. He was still angry at his sister and didn't want to deal with her at all. Xueling shot him a reproachful look and said softly, "You can't go on like this. She's your own sister. You can't just leave it all to me." Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "Don't tell Mom. She still doesn't want to hear her name. All her divorce money is gone. Just give her enough to rent a place and tell her not to show up in front of us." Xueling frowned slightly and said quietly, "When I visited her, I already discussed it with her. I told her to go back to work at the TV station. Cousin Ah Kong said the station is expanding and short on staff. The management is planning to recall old employees who were on unpaid leave. If she doesn't go back, she might lose her position. The TV station's pay is much better now, and with the rent from those 2 shops at Ronghua Mall, she'll have more than enough to live comfortably." Cheng Tianyuan asked, "She agreed?" "She did," Xueling replied. "He Miao Miao already helped her fill out the application, and Cousin Ah Kong said the process is underway. It should be approved by the time she gets out." Cheng Tianyuan snorted. "I forgot. She still has rent from those 2 shops." "Liao Zongnan is managing them," Xueling said. That's tens of thousands a month. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. Then don't worry about her. Let her do whatever she wants. Just then, Xue Jilian came down the hallway smiling. Everyone's out here enjoying the night blooming cereus? Where is it? The two of them quickly dropped the subject. Cheng Tianyuan hurriedly stood up and said with a smile, Uncle Jilian, you got here fast. This way, please. The path here is paved with cobblestones and it's hard to see at night. You might twist your ankle. It's fine, Xue Jilian replied cheerfully. I know your garden better than you do. I was just here for dinner last night. Xue Ling also stood up and greeted him. Uncle, have a seat and a drink of water first. Did you take a taxi here? Just stay in the guest room tonight. No need to run around. Sure. Xue Jilian shook his head. Your aunt's been in a terrible mood these past couple of days. No matter what I do, she's not happy with me. I'd better stay out of her way so I don't make her angrier. What happened? Xue Ling asked. Xue Jilian gave a wry smile. Aheng made her mad. She can't do anything about her son, so she takes it out on me. I got scolded again earlier, so I quickly found an excuse to hide in my room. Then your dad called. He practically saved my life. Just then, Xue's father, who was chatting by the night-blooming cereus, called out, Zillian, the cereus smells wonderful. Come take a look. I'll be right there. Xue Jilian sat down, took the glass of water his niece handed him, and drank half of it in one go. He was clearly very thirsty. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, How did Aheng make Auntie so mad? Xue Jilian looked a little embarrassed and lowered his voice. There's an Auntie Zhang in our neighborhood. She's plump and very enthusiastic. She wanted to introduce a girl to Aheng, and your aunt thought it sounded good, so she brought it up at home. Aheng refused twice, and when your aunt kept pestering him, he just took his daughter out to play and escaped. Your aunt got angry, said he didn't want to settle down, and then scolded me for not backing her up, saying I don't care about my son and granddaughter. Xue Ling's eyes flickered and she said softly, Auntie's just anxious. She wants her son and granddaughter to settle down soon. Isn't it fine as it is now? Xue Jilian frowned. 3 generations, 4 people living together. Sometimes Ah Huan and his wife bring their 2 kids over to join the fun. Why make things more complicated? Xue Ling thought for a moment and agreed. If you suddenly add another person, Xiao Han might not be able to accept it. It wouldn't be good for her either. Exactly, Xue Jilian said. How many stepmothers in the world can really get close to their husband's kids from a previous marriage? Xiao Han is still young, not old enough to live independently or stay in a school dorm, so we have to be careful. The key is, Aheng himself doesn't want to remarry right now. Right, Xue Ling explained with a soft laugh. The branch factory has become a subsidiary of the group, and he's the general manager. He's not that old, has a car, a house, and status. Quite a few female employees have shown interest, but he hasn't accepted any of them. I asked him about it, and he said he just wants to take care of Xiao Han and work hard for now. He's not thinking about anything else. But your aunt says that's not good. Xue Jilian sighed helplessly. She says he can't stay single forever, that he needs a stable family. She says we'll get old and die, Xiao Han will grow up and get married, and he can't be alone forever. She wants him to remarry while he's still young, maybe even have another child or 2. Xue Ling rubbed her nose, not wanting to comment on whether that view was right or wrong. Auntie has her reasons too. Xue Jilian shook his head. But how long can a person's life be? How long can she keep worrying? I'm not like her. All I want now is to enjoy life. Play chess, drink tea, chat with your dad and some old friends and colleagues, stroll in the park. Let the sons take care of their own families. I'll just look after us old folks and not cause trouble for the younger generation. That's enough for me. Xue Ling chuckled. If you're afraid Auntie will nag you, just stay here for a few days. Xiao Xin hasn't started school yet. You can play chess with her. When Auntie starts missing you, then go back. That won't do, Xue Jilian laughed quietly. A day or 2 is fine. She'll agree to that. But if I stay too long, she'll find another reason to get mad at me. Xue Ling burst out laughing. You really know Auntie's temper well. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan came over with a plate of fruit and called his parents over to eat. She's mother and Liu Ying were both tired, so after drinking some water, they went back to their rooms. When Cheng Tianyuan heard that Xue Jilian was staying the night, he quickly got up to prepare bedding. "It's all ready. Just take it out of the closet and make the bed. We have plenty of toiletries at home, just set out a set, it's very convenient." Xue Jilian said cheerfully. "All right, then I won't stand on ceremony." She's father pulled his cousin over to eat fruit and admire the night-blooming cereus. After a while, the two of them came back and sat down. "It's only about 11, but it already looks like it's starting to wilt. Epiphyllum blooms only for a moment. Its reputation is well-deserved." Shi Ling couldn't help but remind them, "Early autumn nights are a bit chilly. Don't eat too much fruit." "All right." Xue Jilian put down the grapes in his hand and advised, "Wuge, Lingling is right. You shouldn't eat any more either." Shi's father only stopped after finishing the rest of his apple with a crunch. "When I was young, elders managed me. When I grew up, my boss managed me. Now that I'm old, my kids manage me. People never really have freedom." Shi Ling laughed and explained, "Your health is more important than freedom now." Just then, Shi Jilian's phone rang. He answered, "Don't worry about me. I'm staying at Xinyuan tonight. No need to pick me up. I have food, drink, a place to stay, and people to chat, admire flowers, and play chess with. Being able to stay in the most luxurious garden in the capital is something many people envy." "All right, I'm hanging up now." Shi's father asked. "Aheng?" "Yes," Xue Jilian nodded. Shi's father thought for a moment, then looked at his daughter and asked, "That lawyer in your group, she's divorced too, right? She's a bit younger than Aheng, seems capable and looks decent. Why don't you introduce them?" Xue Ling was momentarily stunned, then smiled. "No, I'm not good at matchmaking. Aheng knows her too. If they're interested in each other, they'll get together naturally without anyone's help. They're all adults. It's awkward for a third party to bring this up. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing to work together later." Shi's father muttered, "You make it sound so complicated." "What's complicated about it?" Shi Ling shrugged. "Let him be, don't meddle too much." Xue Jilian nodded in agreement. "Right, don't worry about him, let him figure it out himself." "You, what are you saying?" Shi's father glared at his cousin and said sternly, "My Aheng is such a good man." Xue Jilian and Xue Ling both laughed. After a while, Xue's father asked about Cheng Tianfang. Xue Ling quietly explained. The old man nodded after listening. "She finally made it through. Going back to work is good, very good. With the income from 2 shops, it's quite substantial. Plus, the TV station pays well. She can live very comfortably." He paused for a moment, his gaze hesitant as he looked at Xue Jilian. "I wonder if Aheng is, Xue Ling said softly. "Dad." Xue Jilian gave an awkward smile and asked, "Are you wondering if he's waiting for Afang to come back and get back together?" She's father lifted his chin and asked, "So is he or isn't he?" "Probably not," Xue Jilian replied quietly. "From what I can see, Aheng's heart is as calm as still water these days. He works during the day, spends his evenings with his child, and except for lunch at the office, he eats all his meals at home. As he's gotten older, he's become even more set in his ways. Maybe the blow he suffered before was just too much. He just can't bounce back." Xue's father was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Cheng Tianyuan came over and called out, "Dad, Uncle Jillian, I saw there's still some ginseng soup in the kitchen. I'll heat it up and split it into a few small bowls. Let's go have some. It's almost 11. Let's drink up and get to bed early." "All right." Xue's father pulled his cousin up. "Let's go together." Xue Jilian nodded. "Okay, Wuge. You go ahead. I'll just use the restroom and then head to the dining room." Cheng Tianyuan led the way, while Xue Ling supported her father from behind. She couldn't help but whisper, "Dad, are you getting senile? Why do you say everything that comes to mind?" Xue's father stammered. "I just didn't think much in the moment. Besides, lots of people break up and get back together. There are plenty of couples who remarry after splitting up." Yes, Ah Fang went too far before, but they still have Zhao Han, don't they? Maybe, for the child's sake. And if there's still some feeling between them, they might want to get back together. Xue Ling shook her head. That won't happen. How can you be so sure? Xue's father's tone was a bit sharp. Let the past go. Life is only a few decades long. When you were little, the adults all revolved around you. When you grow up, you have to learn to think of others. Xue Ling gave a bitter smile. You forget, you and A Heng aren't from the same generation, not even the same era. You think this way, but do you think others do? Is it possible? What Ah Fang did was too much. A Heng will never forgive her. If A Heng hadn't discovered Cheng Tianfang's affair and something had happened to her, Xue Heng would definitely have visited and taken care of her. But Cheng Tianfang's infidelity during their marriage wiped out any feelings Xue Heng had for her. There was nothing left. She and Cheng Tianyuan had seen Xue Heng's pain at the time, and it was still fresh in their memories, let alone for him as the person involved. Her father was already 80 and could take most things in life in stride. But Xue Heng was different. He was only in his 40s and nowhere near her father's level of detachment. After hearing this, Xue's father asked quietly, Did you ask him? Did he say that? No need to ask, Xue Ling replied in a low voice. The answer is obvious. Xue's father gave her a sidelong glance, and seeing Xue Jillian coming over, had to drop the subject. Come on, let's have some ginseng soup. Alian, hurry up. Coming. A week later, Sister Jin called again, saying there were 2 buyers interested, but they weren't sure what price to ask and wanted Xue Ling's advice. Xue Ling just smiled and said, Of course, you sell to whoever offers the highest price. They could decide. Another 10 days or so passed, and Sister Jin called again. Lingling, all the big pigs have been sold, only some piglets left for people to roast as suckling pigs. After settling everything, we made over 2 million. The pig farm is big, and with some equipment included, someone wants to buy the lease rights for 4 million, including the surrounding area. Since the land is rented, we can't get that much for it. Xue Ling felt a bit regretful, but there was nothing more to say at this point, so she just agreed. Sister Jin, on the other hand, sounded very remorseful and apologized quietly. I'm really sorry. Back then, you and old Lu said that land by the river was getting scarce, and the pig farm was on flat ground, right by the main road. You said if we could buy it, we should. But old Lu and I couldn't bear to spend the money, so we didn't. Later, the land just got more and more expensive. Even the rent went up twice. If we'd bought it back then, it would have been a huge sum. Xue Ling chuckled softly and said gently, Sister-in-law, let's not dwell on the past. Being able to sell for this much is already very good. No one can predict the future. If we'd bought it, maybe there would have been other problems. You always think things through and see things clearly. Old Lu and I both regret not listening to you. Lingling, after everything, we can still get about 6 million. Xue Ling replied warmly, Once you've settled everything, just transfer it to my old account. Whenever is convenient, no rush. She thought the deal was settled and the money would come soon, but more than 10 days later, it still wasn't done. Sister Jin called again, but Xue Ling was in a meeting and didn't answer. Maybe out of anxiety, she called Cheng Tianyuan instead. Cheng Tianyuan was driving his daughter Xiao Xin to her music lesson, so he pulled over to answer. Sister-in-law? Hello? Hello? Yuan? I tried calling Lingling several times but couldn't get through. I really don't know what to do. My mind's a mess. Zhe Ling burst out laughing. You really know Auntie's temper well. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan came over with a plate of fruit and called his parents over to eat. She's mother and Liu Ying were both tired, so after drinking some water, they went back to their rooms. When Cheng Tianyuan heard that Xue Jilian was staying the night, he quickly got up to prepare bedding. It's all ready. Just take it out of the closet and make the bed. We have plenty of toiletries at home, just set out a set. It's very convenient. Xue Jilian said cheerfully. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Xue's father pulled his cousin over to eat fruit and admire the night-blooming cereus. After a while, the two of them came back and sat down. It's only about 11, but it already looks like it's starting to wilt. Epiphyllum blooms only for a moment. Its reputation is well-deserved. Ling couldn't help but remind them, early autumn nights are a bit chilly. Don't eat too much fruit. All right. Jillian put down the grapes in his hand and advised, Wooga, Lingling is right. You shouldn't eat any more either. She's father only stopped after finishing the rest of his apple with a crunch. When I was young, elders managed me. When I grew up, my boss managed me. Now that I'm old, my kids manage me. People never really have freedom. Ling laughed and explained, Your health is more important than freedom now. Just then, Jillian's phone rang. He answered, Don't worry about me. I'm staying at Xinyuan tonight. No need to pick me up. I have food, drink, a place to stay, and people to chat, admire flowers, and play chess with. Being able to stay in the most luxurious garden in the capital is something many people envy. All right, I'm hanging up now. She's father asked. Heng? Yes, Jillian nodded. She's father thought for a moment, then looked at his daughter and asked, That lawyer in your group, she's divorced too, right? She's a bit younger than Heng, seems capable and looks decent. Why don't you introduce them? Ling was momentarily stunned, then smiled. No, I'm not good at matchmaking. Heng knows her too. If they're interested in each other, they'll get together naturally without anyone's help. They're all adults. It's awkward for a third party to bring this up. Otherwise, it'll be embarrassing to work together later. She's father muttered, You make it sound so complicated. What's complicated about it? Ling shrugged. Let him be, don't meddle too much. Jillian nodded in agreement. Right, don't worry about him, let him figure it out himself. What are you saying? She's father glared at his cousin and said sternly, My Aheng is such a good man. Jillian and Ling both laughed. After a while, Shue's father asked about Cheng Tianfang. Ling quietly explained. The old man nodded after listening. She finally made it through. Going back to work is good, very good. With the income from 2 shops, it's quite substantial. Plus, the TV station pays well. She can live very comfortably. He paused for a moment, his gaze hesitant as he looked at Jillian. I wonder if Heng is... Ling said softly. Dad. Jillian gave an awkward smile and asked, Are you wondering if he's waiting for Afang to come back and get back together? She's father lifted his chin and asked, So is he or isn't he? Probably not. Jillian replied quietly. From what I can see, Heng's heart is as calm as still water these days. He works during the day, spends his evenings with his child, and except for lunch at the office, he eats all his meals at home. As he's gotten older, he's become even more set in his ways. Maybe the blow he suffered before was just too much. He just can't bounce back. Xue's father was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. Cheng Tianyuan came over and called out, Dad, Uncle Jillian, I saw there's still some ginseng soup in the kitchen. I'll heat it up and split it into a few small bowls. Let's go have some. It's almost 11. Let's drink up and get to bed early. All right. Xue's father pulled his cousin up. Let's go together. Jillian nodded. Okay, Wooga. You go ahead. I'll just use the restroom and then head to the dining room. Cheng Tianyuan led the way, while Ling supported her father from behind. She couldn't help but whisper, Dad, are you getting senile? Why do you say everything that comes to mind? Xue's father stammered. I just didn't think much in the moment. Besides, lots of people break up and get back together. There are plenty of couples who remarry after splitting up. Yes, Afang went too far before, but they still have Zhao Han, don't they? Maybe, for the child's sake. And if there's still some feeling between them, they might want to get back together. Ling shook her head. That won't happen. How can you be so sure? She's father's tone was a bit sharp. Let the past go. Life is only a few decades long. When you were little, the adults all revolved around you. When you grow up, you have to learn to think of others. Ling gave a bitter smile. You forget, you and A Heng aren't from the same generation, not even the same era. You think this way, but do you think others do? Is it possible? What Ah Fong did was too much. A Heng will never forgive her. If A Heng hadn't discovered Cheng Tianfang's affair and something had happened to her, Xue Heng would definitely have visited and taken care of her. But Cheng Tianfang's infidelity during their marriage wiped out any feelings Xue Heng had for her. There was nothing left. She and Cheng Tianyuan had seen Xue Heng's pain at the time, and it was still fresh in their memories, let alone for him as the person involved. Her father was already 80 and could take most things in life in stride. But Xue Heng was different. He was only in his 40s and nowhere near her father's level of detachment. After hearing this, Xue's father asked quietly, "Did you ask him? Did he say that?" "No need to ask," Xueling replied in a low voice. "The answer is obvious." Xue's father gave her a sidelong glance, and seeing Xue Jillian coming over, had to drop the subject. "Come on, let's have some ginseng soup. Alian, hurry up." "Coming." A week later, Sister Jin called again, saying there were 2 buyers interested, but they weren't sure what price to ask and wanted Xueling's advice. Xueling just smiled and said, "Of course, you sell to whoever offers the highest price. They could decide." Another 10 days or so passed, and Sister Jin called again. "Lingling, all the big pigs have been sold, only some piglets left for people to roast as suckling pigs. After settling everything, we made over 2 million. The pig farm is big, and with some equipment included, someone wants to buy the lease rights for 4 million, including the surrounding area. Since the land is rented, we can't get that much for it." Xueling felt a bit regretful, but there was nothing more to say at this point, so she just agreed. Sister Jin, on the other hand, sounded very remorseful and apologized quietly. "I'm really sorry. Back then, you and old Lu said that land by the river was getting scarce, and the pig farm was on flat ground, right by the main road. You said if we could buy it, we should. But old Lu and I couldn't bear to spend the money, so we didn't. Later, the land just got more and more expensive. Even the rent went up twice. If we'd bought it back then, it would have been a huge sum." Xueling chuckled softly and said gently, "Sister-in-law, let's not dwell on the past. Being able to sell for this much is already very good. No one can predict the future. If we'd bought it, maybe there would have been other problems. You always think things through and see things clearly. Old Lu and I both regret not listening to you. Lingling, after everything, we can still get about 6 million. Xueling replied warmly, "Once you've settled everything, just transfer it to my old account. Whenever is convenient, no rush." She thought the deal was settled and the money would come soon, but more than 10 days later, it still wasn't done. Sister Jin called again, but Xueling was in a meeting and didn't answer. Maybe out of anxiety, she called Cheng Tianyuan instead. Cheng Tianyuan was driving his daughter Xiao Xin to her music lesson, so he pulled over to answer. "Sister-in-law? Hello? Hello? Yuan? I tried calling Lingling several times but couldn't get through. I really don't know what to do. My mind's a mess." Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Yuan? There was a fight at home. Old Lu was hurt by our younger son. He's in the hospital now. I'm so angry at those 2 brothers I could die." Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. "What happened? The son hit his father? That's outrageous. How could something so unfilial happen? Aren't they afraid of being condemned for life?" Sobs. "They were fighting over the inheritance, and in the end, we agreed to split things up. Now that the pig farm has just been sold, they're all clamoring for their share. Our family's share is about 2 million. Old Lu and I plan to split it 3 ways, 1 share for us, 1 for each son's family. But they wouldn't accept that, saying the old folks don't need that much, so we should get less. The eldest said his eldest son should get a share too. The second son refused, saying we'd already paid off a lot of his debts. So the 2 families started arguing, and when they couldn't win with words, they started fighting. Old Lu got angry and tried to break it up, but the younger son accidentally hurt him." Cheng Tianyuan took a deep breath and asked, "Where was he hurt? Is it serious?" "He hurt his head and has been in the hospital for several days. He finally woke up yesterday. Since then, old Lou hasn't said a word, just stares at the ceiling. I know he's heartbroken. Ahu rushed over to see him and tried to comfort him, but he just kept crying. Now the account book and bank card have been taken by those two brats and we have nothing left. Ahu went to scold them, but they still won't give it back. Old Lou told me to call the police, saying there's 2.5 million in the bank card that belongs to Lingling, and we have to get it back. I don't know what to do. If I call the police and they get arrested, what then? Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked, Your brother got a 30% share too, right? What about his portion? My brother knew our family was a mess, so when the pigs and lease were sold, he transferred his money out right away. Now, except for a small leftover amount, it has nothing to do with him. That day, old Lou was going to transfer the money to Lingling's account, but when he got to the bank, it was Sunday and the counter was closed. The next day, those two brats and their wives came to split the money, and then the fight broke out, and the bank card was taken. As soon as Cheng Tianyuan heard this, he thought to himself that things were not looking good. Sister-in-law, so what do you want us to do? If you can't call the police, it's even harder for us to do so. After all, this was a family matter, but now someone had been hurt, and money had been taken. If it escalated, it would become a criminal case. Cheng Tianyuan was someone who respected the law and valued propriety. He always tried to resolve big problems as small ones, and small ones as nothing at all. Sister-in-law Jinhua choked up. Old Lou is furious right now. He says he wants to call the police and have them arrested, and he wants you to call the police too. He said, our money can be inherited by them. After all, when we're old, whatever's left will be theirs anyway. But your money isn't, so he wants you to call the police. That's not a good idea, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Sister-in-law, brother Xiao Yu is just too upset right now. He's speaking out of anger. What he says now doesn't really count. Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly said, I've tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen. He's just too angry. Ahu is also furious with those two brats and says calling the police would serve them right, that they need to be taught a lesson. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, Do they know there's still over 2 million of our money in that bank card? I told them, sister-in-law Jinhua explained. I said it from the start, but they just wouldn't listen. The two daughters-in-law even suspect we're hiding money on the side and say that all of it belongs to them anyway. They say we have several houses, so we don't have to worry about starving on the street. Cheng Tianyuan rolled his eyes inwardly and muttered, What kind of people are these saying such outrageous things? Sister-in-law Jinhua sobbed. And to think they're all educated, how can they be so heartless? Old Lou is so disappointed in them. Luckily, our two sons-in-law and daughters have been very considerate. These past few days they've been helping out at the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan felt a headache coming on, but made up his mind. Sister-in-law, we really can't call the police. If things get out of hand and your sons get arrested, that's no small matter. For now, try to talk to them. Don't let things escalate. A peaceful family is a happy family. After all, they're your flesh and blood, and you can't really bear to see them hurt, right? Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly agreed. Yes, yes. No matter how bad they are, they're still my own children. Old Lou might be able to let go, but I can't. If this gets out and the neighbors find out, it would be so humiliating. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Sister-in-law, we're not in urgent need of the money. Try to talk to them. Don't rush to call the police. They're all educated and have jobs. Don't let a moment of anger ruin their future, right? Yes, yes, sister-in-law Jinhua said. Then, let's give it another 2 or 3 days. I'll try to talk to old Lou and also talk to the two boys. Yuan, please tell Lingling, if old Lou says anything to you, don't agree to it. You know what he's like. He seems easygoing, but he's actually very impulsive. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Don't worry about 2 or 3 days. Even 10 or 20 days is fine. Just do your best to talk to them and try to get through to your sons. Sister-in-law Jinhua agreed and hung up. In the back seat, Zhaoxin couldn't hold it in any longer and muttered, Dad, what's going on? Hurry up and drive. We're going to be late. Chung Tianyuan checked the time and said gently, "Don't worry. We always leave early. We still have plenty of time." Xiao Xin said quietly, "My teacher was in the military. He's got a crazy sense of punctuality. Once a time is set, even being a few seconds late isn't allowed, not even a second." "Watch your words," Chung Tianyuan said softly. "He's an elder, and we should respect our elders and care for the young. Don't use such extreme words to describe him. He's your teacher, after all." I know, Xiao Xin giggled. "I'd never say that in front of him." She climbed up and asked, "Dad, who's picking me up later?" "Kuige and Abiao," Chung Tianyuan replied. "After I drop you off, I have to go to the warehouse." Xiao Xin sighed. "Dad, when will we not need all these bodyguards and security anymore?" Chung Tianyuan was a bit surprised, then asked, "Why? Don't you like them? They're here to protect us," Xiao Xin muttered. "But we don't need their protection. I heard Grandpa say that the security and bodyguard fees are over 200,000 yuan a month. Oh my God. Dad, that's a lot of money. Mom is so stingy with us, but she's never stingy with giving money to others. If we use that money for ourselves, that's thousands a day." Chung Tianyuan chuckled. "You eat and drink at home. Everything is provided by your parents. What do you need money for? Our place is big, and there are a lot of people coming and going, so it's not that safe. That's why we need security and bodyguards. They work day and night for us, so of course their pay can't be low. And in recent years, the minimum wage in the capital has gone up several times. Nowadays, if a job doesn't pay 4,000 or 5,000 a month, it's considered too low. These people have skills, so their pay is naturally higher." "Dad, there's something I've always wanted to ask you," Xiao Xin said quietly, "but I always forget." Chung Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and said, "Then ask. Your teacher's house is just ahead. If you don't ask now, you won't have time." Xiao Xin lowered her voice. "When I come here to learn chess from my teacher, do we pay him?" Chung Tianyuan laughed and explained, "Your teacher isn't short of money. He said from the start that there's no need to pay tuition. He just hopes you'll carry on the tradition of Chinese chess, that you'll keep learning and working hard." "Really?" Xiao Xin tilted her head and whispered, "Dad, I noticed my teacher dresses really simply. He always wears the same 2 shirts, washed clean and hung out in the yard. The yard is big, but there isn't much furniture and it's all very plain. But he seems really rich. His walking stick smells nice. I asked him why, and he said it's made of agar wood, so it has a faint fragrance. I read in a book that agar wood is really precious. Ordinary people can't afford it. In ancient times, they said an inch of agar wood was worth an inch of gold. If it was that valuable back then, it must be even more precious now. Teacher's cane is a big piece, not just an inch. That must be worth a lot of gold." Chung Tianyuan chuckled. "Xiao Xin, your teacher definitely isn't short of money, but he's simple, hardworking, elegant, and cultured. He's someone to be respected. You should learn not just chess from him, but also how to be a good person." Xiao Xin giggled and asked, "Who is my teacher, really? There are so many photos at his house, all of them in military uniforms. He used to wear all kinds of uniforms." "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Chung Tianyuan suggested. Xiao Xin shook her head and muttered, "No need. Even if he doesn't say, I can guess what kind of person he is." Chung Tianyuan just smiled and said nothing. Soon the car turned into a quiet lane and stopped in front of a peaceful courtyard. Xiao Xin got out, greeted the 2 soldiers on guard, and hurried inside. Chung Tianyuan turned the wheel and slowly drove away. As soon as Chung Tianyuan heard this, he thought to himself that this was bad news. "Sister-in-law, so what do you want us to do? If you can't call the police, it's even harder for us to do so. After all, this was a family matter, but now someone had been hurt and money had been taken. If it escalated, it would become a criminal case." Chung Tianyuan was someone who respected the law and valued propriety. He always tried to resolve big problems as small ones, and small ones as nothing at all. Sister-in-law Jinhua choked up. "Old Lu is furious right now. He says he wants to call the police and have them arrested, and he wants you to call the police too. He said our money can be inherited by them. After all, when we're old, whatever's left will be theirs anyway, but your money isn't, so he wants you to call the police." That's not a good idea, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Sister-in-law, Brother Zhao Yu is just too upset right now. He's speaking out of anger. What he says now doesn't really count. Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly said, I've tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen. He's just too angry. Ah Hu is also furious with those two brats and says calling the police would serve them right, that they need to be taught a lesson. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, Do they know there's still over 2 million of our money in that bank card? I told them, sister-in-law Jinhua explained. I said it from the start, but they just wouldn't listen. The two daughters-in-law even suspect we're hiding money on the side and say that all of it belongs to them anyway. They say we have several houses, so we don't have to worry about starving on the street. Cheng Tianyuan rolled his eyes inwardly and muttered, What kind of people are these saying such outrageous things? Sister-in-law Jinhua sobbed. And to think they're all educated. How can they be so heartless? Old Lu is so disappointed in them. Luckily, our two sons-in-law and daughters have been very considerate. These past few days they've been helping out at the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan felt a headache coming on but made up his mind. Sister-in-law, we really can't call the police. If things get out of hand and your sons get arrested, that's no small matter. For now, try to talk to them. Don't let things escalate. A peaceful family is a happy family. After all, they're your flesh and blood, and you can't really bear to see them hurt, right? Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly agreed. Yes. No matter how bad they are, they're still my own children. Old Liu might be able to let go, but I can't. If this gets out and the neighbors find out, it would be so humiliating. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Sister-in-law, we're not in urgent need of the money. Try to talk to them, don't rush to call the police. They're all educated and have jobs. Don't let a moment of anger ruin their future, right? Yes, Sister-in-law Jinhua said. Then, let's give it another 2 or 3 days. I'll try to talk to old Lu and also talk to the two boys. Yuan, please tell Lingling. If old Lu says anything to you, don't agree to it. You know what he's like. He seems easygoing, but he's actually very impulsive. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Don't worry about 2 or 3 days. Even 10 or 20 days is fine. Just do your best to talk to them and try to get through to your sons. Sister-in-law Jinhua agreed and hung up. In the back seat, Zhaoxin couldn't hold it in any longer and muttered, Dad, what's going on? Hurry up and drive. We're going to be late. Cheng Tianyuan checked the time and said gently, Don't worry. We always leave early. We still have plenty of time. Zhaoxin said quietly, My teacher was in the military. He's got a crazy sense of punctuality. Once a time is set, even being a few seconds late isn't allowed, not even a second. Watch your words, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. He's an elder, and we should respect our elders and care for the young. Don't use such extreme words to describe him. He's your teacher, after all. I know, Zhaoxin giggled. I'd never say that in front of him. She climbed up and asked, Dad, who's picking me up later? Kuige and Abiao, Cheng Tianyuan replied. After I drop you off, I have to go to the warehouse. Zhaoxin sighed. Dad, when will we not need all these bodyguards and security anymore? Cheng Tianyuan was a bit surprised, then asked, Why? Don't you like them? They're here to protect us. Zhaoxin muttered, But we don't need their protection. I heard Grandpa say that the security and bodyguard fees are over 200,000 yuan a month. Oh my God. Dad, that's a lot of money. Mom is so stingy with us, but she's never stingy with giving money to others. If we use that money for ourselves, that's thousands a day. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. You eat and drink at home. Everything is provided by your parents. What do you need money for? Our place is big, and there are a lot of people coming and going, so it's not that safe. That's why we need security and bodyguards. They work day and night for us, so of course their pay can't be low. And in recent years, the minimum wage in the capital has gone up several times. Nowadays, if a job doesn't pay 4,000 or 5,000 a month, it's considered too low. These people have skills, so their pay is naturally higher. Dad, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, Zhaoxin said quietly. But I always forget. Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and said, Then ask. Your teacher's house is just ahead. If you don't ask now, you won't have time. Xiaoxin lowered her voice. When I come here to learn chess from my teacher, do we pay him? Cheng Tianyuan laughed and explained, Your teacher isn't short of money. He said from the start that there's no need to pay tuition. He just hopes you'll carry on the tradition of Chinese chess, that you'll keep learning and working hard. Really? Xiaoxin tilted her head and whispered, Dad, I noticed my teacher dresses really simply. He always wears the same 2 shirts, washed clean and hung out in the yard. The yard is big, but there isn't much furniture and it's all very plain. But he seems really rich. His walking stick smells nice. I asked him why, and he said it's made of agar wood, so it has a faint fragrance. I read in a book that agar wood is really precious. Ordinary people can't afford it. In ancient times, they said an inch of agar wood was worth an inch of gold. If it was that valuable back then, it must be even more precious now. Teacher's cane is a big piece, not just an inch. That must be worth a lot of gold. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Xiaoxin, your teacher definitely isn't short of money, but he's simple, hardworking, elegant, and cultured. He's someone to be respected. You should learn not just chess from him, but also how to be a good person. Xiaoxin giggled and asked, Who is my teacher, really? There are so many photos at his house, all of them in military uniforms. He used to wear all kinds of uniforms. Why don't you ask him yourself? Cheng Tianyuan suggested. Xiaoxin shook her head and muttered, No need. Even if he doesn't say, I can guess what kind of person he is. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and said nothing. Soon the car turned into a quiet lane and stopped in front of a peaceful courtyard. Xiaoxin got out, greeted the 2 soldiers on guard, and hurried inside. Cheng Tianyuan turned the wheel and slowly drove away. After arriving at the warehouse, Cheng Tianyuan went straight to the small office. This plot of land for the warehouse had been a gift from his father-in-law. After building the warehouse, he saved a huge amount on rent every year, making the business even more profitable. But in recent years, Shi Ling had been so busy that she couldn't take care of both the family and the kids, so he had to hire more people to help out. Now, besides the 2 old security guards, there were several employees at the warehouse, and recently he'd hired a full-time driver to handle daily deliveries and pickups. When the accountant and finance staff saw him arrive, they quickly brought over the reports from the past couple of days for him to review. Cheng Tianyuan sat down and started looking them over, but he'd barely started when his phone rang. He picked up and saw it was, Hu. Yuan, what are you up to? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Looking over some reports. What's up? Something wrong? Soon the car turned into a quiet lane and stopped in front of a peaceful courtyard. Xiaoxin got out, greeted the 2 soldiers on guard, and hurried inside. Cheng Tianyuan turned the wheel and slowly drove away. As soon as Cheng Tianyuan heard this, he thought to himself that this was bad news. Sister-in-law, so what do you want us to do? If you can't call the police, it's even harder for us to do so. After all, this was a family matter, but now someone had been hurt and money had been taken. If it escalated, it would become a criminal case. Cheng Tianyuan was someone who respected the law and valued propriety. He always tried to resolve big problems as small ones, and small ones as nothing at all. Sister-in-law Jinhua choked up. Old Lu is furious right now. He says he wants to call the police and have them arrested, and he wants you to call the police too. He said our money can be inherited by them. After all, when we're old, whatever's left will be theirs anyway, but your money isn't, so he wants you to call the police. That's not a good idea, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Sister-in-law, Brother Xiao Yu is just too upset right now. He's speaking out of anger. What he says now doesn't really count. Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly said, I've tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen. He's just too angry. Hu is also furious with those 2 brats and says calling the police would serve them right, that they need to be taught a lesson. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, Do they know there's still over 2 million of our money in that bank card? I told them, sister-in-law Jinhua explained. I said it from the start, but they just wouldn't listen. The 2 daughters-in-law even suspect we're hiding money on the side and say that all of it belongs to them anyway. They say we have several houses, so we don't have to worry about starving on the street. Cheng Tianyuan rolled his eyes inwardly and muttered, What kind of people are these saying such outrageous things? Sister-in-law Jinhua sobbed. And to think they're all educated. How can they be so heartless? Old Liu is so disappointed in them. Luckily, our 2 sons-in-law and daughters have been very considerate. These past few days they've been helping out at the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan felt a headache coming on but made up his mind. Sister-in-law, we really can't call the police. If things get out of hand and your sons get arrested, that's no small matter. For now, try to talk to them. Don't let things escalate. A peaceful family is a happy family. After all, they're your flesh and blood, and you can't really bear to see them hurt, right? Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly agreed. Yes. No matter how bad they are, they're still my own children. Old Liu might be able to let go, but I can't. If this gets out and the neighbors find out, it would be so humiliating. Cheng Tianyuan said softly. Sister-in-law, we're not in urgent need of the money. Try to talk to them, don't rush to call the police. They're all educated and have jobs. Don't let a moment of anger ruin their future, right? Yes, Sister-in-law Jinhua said. Then, let's give it another 2 or 3 days. I'll try to talk to old Liu and also talk to the 2 boys. Yuan, please tell Lingling. If old Liu says anything to you, don't agree to it. You know what he's like. He seems easygoing, but he's actually very impulsive. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. Don't worry about 2 or 3 days. Even 10 or 20 days is fine. Just do your best to talk to them and try to get through to your sons. Sister-in-law Jinhua agreed and hung up. In the back seat, Xiaoxin couldn't hold it in any longer and muttered, Dad, what's going on? Hurry up and drive. We're going to be late. Cheng Tianyuan checked the time and said gently, Don't worry. We always leave early. We still have plenty of time. Xiaoxin said quietly, My teacher was in the military. He's got a crazy sense of punctuality. Once a time is set, even being a few seconds late isn't allowed, not even a second. Watch your words, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. He's an elder, and we should respect our elders and care for the young. Don't use such extreme words to describe him. He's your teacher, after all. I know, Xiaoxin giggled. I'd never say that in front of him. She climbed up and asked, Dad, who's picking me up later? Kuige and Abiao, Cheng Tianyuan replied. After I drop you off, I have to go to the warehouse. Xiaoxin sighed. Dad, when will we not need all these bodyguards and security anymore? Cheng Tianyuan was a bit surprised, then asked, Why? Don't you like them? They're here to protect us. Xiaoxin muttered, But we don't need their protection. I heard Grandpa say that the security and bodyguard fees are over 200,000 yuan a month. Oh my God. Dad, that's a lot of money. Mom is so stingy with us, but she's never stingy with giving money to others. If we use that money for ourselves, that's thousands a day. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. You eat and drink at home. Everything is provided by your parents. What do you need money for? Our place is big, and there are a lot of people coming and going, so it's not that safe. That's why we need security and bodyguards. They work day and night for us, so of course their pay can't be low. And in recent years, the minimum wage in the capital has gone up several times. Nowadays, if a job doesn't pay 4,000 or 5,000 a month, it's considered too low. These people have skills, so their pay is naturally higher. Dad, there's something I've always wanted to ask you, Xiaoxin said quietly. But I always forget. Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and said, Then ask. Your teacher's house is just ahead. If you don't ask now, you won't have time. Xiaoxin lowered her voice. When I come here to learn chess from my teacher, do we pay him? Cheng Tianyuan laughed and explained, Your teacher isn't short of money. He said from the start that there's no need to pay tuition. He just hopes you'll carry on the tradition of Chinese chess, that you'll keep learning and working hard. Really? Xiaoxin tilted her head and whispered, Dad, I noticed my teacher dresses really simply. He always wears the same 2 shirts, washed clean and hung out in the yard. The yard is big, but there isn't much furniture, and it's all very plain. But he seems really rich. His walking stick smells nice. I asked him why, and he said it's made of agar wood, so it has a faint fragrance. I read in a book that agar wood is really precious. Ordinary people can't afford it. In ancient times, they said an inch of agar wood was worth an inch of gold. If it was that valuable back then, it must be even more precious now. Teacher's cane is a big piece, not just an inch. That must be worth a lot of gold. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Xiao Xin, your teacher definitely isn't short of money, but he's simple, hardworking, elegant, and cultured. He's someone to be respected. You should learn not just chess from him, but also how to be a good person. Xiao Xin giggled and asked, Who is my teacher, really? There are so many photos at his house, all of them in military uniforms. He used to wear all kinds of uniforms. Why don't you ask him yourself? Cheng Tianyuan suggested. Xiao Xin shook her head and muttered, No need. Even if he doesn't say, I can guess what kind of person he is. Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and said nothing. Soon the car turned into a quiet lane and stopped in front of a peaceful courtyard. Xiao Xin got out, greeted the two soldiers on guard, and hurried inside. Cheng Tianyuan turned the wheel and slowly drove away. After arriving at the warehouse, Cheng Tianyuan went straight to the small office. This plot of land for the warehouse had been a gift from his father-in-law. After building the warehouse, he saved a huge amount on rent every year, making the business even more profitable. But in recent years, Shi Ling had been so busy that she couldn't take care of both the family and the kids, so he had to hire more people to help out. Now, besides the two old security guards, there were several employees at the warehouse, and recently he'd hired a full-time driver to handle daily deliveries and pickups. When the accountant and finance staff saw him arrive, they quickly brought over the reports from the past couple of days for him to review. Cheng Tianyuan sat down and started looking them over, but he'd barely started when his phone rang. He picked up and saw it was, Who? Yuan, what are you up to? Cheng Tianyuan replied, Looking over some reports. What's up? Something wrong? Soon the car turned into a quiet lane and stopped in front of a peaceful courtyard. Xiao Xin got out, greeted the two soldiers on guard, and hurried inside. Cheng Tianyuan turned the wheel and slowly drove away. As soon as Cheng Tianyuan heard this, he thought to himself that this was bad news. Sister-in-law, so what do you want us to do? If you can't call the police, it's even harder for us to do so. After all, this was a family matter, but now someone had been hurt and money had been taken. If it escalated, it would become a criminal case. Cheng Tianyuan was someone who respected the law and valued propriety. He always tried to resolve big problems as small ones, and small ones as nothing at all. Sister-in-law Jinhua choked up. Old Lu is furious right now. He says he wants to call the police and have them arrested, and he wants you to call the police too. He said our money can be inherited by them. After all, when we're old, whatever's left will be theirs anyway, but your money isn't, so he wants you to call the police. That's not a good idea, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Sister-in-law, Brother Zhao Yu is just too upset right now. He's speaking out of anger. What he says now doesn't really count. Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly said, I've tried to talk him out of it, but he won't listen. He's just too angry. Hu is also furious with those two brats and says calling the police would serve them right, that they need to be taught a lesson. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and asked, Do they know there's still over 2 million of our money in that bank card? I told them, sister-in-law Jinhua explained. I said it from the start, but they just wouldn't listen. The two daughters-in-law even suspect we're hiding money on the side and say that all of it belongs to them anyway. They say we have several houses, so we don't have to worry about starving on the street. Cheng Tianyuan rolled his eyes inwardly and muttered, What kind of people are these saying such outrageous things? Sister-in-law Jinhua sobbed. And to think they're all educated. How can they be so heartless? Old Lu is so disappointed in them. Luckily, our two sons-in-law and daughters have been very considerate. These past few days they've been helping out at the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan felt a headache coming on but made up his mind. Sister-in-law, we really can't call the police. If things get out of hand and your sons get arrested, that's no small matter. For now, try to talk to them. Don't let things escalate. A peaceful family is a happy family. After all, they're your flesh and blood, and you can't really bear to see them hurt, right? Sister-in-law Jinhua quickly agreed. Yes. No matter how bad they are, they're still my own children. Old Liu might be able to let go, but I can't. If this gets out, and the neighbors find out, It would be so humiliating. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, "Sister-in-law, we're not in urgent need of the money. Try to talk to them, don't rush to call the police. They're all educated and have jobs. Don't let a moment of anger ruin their future, right?" "Yes, yes," sister-in-law Jinhua said. "Then, let's give it another 2 or 3 days. I'll try to talk to old Lu and also talk to the 2 boys. Yuan, please tell Lingling. If old Lu says anything to you, don't agree to it. You know what he's like. He seems easygoing, but he's actually very impulsive." Cheng Tianyuan agreed. "Don't worry about 2 or 3 days, even 10 or 20 days is fine. Just do your best to talk to them and try to get through to your sons." Sister-in-law Jinhua agreed and hung up. In the back seat, Xiaoxin couldn't hold it in any longer and muttered, "Dad, what's going on? Hurry up and drive. We're going to be late." Cheng Tianyuan checked the time and said gently, "Don't worry. We always leave early. We still have plenty of time." Xiaoxin said quietly, "My teacher was in the military. He's got a crazy sense of punctuality. Once a time is set, even being a few seconds late isn't allowed, not even a second." "Watch your words," Cheng Tianyuan said softly. "He's an elder, and we should respect our elders and care for the young. Don't use such extreme words to describe him. He's your teacher, after all." I know, Xiaoxin giggled. "I'd never say that in front of him." She climbed up and asked, "Dad, who's picking me up later?" "Kui-ge and Abiao," Cheng Tianyuan replied. "After I drop you off, I have to go to the warehouse." Xiaoxin sighed. "Dad, when will we not need all these bodyguards and security anymore?" Cheng Tianyuan was a bit surprised, then asked, "Why? Don't you like them? They're here to protect us." Xiaoxin muttered, "But we don't need their protection. I heard Grandpa say that the security and bodyguard fees are over 200,000 yuan a month." "Oh my God. Dad, that's a lot of money. Mom is so stingy with us, but she's never stingy with giving money to others. If we use that money for ourselves, that's thousands a day." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "You eat and drink at home. Everything is provided by your parents. What do you need money for? Our place is big, and there are a lot of people coming and going, so it's not that safe. That's why we need security and bodyguards. They work day and night for us, so of course their pay can't be low. And in recent years, the minimum wage in the capital has gone up several times. Nowadays, if a job doesn't pay 4,000 or 5,000 a month, it's considered too low. These people have skills, so their pay is naturally higher." "Dad, there's something I've always wanted to ask you," Xiaoxin said quietly. "But I always forget." Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and said, "Then ask. Your teacher's house is just ahead. If you don't ask now, you won't have time." Xiaoxin lowered her voice. "When I come here to learn chess from my teacher, do we pay him?" Cheng Tianyuan laughed and explained, "Your teacher isn't short of money. He said from the start that there's no need to pay tuition. He just hopes you'll carry on the tradition of Chinese chess, that you'll keep learning and working hard." "Really?" Xiaoxin tilted her head and whispered, "Dad, I noticed my teacher dresses really simply. He always wears the same 2 shirts, washed clean and hung out in the yard. The yard is big, but there isn't much furniture, and it's all very plain. But he seems really rich. His walking stick smells nice. I asked him why, and he said it's made of agar wood, so it has a faint fragrance. I read in a book that agar wood is really precious. Ordinary people can't afford it. In ancient times, they said an inch of agar wood was worth an inch of gold. If it was that valuable back then, it must be even more precious now. Teacher's cane is a big piece, not just an inch. That must be worth a lot of gold." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "Xiaoxin, your teacher definitely isn't short of money, but he's simple, hardworking, elegant, and cultured. He's someone to be respected. You should learn not just chess from him, but also how to be a good person." Xiaoxin giggled and asked, "Who is my teacher, really? There are so many photos at his house, all of them in military uniforms. He used to wear all kinds of uniforms." "Why don't you ask him yourself?" Cheng Tianyuan suggested. Xiaoxin shook her head and muttered, "No need. Even if he doesn't say, I can guess what kind of person he is." Cheng Tianyuan just smiled and said nothing. Soon the car turned into a quiet lane and stopped in front of a peaceful courtyard. Zhao Xin got out, greeted the two soldiers on guard, and hurried inside. Cheng Tianyuan turned the wheel and slowly drove away. After arriving at the warehouse, Cheng Tianyuan went straight to the small office. This plot of land for the warehouse had been a gift from his father-in-law. After building the warehouse, he saved a huge amount on rent every year, making the business even more profitable. But in recent years, Shi Ling had been so busy that she couldn't take care of both the family and the kids, so he had to hire more people to help out. Now, besides the two old security guards, there were several employees at the warehouse, and recently he'd hired a full-time driver to handle daily deliveries and pickups. When the accountant and finance staff saw him arrive, they quickly brought over the reports from the past couple of days for him to review. Cheng Tianyuan sat down and started looking them over, but he'd barely started when his phone rang. He picked up and saw it was Hu. Yuan, what are you up to? Cheng Tianyuan replied. Looking over some reports. What's up? Something wrong? Zhao Li curled her lips and said quietly, If you look with your heart and find someone truly suitable, it's not that hard. What does suitable even mean? Zhao Chen huffed. Young men have no house, no money, no car. How could I marry that? I grew up poor and swore I'd never marry a poor man. The older ones with good conditions are already taken, and the ones who aren't I don't want. I'm almost 30. How can I not be anxious? When the time is right, it'll happen naturally, Zhao Li said softly. Some things can't be rushed. Don't just go for what looks good now. Find someone the right age who treats you well. That's what really matters. If there's not even someone good in front of me, how can I count on his future? Zhao Chen rolled her eyes. Of course I want someone who treats me well, but there just isn't anyone. Zhao Li smirked to herself. You'll have to figure it out. Some people just aren't right for you. What are you trying to say? Zhao Chen snapped. Don't talk in riddles. I'm straightforward. I hate people who are all passive-aggressive. Zhao Li washed her hands and started chopping vegetables, pretending not to hear. Zhao Chen jabbed the spoon into the pot, muttering, When will these days ever end? When the sauce is done, set it aside, Zhao Li reminded. Dinner's in half an hour. Madam said it's getting cold, so serve the dishes hot one by one. Fry the marinated ribs now and add the sauce later. Zhao Chen tossed the small pot over with a rough motion. Zhao Li couldn't help but get annoyed. Be careful. That sauce took over 2 hours to make. If you spill it, where are you going to get more? Zhao Chen crouched down to wash vegetables, grumbling, Don't mess with me, I'm in a bad mood. Zhao Li rolled her eyes and shot back, When are you ever in a good mood? You're always upset about this or that. When have you ever been normal? Hey, Zhao Chen snapped. That's enough. I'm already mad. Don't push me or I'll tear you apart. Zhao Li chopped vegetables with a loud clack, her voice steady. You think I'm scared? Girl, you're a bit younger than me, so I call you girl with no disrespect. I got married late too, so I understand your anxiety. But don't just grab at anything out of desperation. I didn't go to school much, so maybe I'm not saying it right, but that's the truth. Don't rush into a relationship just because you're anxious. You'll regret it. Zhao Chen kept her face sullen, washing vegetables. Zhao Li didn't mind her attitude and continued. There are still plenty of good men out there. If you look with your heart, you'll find one. Young men might not have much now, but if you marry him and work hard together, things will get better. If you stick with him through the tough times, he'll let you enjoy the good times later. What if that never happens? Zhao Chen snorted. Remember Sister Pang from our training class? She stuck by her husband through 20 years of hardship, and as soon as he made it big, he kicked her out and married a 20-year-old. Suffering is fine, but not for nothing. I don't want to end up with a jerk like that. Zhao Li couldn't help but sigh. No one wants to end up with a man like that. What woman would? Aren't you afraid? Zhao Chen asked gruffly. You and your husband went through years of hardship, right? Now he works out of town, you work here, and you only see each other every few days? Sometimes not even once in half a month. Aren't you worried he might mess around out there? Don't tell me you're not. There aren't many men in this world who are truly trustworthy. Well, there's nothing I can do about it. Xiao Li said quietly. Of course I worry, but he says there's nothing going on and I believe him. He only keeps 200 yuan a month for food, the rest he sends to me. People can change. Didn't Sister Pang say the same? Her husband used to be a really good man, treated her well, loved the kids, respected the elders. But once he got rich, he changed, always picking on her for this or that. I can't guarantee my husband won't change in the future, but at least he's good now. Who can say what the future holds, right? Exactly. So I have to seize the present, Xiao Chen muttered. Who cares about the future? I'll enjoy what I can now. At least I'll have something. Even if he turns bad later, finds a mistress or two, or even more, I'm not afraid. I'd rather have something now than end up like Sister Pang, suffering for years and ending up with nothing. I'd rather not. So how are you going to seize the present? Xiao Li glared at her. Do you really think the man you're interested in would be interested in you? You should know there are some people you shouldn't even think about. I'm just looking, not doing anything, Xiao Chen argued. Xiao Li chuckled softly. Mr. Cheng is a very upright and steady man. You can tell he's not the type to fool around. And how could you compare yourself to Mrs. Shi? She's so capable, and even though she's in her 40s, she looks younger and prettier than you in your 30s. They have 4 beautiful, adorable kids. Their family is so happy. Don't make a wrong move or you'll only regret it later. I know I can't compare, Xiao Chen muttered, but I just can't let it go. Xiao Li said quietly, I heard from old Mr. Shui that Mrs. Shui married Mr. Cheng when she was 20 and they've always had a great relationship. Mr. Cheng came from the countryside, was really poor, didn't even have a decent mud brick house when they got married. On their wedding day, they couldn't even afford wedding candy, let alone a banquet. Mrs. Shi and Mr. Cheng worked hard together, and after more than 20 years, they finally have the good life they do now. There aren't that many young, rich, and good-looking men in the world, and even if there are, they're not likely to end up with us. We may not have much education, but we should at least understand that much, right? Really? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask. Mr. Cheng isn't a live-in son-in-law? Mrs. Shi's family is from the capital, and she's an only child. No, Xiao Li explained. Mrs. Shi married into the Cheng family. It was only after their second child was born that the whole family moved to the capital. I heard old Mr. Shi talking about it in the backyard while I was helping debone meat. Xiao Chen found it hard to believe, hiding her surprise as she lowered her head to keep picking vegetables. They're pretty lucky. The family got rich, and neither the wife nor the husband changed. Xiao Li thought for a moment and said quietly, There are definitely people who change, but not everyone does. Most men just want a peaceful life. Honestly, I think rich men are more likely to go bad. It's better to find someone steady and live a good life together. I don't want that, Xiao Chen muttered. Steady, honest men are all losers. I don't want to marry a poor guy and just scrape by my whole life, never enjoying anything. Xiao Li couldn't help but ask, So what do you want then? What kind of man? I already said, Xiao Chen replied. Rich, at least 2 apartments in the capital, a car and a few $100,000 in savings. If he meets those conditions, I'll marry him, no matter how old or how bad he is. Xiao Li couldn't take it anymore and retorted, You don't care how old? What if he's a wrinkly old man? Wouldn't it be suffocating to sleep next to him? Xiao Chen gritted her teeth and whispered, Not afraid. I'd rather he was old. When he dies, the money and houses are mine. Then I can take the money and find a younger man. Life will still be good. You really think that way? Xiao Li looked at her. What if the young guy runs off with your money? What then? Xiao Chen spat a few times. Don't jinx me. That won't happen. As long as I have money, I don't have to worry about people treating me badly. With money, even my parents and siblings will look up to me, let alone anyone else. With money, I can have as many young men as I want. Xiao Li couldn't listen anymore and advised, All right, enough. Hurry up and wash those peppers, we need to stir-fry them soon. Xiao Chen hummed a little tune, feeling pleased. Xiao Li paused while slicing potatoes and said quietly, Your personal life is your own business. Do what you want. But our work is connected. If you mess around and it affects our job, that's a problem. She'd worked in small restaurants before. Hard work, long hours, and the pay was 1,000 less than here. Mrs. Xue was generous, paying them 500 more than the market rate, plus a 200 yuan transportation allowance. The kitchen was clean and well ventilated, the work wasn't too hard, and they could rest after cleaning up by 7 in the evening. It was a great job, high pay, good environment, hard to find even with a lantern. She cherished this job, so she worried that Xiao Chen's antics might anger the boss and get them both fired. Xiao Chen glared at her. "What did I do? I just talk a little too much." "If you lose this job, you'll never find another as good," Xiao Li said quietly. "Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful not to upset the family. This isn't the first or second time. You know it yourself. Mrs. Xue seems kind and easygoing, but she's a big businesswoman, definitely not simple. Remember what Secretary Chen, your fellow townsman who introduced us, said? She said Mrs. Xue is easy to talk to, but if you cross her principles, there's no room for negotiation." I know, Xiao Chen muttered. "That man's totally unapproachable anyway. No point in talking." Finally, Xiao Chen relaxed and glanced at the clock on the wall. "Dinner's almost ready. In 10 minutes, we'll start stir-frying. You take the sanitized dishes to the dining room. I'll get the ribs ready to fry." "All right." Xiao Li wiped her hands and went off to work. When Xueling got home, night had already fallen and the lights were on both inside and outside the courtyard. She didn't even bother to change clothes, tossed her bag aside and headed straight for the dining room. Sure enough, everyone was already getting ready to eat. "Ling Ling, hurry up, we're just waiting for you. The food looks amazing tonight," called out Xue Jilian. "Mum!" "Ling, come eat," her mother added. Xue Ling greeted everyone with a laugh, then turned to wash her hands. Cheng Tianyuan handed her a towel, then called out, "Serve the food, everyone's here." He was a bit far from the kitchen, so he called out loudly, startling Xue Ling. She laughed and asked, "Why not just walk a few steps to the kitchen door?" Cheng Tianyuan's eyes twinkled. "I'm being lazy." Xue Ling was amused. She saw Xiao Li bringing over the soup and quickly rolled up her sleeves. "I'm starving, let's eat." Everyone dug in happily. "This Cantonese food is really good, very authentic," praised Xue Jilian. Liu Ying, sitting nearby, beamed. "I've lived a whole lifetime, and now that I'm old, I get to eat delicious food every day without having to cook or wash a single dish. It's just wonderful. If you'd told me this 20 years ago, I'd never have believed it." Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but whisper, "Mum's been back in Rongcheng for half a year and her old accent is coming back." Everyone laughed. Xue's mother nodded in agreement. "That's right. Back then, making a meal meant pounding rice, finding firewood, carrying water, tending the fire below and cooking above. By the end, we'd be covered in soot. Sometimes even our noses would be black. Now I can't do that kind of work anymore, so having a chef cook for us with different dishes every meal, it feels like eating at a restaurant every day. It's wonderful." "As long as you're all happy," Xue Ling said, gnawing on a rib with a smile. "I've told the cooks to balance meat and vegetables, make sure the food is nutritious, and keep things soft for your teeth. I promise you'll always be satisfied." Xue Jilian gave her a thumbs up. "Ling Ling is always so thoughtful. Good job." Xiao Chen brought out 2 more dishes, glancing at Cheng Tianyuan and noticing he was carefully deboning fish for his daughter. She quickly looked away and retreated. No one else noticed anything unusual and kept eating. After dinner, the elders went for a walk in the back garden. The eldest and second sons hadn't come home, and the twins went to their rooms to do homework. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan strolled and chatted over tea in the front yard. "What you said to Sister Jinhua was right. I'd have said the same. If they handle it themselves, it stays a private matter. If we call the police, it gets too complicated. Money can be earned back, but if relationships are lost, they might never be repaired. If sons turn against their parents and the family falls out, the whole household is a mess." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "I really don't get what Liu Xiaoyu was thinking, asking us to call the police on his own sons. He must have been out of his mind with anger." "Definitely," Xue Ling smiled. "It was probably just something he said in the heat of the moment, but Sister Jinhua and Ah Hu took it seriously. and maybe they just feel helpless, so they want to teach the boys a lesson. Liu Xiaoyu had always been steady and reliable. For his own sons to drive him to this point, things must have been truly awful. Xueling yawned and rubbed her tired eyes. I was reading documents and prepping for meetings all through lunch. Didn't get a nap. It's only a bit after 8 and I'm already sleepy. Cheng Tianyuan stood up and took her hand. Come on, let's go shower and change. You really need a nap at noon or you'll be exhausted in the afternoon. You're used to napping. Missing it for a day is tough. Xueling gave a wry smile. I drank 2 big cups of tea just to get through the afternoon meeting. As long as you don't drink coffee, Cheng Tianyuan reminded her. Don't forget last time you had coffee, you came home with a bloated stomach. Xueling lazily leaned on his arm and murmured, I know. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently, pulled her into his arms, and half carried her into the bedroom, closing the door behind them. He bent down and kissed her neck. She giggled, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him back. Now in their 40s, they no longer had the wild passion of youth, but in private they were still affectionate and never lacked for sweetness. They showered together, chatting quietly. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Now everyone does their own laundry, and the cleaning lady comes in the morning. But do we have too many cooks? I don't think so, Xueling replied. She rarely cooked herself and always felt there was a lot to do in the kitchen. With so many people eating, so many dishes, so many bowls and chopsticks, it takes a long time to clean up. As long as Mom and Dad are happy, it's worth it. The garden is big. Monthly expenses are high anyway. A few thousand more doesn't matter. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. I'm satisfied with Xiao Li. She's hardworking, careful, and doesn't gossip. Very reliable. But Xiao Chen, she doesn't seem like someone who follows the rules. Maybe we should let her go and hire someone who can cook northern dishes. Mom and Dad have lived in the capital all their lives and are used to noodles and northern food. They might like that better. Xiao Chen? Xueling thought for a moment. Her eyes are greedy and restless. I noticed that on the first day. But since they're here to cook, I thought I'd give her a try. If she doesn't behave, we'll let her go. She's Secretary Chen's hometown friend and was highly recommended. If we need to fire her, let Secretary Chen handle it and find someone else. Find someone middle-aged, Cheng Tianyuan said. Best if they're in their 40s, not too old, still energetic. Too young isn't good, they're too restless. With both elders and kids at home, we need someone steady. Xueling yawned, drowsy. All right, I'll remember. I'll have Secretary Chen handle it tomorrow. If you're tired, go to sleep, Cheng Tianyuan said, stroking her hair. Everything's done. Xueling snuggled up to him and soon fell asleep. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his wife, a gentle smile on his lips. He was the kind of man who, once he made up his mind, was devoted for life. Loving her alone was never enough. He had no interest or energy for anyone else. He would never get involved in anything shady. A real man should be open and honest. Otherwise, how could he face his wife and children, or the elders who taught him? His wife trusted him, and he intended to keep it that way. As he watched her, sleepiness crept over him too. He reached out, turned off the light, pulled up the covers, and soon drifted off. He didn't know how long he'd slept before a buzzing woke him up. Frowning, he sat up, careful not to wake Xueling, and grabbed his phone from the nightstand. It was an unfamiliar number. He frowned and answered, getting out of bed and walking to the window. In the quiet of the night, even without speakerphone, the voice on the other end was clear. Uncle Aiwan, it's me! I'm Zhao Huzi, Wan Ming! Huh? It was that kid! Cheng Tianyuan was startled and blurted out, Why are you calling so late? He instinctively glanced at the small clock in the room. The faint glow showed it was 2:50 a.m. Unless something unexpected or serious had happened, who would call in the middle of the night? On the other end, the teenager sounded anxious, even shivering a little. Uncle Yuen, I'm in the capital right now. I just left the airport. I lost my wallet in the taxi. Luckily, I kept my phone in my pocket or I'd have gone crazy. I don't even know if I left it in the car. All my cards were in there. That was everything I had. If I can't get it back, I might as well just cry myself to death. Cheng Tianyuan listened to his rapid-fire complaints and couldn't help but frown. Calm down. Speak clearly. Where are you now? Which part of the city? I'm at the front desk of the Nanhua Hotel. I was about to check in but realized I have nothing on me. Not even my ID. My ID and all my cards are in my wallet. And that wallet was the latest, trendiest style this season. Uncle, help! You have to come save me or I'll be sleeping on the street tonight. Cheng Tianyuan quickly reassured him. Don't panic. I'll drive over right now. Stay put at the hotel, don't wander off. It's not far from here. I'll be there soon. Okay, Uncle Yuan, you have to come quick. My flight landed in the middle of the night and now I'm cold and hungry. Isn't it just early autumn in the capital? Why is it so cold at night? Cheng Tianyuan hung up, and as he turned around he saw Xueling yawning and watching him. What's wrong? Who was that? So late? Cheng Tianyuan set down his phone and started taking off his pajamas. It's Zhao Huzi. He came to the capital tonight and lost his wallet on the way. He's waiting for me at the Nanhua Hotel front desk. Xueling immediately perked up, exclaiming, What's he doing here? Didn't even say a word before coming? He must have run away from home, right? What school is on break at this time? Even if vocational school is relaxed, it's not that relaxed. Most likely he ran away, Cheng Tianyuan said, pulling out underwear and a light jacket. Ah Hu said he's addicted to gaming and skipping class. He just started school, but the teachers and counselors are already calling home every few days. When I talked to Ah Hu today, he was furious. Said the kid doesn't want to study, wants to join some gaming club and make a career out of it. Xueling was taken aback. He wants to make gaming his career? Who knows what he's thinking? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Does he think gaming can feed him? The kid's lost it. Of course Ah Hu and Wang Ting don't agree, so they scolded him, but he wouldn't listen. Ah Hu went to visit Lu Xiaoyu and Grandma, and Wang Ting probably couldn't keep an eye on him at home, so the kid slipped away. Xueling threw off the covers. I'll go with you to pick him up. No need, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. It's chilly at night, you go back to sleep. I'll bring him back and let him sleep in the guest room. We have plenty of space. Xueling smiled. I'm already awake, not sleepy anymore. Never mind, you go make some kanji. I'll go pick up that rascal. Honey, you have work tomorrow, Cheng Tianyuan said. I'll go. You stay in bed, close your eyes, and you'll fall asleep again soon. If you come with me, have a snack and wait up. It'll be dawn before you know it. If you don't get enough sleep, how will you work tomorrow? The older you get, the worse your sleep quality becomes. When you're young, staying up late once or twice doesn't matter. A splash of water on your face and you're refreshed. After 40, you don't need as much sleep, but if you get too little, your head is foggy all day. I don't have to go in at a set time. I can catch up on sleep in the morning. There are always meetings at the company. You can't be dozing off in a meeting, right? Xueling chuckled softly and snuggled back under the covers. All right, I'll leave it to you. You were a boy once. You know how boys think. You'll handle him better. When I was a boy, as long as I had 3 meals a day, I was happy, Cheng Tianyuan said, quickly putting on his jacket and snorting. Kids these days have everything and still complain about this and that. They're just spoiled. Xueling laughed quietly. Can't help it. It's the way things are now. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed his socks, turned to the door and said, Go back to sleep. I'll be back soon. Xueling nodded. Cheng Tianyuan closed the door, walked down the dimly lit hallway, passed through the front hall, and headed to the front yard. The security guards and bodyguards saw him on the monitors, noticed he was dressed to go out, and quickly came to ask if he was leaving. A moment later, 2 bodyguards set out with Cheng Tianyuan. The Nanhua Hotel was one of the most iconic buildings in the newly redeveloped district, famous for its luxury and sky-high prices. Ordinary people wouldn't even consider staying there. But Zhao Huzi, with a dozen credit and bank cards on him, didn't hesitate. Even as he called for help on his phone, he was relaxed enough to fall asleep on the lobby sofa. As soon as Cheng Tianyuan walked through the grand doors, he spotted the tall, skinny, rebellious teen, now with bright green hair. He couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. The 2 bodyguards behind him snickered quietly. Young people these days always chasing trends. I have never seen green hair like that before. Gotta admire the kid's courage, Cheng Tianyuan. He sighed, walked over, and nudged the boy's arm. Xiao Huzi? Xiao Huzi? The boy woke up groggily, stared at Cheng Tianyuan, then burst out laughing and threw himself into his uncle's arms. Uncle Yuan! Uncle Yuan! You finally came! Save me! Save me! Cheng Tianyuan smiled wryly. Calm down. Grab your luggage, let's go. First, we'll go to the police station to report your lost wallet, then back to Xinyuan. Tomorrow morning, we'll go to the bank to report your lost cards. The boy grinned. Whatever you say, uncle. Cheng Tianyuan stood up and pulled him to his feet. The two bodyguards picked up his suitcase. Hey, the boy asked suspiciously. Uncle, who are they? They're the family's bodyguards, Cheng Tianyuan replied quietly. The boy paused, then burst out laughing. Uncle, you and Auntie finally have the style of real rich people. Yes, that's how it should be. You get it now. The two bodyguards exchanged glances, trying not to laugh. Cheng Tianyuan coaxed the boy. All right, enough. The car's outside. Let's go. He and the bodyguards headed for the door, the boy bouncing along behind them. Cheng Tianyuan got in the car with Xiao Huzi, one bodyguard driving and the other in the front passenger seat. After being woken up, Xiao Huzi was now wide awake and full of energy. Uncle Yuan, when did you get so sharp? These two guys are obviously pros. Look at those abs and pecs, you can tell they're the real deal. Cheng Tianyuan, still groggy from lack of sleep, shot him a look. Why did you suddenly come to the capital? Why didn't you say anything in advance? What if something happened to you in the middle of the night? How would you explain that to your dad? Xiao Huzi mumbled. He's busy with his own stuff. Doesn't care about me. I'm almost an adult anyway. You know you're almost an adult, but not actually one yet. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a sidelong glance and said quietly, The capital is crowded, with lots of people coming and going. If something happened to you out in the suburbs at night, what then? Losing your money isn't a big deal. But what if you went missing? Or got hurt? Xiao Huzi pouted and muttered, But I'm fine, aren't I? If I got lost, you'd find me. If I got hurt, I'd just go to the hospital. Cheng Tianyuan pressed, And what if you lost your life? Ever heard the phrase robbery and murder? I've heard it. Xiao Huzi grinned, winking mischievously. If I die, so be it. 18 years later, I'll be a hero again. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. You're pretty philosophical. I don't know whether to praise your courage or your thick skull. What's that supposed to mean? Xiao Huzi sensed the last part wasn't a compliment. Cheng Tianyuan explained, That's a new insult from Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin lately. Xiao Huzi asked suspiciously, Thick skull? Does that mean being dumb? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. According to a recent scientific report, people with heavier heads might have lower IQs. The person with the heaviest head ever recorded was actually a mental patient. Xiao Huzi. He slumped back on the comfy leather seat, grumbling, Uncle, you've changed. You've learned how to tease and mock people now. Learned it from you young folks, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Have to keep up, or I can't even talk to you guys. Xiao Huzi snorted. Why can't my dad think like that? If he did, I'd be so much happier. No matter what I say, he's either dismissive or clueless. I don't even bother talking to him anymore. There's always a generation gap, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I have one with Ran and the others too. Sooner or later, we'll all fall behind society and your way of thinking. Of course, that's only a problem if your thinking is actually good. Otherwise, your dad would pretend not to understand even if he did. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes and muttered, People who know me say I'm crazy. People who don't say I'm nuts. Sigh. You elders just don't get it. Cheng Tianyuan asked calmly. So if I tell your dad about tonight, do you think he'll get it? No, don't. Xiao Huzi immediately grabbed his arm. Uncle, please don't tell my dad. Otherwise he'll bombard me with calls and texts, drive me nuts, and I'll end up with a nervous breakdown. He'll hound me until I go crazy. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Is it really that bad? You've mastered the art of exaggeration from your language classes. Xiao Huzi wilted, leaning on Cheng Tianyuan's arm. Uncle, I'm begging you. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't hard-hearted. Hearing the plea, he softened. At the very least, I have to let your parents know where you are so they don't worry. As for what you're doing here, as long as it's not illegal or something bad, I won't interfere. Thanks, Uncle. Zhao Huzi immediately perked up. Just tell them I'm here on important business and I'll be home in a few days. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. What? You want me to say it for you? Uncle? You're the best, the absolute best, Zhao Huzi pleaded, bowing his head. Please help me out. If you say it, my parents will agree. If I say it, I'll just get yelled at and nagged, and my dad might even come to the capital to drag me home. That can't happen. Uncle Lu Xiaoyu is still sick and needs him. Cheng Tianyuan was curious. You know about Uncle Lu Xiaoyu? Yeah, Zhao Huzi replied. Didn't they say he got sick? My dad went to Rongcheng to see him and my grandma. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. He's not sick, he was injured. Oh? Zhao Huzi was surprised. Injured? Was it serious? What happened? Some kind of dispute? No, Cheng Tianyuan said meaningfully. He was hurt by his own son. Zhao Huzi. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. It wasn't serious, but he was really upset. Sometimes the person who can hurt a father most is a son like you. Zhao Huzi. He shrank his neck and quickly defended himself. Uncle, I might be a bit wild, but I'd never do anything truly bad. I might annoy my parents, but I'd never make them really angry, let alone hit them. I'd never dare, that's just evil. I'm not that kind of person. Cheng Tianyuan nodded slowly. That, I do believe. This kid might be a troublemaker, but he knew right from wrong. At worst, he'd skip school and play games, but he'd never cross the line. His parents were law-abiding, upright people. Even if they couldn't make their son perfect, he'd never be a real problem. Zhao Huzi grinned and hugged Cheng Tianyuan's arm. Uncle, you're the best. I knew you were the one who cared about me most in the capital. Cheng Tianyuan shook him off. Enough of that. Why are you really here? Skipping school, sneaking in at night? Tell me the truth or I'll put you right back at the hotel and put you on a plane home tomorrow. Zhao Huzi's eyes darted, and he grinned sheepishly. Uncle, I swear I'm not here to play. I really have something super important to do. I'm not lying. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. If I dump you back at the hotel, you should know the way by now. It's still fresh in your memory. Zhao Huzi shrank back and finally confessed. Uncle, I came to the capital for an esports competition. What? Cheng Tianyuan asked, suspicious. What's esports? Huh? Zhao Huzi froze for a second, then quickly explained. It's something to do with electricity. Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly, sensing the kid wasn't telling the truth. Isn't your major business management at vocational school? When did you switch to electrical engineering? Zhao Huzi's eyes darted. Uncle, this is a new thing. You might not get it. Wait till I finish the competition and win a prize. Then I'll take you to see for yourself. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but worry. It's not some shady competition, is it? Are you sure you're not being scammed? No way, Zhao Huzi quickly said. It's a world-class competition. This is the first time it's being held in China, and the first time in the capital. It's so new, that's why you haven't heard of it. Uncle, think about it. If it was some dodgy event, how could it be world-class? The organizers wouldn't put it on TV and the internet, right? Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. World-class? Yeah, Zhao Huzi explained. It's a competition from Country M, and the capital is hosting the regional finals. I made it through the preliminaries and the semis, and now it's the final round here. Hearing how official it sounded, Cheng Tianyuan finally relaxed. All right, get some rest when we get home. Is the competition tomorrow or the day after? Tomorrow at 4 p.m., Zhao Huzi replied. Okay, sleep well tonight. When you wake up, we'll go report your lost wallet. Tell me where the competition is and I'll have a driver or bodyguard take you. Okay, Zhao Huzi nodded happily. Soon they arrived at Sangsunyuan. Zhao Huzi was wide-eyed, shaking his head in amazement. Uncle, this really is the most luxurious mansion in the capital. It could be a tourist attraction. Pavilions, gardens, water features. This place is bigger than most parks. Don't exaggerate, Cheng Tianyuan yawned. Let's get you to the guest room. You can look around in the morning, no rush. Everyone's asleep, don't wake the elders. Zhao Huzi fell silent, and maybe the mood was contagious. He yawned, too. Cheng Tianyuan took him to the guest room, opened the closet for fresh sheets, and got out a light quilt. It's almost mid-autumn. Nights are chilly. Make sure you cover up. Zhao Huzi flopped onto the bed, nodding sleepily. Cheng Tianyuan went out and poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to him. The boy lay there lazily, waving him off. I'm too tired. I'll drink later. Just want to sleep. No, Cheng Tianyuan insisted. You haven't had water since you left the airport, right? You can't go without water or you'll get sick. When you're traveling, you need to rehydrate as soon as you settle in. Oh. The boy couldn't argue, so he obediently drank. If it were his own parents, he'd have brushed them off or ignored them. But Cheng Tianyuan was different. This uncle looked gentle and kind, but he was strict and principled. No nonsense allowed. Remember to change into pajamas before you sleep, Cheng Tianyuan reminded him, then closed the door and left. As soon as he was alone, Zhao Huzi didn't bother with pajamas. He dove under the covers and was out like a light. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan had breakfast with Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin. Xiao Xin, have Brother Kui take you to your chess lesson later. Zhao Chong, are you taking the bus to your art class? Yeah, Zhao Chong replied. The bus stop is 3 minutes away, and it goes right past our training center. Super convenient. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. All right, you can walk to the bus stop. Zhao Xin couldn't help but ask, Dad, where are Grandpa and Grandma? And is great-uncle still asleep? You think everyone sleeps as late as you? Cheng Tianyuan replied. They went out for a walk early and said they'd eat breakfast outside. Your mom had an early meeting, so she ate and left for work. Zhao Xin shrank her neck and giggled. It's the weekend, so I just had to sleep in a little. Cheng Tianyuan, having been young once, understood how sweet sleep was for kids and teens and even envied them a bit. After 40, no matter when you go to bed or how many times you wake up, you always wake up at the same time in the morning and can't fall back asleep. He was always an early riser. Even after being up for over an hour in the night, he still woke up at his usual time and couldn't sleep in. So he never nagged his kids for sleeping in on weekends. After all, the only time you can really sleep well is when you're a kid or a teenager. Zhao Huzi was still sleeping in the guest room. He'd probably have to be woken up at 10. Suddenly, Cheng Tianyuan remembered last night's new word and couldn't help but ask, Zhao Chong, Zhao Xin, do you know what esports is? Of course, the twins answered in unison. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. It's the first time I've heard of it. What is it, something to do with electricity? Of course not. Zhao Chong immediately corrected him, explaining seriously. Esports is actually electronic gaming competitions, short for electronic sports. It's when video games are played at a competitive, professional level. What? He really had been tricked. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. Video game competitions? Yeah, Zhao Xin explained. Only top gamers can compete in those. Big gaming companies hold these tournaments to promote their games. There are already competitions like this in the capital. A lot of our classmates are following them. Mostly boys, though. Girls don't play as much. Cheng Tianyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so that rascal not only loved gaming, he was a full-on gaming fanatic, one of those big shots who could make it to the finals. Only top players could get that far, so he must be really good. Did Ah Hu and Wang Qing know their son was this talented? Their son had been gone almost a day, and neither of them had called, probably still clueless. Xiao Chong asked curiously, Dad, are you following the competition too? There aren't any ads on TV, only online. What do you think? Cheng Tianyuan said, face dark, and explained how he'd picked up Zhao Huzi last night. He said he came to the capital for an esports competition and tried to tell me it was about electrical engineering. Pfft! Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong both burst out laughing. Zhao Chong laughed. Well, video games do use electricity, so technically he wasn't lying. Cheng Tianyuan shot his son a cold look. Are you done eating? If so, get out of here. I need to go deal with that little rascal. The twins giggled and slipped out of the dining room. Chung Tianyuan glanced at the time. It was only around 8, so there was no rush to wake Xiao Huzi. He called the airport's lost and found, but no one had turned in anything since last night. Thinking it over, he tried the taxi company's hotline, but still no luck. Feeling uneasy, he called Ahu's phone again. This time, someone finally picked up. Ahu was clearly woken up, his voice hoarse. "Bro, what's up? It's so early. I'm still sleeping," Chung Tianyuan said quietly. "Still sleeping? Did you know your son's missing?" "What?" Ahu jolted awake, panicked. "What did you just say?" Chung Tianyuan didn't want to scare him, so he quickly explained, "He's here for a couple of days, then he'll go back. Don't worry, he's a hot potato. I wouldn't dare keep him for long." Ahu fumed. "That brat slipped off to the capital without a word. He should be in school right now. I was against that boarding thing last month, and now look. He's gone in a flash." Chung Tianyuan rubbed his brow and yawned. "All right, I'll take care of him and get him on a plane home as soon as possible. He's not an adult yet. Does he have his own ID? Are those bank cards his or yours?" Ahu replied, "Yeah, some are under my name, some under Ah Ching's." Chung Tianyuan quickly asked, "They all have pins, right?" Ahu immediately sensed something was wrong. "He lost his wallet? All the cards too?" "Yeah," Chung Tianyuan explained. "I'm helping him look for it. If we can't find it, I'll take him to the police. You should call the bank and report the loss." "I'll call right away." Ahu cursed. "That damn kid. If he's not losing money, he's losing his wallet. Why doesn't he just lose himself and save me the trouble?" Chung Tianyuan laughed. "Isn't he already lost? I picked him up from a hotel lobby last night." Ahu sighed. "Bro, sorry to trouble you again. That kid's always causing you problems, just like last time." "No need for that between us," Chung Tianyuan said quietly. "The real issue is how to get this little tiger under control. I don't have any tricks. Only you parents can really handle him." Ahu gave a bitter laugh. "If I had a way, I'd have locked him in a cage by now. Ah Ching's got a lot more gray hair these past 2 years, all thanks to him. Luckily, our daughter is sweet and hardworking. If not for her, Ah Ching would have been worn out by now." Wang Ting was gentle by nature, not good at handling trouble. Now that she was older and frailer, and Ahu had his own health issues, she was even more worn down. The main reason, though, was that Xiao Huzi was just too much, always making her dizzy with worry, leaving her to sigh and wipe away tears in secret. Ahu sighed. "Honestly, part of why he's so wild is because I spoiled him too much. My wife was right. My way of thinking was off. I'm like that in business and at home, and now I'm just exhausted. Can't take care of myself, let alone the family." "It's already happened, so just try to fix what you can," Chung Tianyuan said gently. "At heart, Xiao Huzi isn't a bad kid. He gets that from you too. Boys in their rebellious phase are bound to act out and hate lectures. Give him some time. He'll get better." Ahu sighed. "There's really nothing I can do." Chung Tianyuan changed the subject. "Where are you now?" "Still in Rongcheng," Ahu replied. "Said goodbye to Xiao Yu and his wife yesterday, had breakfast with my mom this morning, then heading back to the provincial capital. Home's there, can't be away too long. Ah Ching's not well lately, can't keep up with the boy, but she probably doesn't even know he's run off to the capital." Chung Tianyuan asked with concern. "Has she seen a doctor? You'd better get back soon. Since Lu Xiao Yu's okay, you should go home." "No," Ahu said. "She'll just rest in bed if she's alone, no matter how sick she is. She won't see a doctor. I called her yesterday afternoon. Her voice was weak, sounded really tired. I asked what was wrong. She just said she'd be fine after a rest. There's a housekeeper at home, so I told her to rest and wait for me. Xiao Yu's fine now. His problem was all in his head. Unless his sons become filial, he'll never really get better." "Still not resolved?" Chung Tianyuan asked. Ahu laughed. "How could it be? They're all fighting over money, even daring to hit their own father. No way they'll give up easily. Especially the daughters-in-law, always accusing Lu Xiaoyu and his wife of hiding money, saying the family earns a lot but gives out little, probably hiding it away." Cheng Tianyuan snorted. There's all kinds of people in this world. Everyone loves money. Looks like this won't be solved anytime soon. You'd better get back to the provincial capital, especially with Wang Ting's health. Family matters like this are always messy, and as an outsider, Ah Hu couldn't get too involved, or the younger generation would resent him even more. All right, I know, Ah Hu said again. That brat is in your hands for now. Try to coax him onto a plane home as soon as you can. If coaxing doesn't work, just give him a beating and send him back. Got it, Cheng Tianyuan said, and hung up. A while later, the two cleaning ladies arrived. They came every morning and left at noon, taking care of the whole house and garden. Cheng Tianyuan reminded them, "There's a guest sleeping in the second guest room. Don't clean in there for now." They agreed. By 9, the elders and kids still weren't home. Cheng Tianyuan, just back from shopping, carried bags into the front yard. He peeked in and saw Zhao Huzi's door still closed, so he washed his hands and went to knock. He knocked again and again, over 10 times, before the door finally opened. Zhao Huzi, his green hair a mess, yawned hugely, muttered "Uncle," and turned to flop back onto the bed, eyes closed. Cheng Tianyuan knew how good he was at sleeping in, so he used his trump card. "If you don't get up now, you'll be late for the esports competition." "What?" Zhao Huzi shot up, wide-eyed. "Late?" Cheng Tianyuan snorted inwardly. "Looks like this esports competition really matters to you. Anything that can get you up in an instant must be a big deal in your heart." "Of course," Zhao Huzi said, grabbing his phone and pouting. "Uncle, I only slept 7 hours. That's not enough." Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. "It's almost 10. We need to go report your lost wallet. Who knows how long it'll take? Your match is at 2, right?" 4 o'clock, Zhao Huzi replied. "But I have to check in an hour early, so I need to leave around 2. I can't be late." Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. "Then hurry up." Zhao Huzi quickly got up to wash and get ready. Cheng Tianyuan handed him a glass of warm water. "The dining room is by the back garden. You don't know the way yet, right? Drink up. I'll take you to breakfast." Zhao Huzi gulped down the water, looking around with excitement. "Uncle, this is my first time at your new place. It's amazing. Last night, even from a distance, it looked bigger than a villa." "It's all right. Let's go," Cheng Tianyuan said. All the way, Zhao Huzi was full of exclamations. "Uncle, what's that? It looks so cool." "Uncle, what kind of wood is that? The grain is beautiful. Look, that part looks like a phoenix." "Wow, this hallway is so long it's all twists and turns, just like a suzhou garden." "Whoa, the back garden is as big as a soccer field. Didn't you say it was just 2 small courtyard houses?" "It's way more than that, right?" Cheng Tianyuan replied. "It's more than that. There's a big courtyard between the 2 Siheyuan, plus the surrounding area. Your aunt bought extra land from the developer, so it's twice as big as before." "Wow!" Zhao Huzi blinked in disbelief. "It's not downtown, but this area is really fancy. Uncle, the land here must be crazy expensive, right?" "Very." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Zhao Huzi grinned. "How much, roughly?" "Come on, I'm dying of curiosity." Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "Why do you want to know? Planning to buy?" He knew full well that not even Ah Hu could afford it, let alone Zhao Huzi. Zhao Huzi laughed. "Uncle, even if I wanted to, I couldn't afford it. But you have to have dreams, right? I can set a goal and learn from you and Auntie." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "It's expensive, tens of millions." The boy sucked in a breath, then laughed. "Well, I'll just have to work hard," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "You're young, and your starting point is way better than ours was. As long as you work hard, have the right direction and clear goals, you might even surpass us one day." "I'll try," Zhao Huzi said, eyes darting. "Uncle, I heard it took over a year to build this place, and at the peak there were hundreds of workers. With all this good wood, it must have cost a fortune, right?" "Yeah," Cheng Tianyuan said, giving up on hiding it. "I didn't ask your aunt about everything, but what I know is it cost over 30 million. Zhao Huzi whistled. "That's at least 100 million in total. Wow, that's insane." Cheng Tianyuan pointed ahead. "That's the dining room. The outer corridor leads to the main kitchen. There's a big door in the middle. If the weather's bad or it's too cold, you can close it. Part of the wall and the top are glass so you can enjoy the garden view while you eat. The gardeners come every 3 days to tend the plants. They're here today. Zhao Huzi looked around with envy. I wonder when my family will ever have a place like this. If you work hard, it's possible, Cheng Tianyuan said. How's school? Is this esports competition more important than your studies? Uh-oh. Zhao Huzi stammered. Classes? Aren't too many. I can handle them. The esports competition is the first of its kind in China. And I worked so hard to qualify for the finals. I can't just waste it. It's a huge opportunity. Cheng Tianyuan smirked inwardly but didn't call him out. Zhao Huzi kept bragging. The prize money is great, but what I really care about is the world ranking and getting on the leaderboard. Uncle, this is a really, really good learning opportunity too. Just then, Xiao Chen brought in a bowl of noodles, giving Cheng Tianyuan a flattering smile. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his gaze and nodded toward the chattering Zhao Huzi. Give it to him. Xiao Chen set down the bowl and stood aside. Cheng Tianyuan said, That's all for now. You can go. He wondered why Secretary Chen hadn't come to fire this cook yet. Usually, she was so efficient. Xiao Chen pouted and left with the tray. Zhao Huzi kept going on about how important and promising the competition was. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a fond look. Eat, enough talking. The boy slurped his noodles, praising, Professional chefs really are different. This tastes as good as a hotel restaurant. Uncle, this is the way to go. You can't do everything yourself when you have money. Spend your time making more. If I were auntie, I'd hire people for everything, so all I'd have to do at home is eat and sleep. Cheng Tianyuan rolled his eyes. Back when the elders could still help, everyone pitched in. Now they're too old and the kids are away at school. Only the 2 youngest are home. Not enough hands, so we have to hire help. Exactly, the boy nodded. And the security and bodyguards are a must. Auntie's so successful, she's a target wherever she goes. With bodyguards, no one would dare try anything. Plus, it looks so cool. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his forehead. Just eat. If you're not eating, stop talking. The generation gap was huge. Listening to these young people's nonsense sometimes made his head spin. He hadn't slept enough last night, and waking up at his usual time made him even more tired. Zhao Huzi finished eating, wiped his mouth, and burped contentedly. Uncle, I'm going to check out the garden. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed him by the back of the neck. You lost your wallet, aren't you going to report it? You little rascal. Oh, right. Zhao Huzi grinned sheepishly. I almost forgot. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. You did forget. I stayed home from work today just for you. Losing your wallet and bank cards is a big deal and you almost let it slip your mind. You need a good scolding. Heh. Uncle, don't be mad. Let's go now, right away. The bodyguard drove them to the police station. Over half an hour later, the 2 of them left. All we can do is wait for news, Zhao Huzi grumbled. We asked a bunch of questions, made calls, and now they just tell us to go home and wait? It takes time to look for things, Cheng Tianyuan said. Don't worry, we'll hear something in a day or 2 at most. Zhao Huzi shrugged, not really believing it. But since he'd heard his dad had already reported the cards lost at the bank, he wasn't worried. The bank would just reissue the cards. Losing cards wasn't new for him. His dad, worried he'd lose them again, had set pins on all his bank and credit cards. Losing the cards wasn't a big deal, since thieves wouldn't know the pins. The bank would just send new ones. As for the few thousand yuan in cash in the wallet, he didn't care at all. It was nothing to him. Cheng Tianyuan saw his expression and immediately guessed what he was thinking. Ah Hu and Wang Qing had always given their son a comfortable life, never letting him want for anything. No wonder he didn't understand how hard money was to earn. Zhao Huzi asked, Uncle, are we heading home now? Fine by me. The garden's so big I haven't even explored it yet. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No, I need to stop by the warehouse. Once I'm done, we'll go back together. After lunch, I'll have the driver take you to your competition. He'll stay with you until it's over, then bring you home. Thanks, Zhao Huzi said, not shy at all, and then added sweetly, Uncle, can you talk to my dad about letting me transfer to school here in the capital? I really love it here. More importantly, you and Auntie are here. You've always treated me best, and my parents would totally trust you. Cheng Tianyuan's mouth twitched. No way. I don't have time, and your aunt has even less. Huh? Xiao Huzi pouted. I'm old enough now, I don't need you to look after me. Just let me come over for meals on weekends. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Your parents would be fine with it, but we can't take on that responsibility. If you want to transfer here, you'll have to agree to one condition. What condition? Xiao Huzi perked up. I agree. Whatever it is, I'll do it. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Don't be so quick. I haven't even said it yet. My condition is simple. You can't take a cent from your parents. You have to earn your own tuition and living expenses until you graduate. Vocational school grades aren't high, so transferring isn't hard. If you agree, your aunt and I will arrange it right away. What? Xiao Huzi immediately frowned. Where would I get the money? How about my parents pay tuition and living expenses and I earn my own pocket money? No way, Cheng Tianyuan said firmly. You cover all your own expenses. Except for weekends when you can stay at our place, you have to live in the school dorm and attend classes on time. Xiao Huzi instantly backed down. Then, forget it. Uncle, you're too harsh. How can you expect a kid to earn all that? I heard working at a fast food place only pays a few yuan an hour. Oh, so you know? Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. If you know how hard it is to earn money, you shouldn't waste your parents' money like this. You don't study, you're obsessed with games, and now you sneak off to the capital for a gaming competition. You're getting bolder. Uh-oh. Xiao Huzi realized he'd been caught and lowered his head sheepishly. Uncle, I really do love gaming. And it's not useless. This is a brand new, booming industry with a lot of potential. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Even if there's money to be made, it's not something you should be doing now. Don't forget, you're still a student. Your studies should come first. Xiao Huzi muttered. If I wait until I graduate, I'll be too old. All the top players in gaming are young. I can't talk you out of it, Cheng Tianyuan said. After your match this afternoon, we'll see if your wallet turns up tomorrow. If it does, you leave the day after. If not, you leave the day after that. Xiao Huzi looked miserable. Uncle, do you have to be so strict? Can't you make an exception? If I win, I'll get tens of thousands in prize money. Then do your best, Cheng Tianyuan said calmly. If you can win in a field, that's a skill. But how long do you think you can live off that skill? How many of these competitions are there in the capital each year? A few at most. Can you guarantee you'll win every time? Will you still be winning when you're middle-aged? Do you really think you can make a living off this forever? Is that possible? Xiao Huzi had no answer. Cheng Tianyuan waved his hand. I won't stop you this time. Since you're already here, you wouldn't give up anyway. Go compete, but after that, get your head on straight and focus on your studies. Xiao Huzi hesitated, then said, Uncle, I also want to start a club like they do abroad. Recruit people to play games, do professional training. I think it could make a lot of money. What do you mean? Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. I want Auntie to invest in a club here in the capital. I'll manage it as the boss, and I guarantee it'll make big money. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Huzi, you really don't understand your aunt or me. Don't even ask. She'll never agree. Why not? Xiao Huzi exclaimed. This is a huge opportunity. The gaming scene here is just getting started. There's so much money to be made. Uncle, I swear this industry will make more than Auntie's big company. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. No need to swear. Your aunt won't agree, no matter how profitable it is. Impossible, Xiao Huzi insisted. Auntie's a businesswoman. Business is all about profit. If there's money to be made, no one would say no. This industry is just starting out. We can't miss this chance. Uncle, I came here ready to go all in, you know? Cheng Tianyuan felt a twinge of worry, sensing the kid might try to use this as an excuse to stay in the capital. What do you mean? You're not planning to go back to school? Xiao Huzi's eyes darted. I already applied for a 2-year leave from school. It's just a regular vocational diploma, no one cares. If my parents hadn't insisted, I'd have quit already. I want to take this chance to make some money, and if I earn enough, I'll go back to school. If not, then whatever. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his forehead. Did the school approve it? Zhao Huzi rolled his eyes and shot back. It's not a big deal. They approved it, of course. Even if I dropped out, they couldn't stop me. Cheng Tianyuan felt his headache getting worse. Do your parents know? Not yet, Zhao Huzi muttered. But they'll find out sooner or later. If they know now, they'll be mad for a few days less. I'll just admit it when they figure it out. Cheng Tianyuan. The room fell silent. Sprawled lazily on the leather sofa, Zhao Huzi said quietly, Uncle, you've always spoiled me the most. That's why I came straight to you and Auntie to start my business. Besides thinking the capital is the best place to develop, it's also because you two care about me. Not like my parents, especially my mom, who just nags and annoys me all the time. No matter what I do, it's always wrong in her eyes. It's like I can never do anything right. Cheng Tianyuan sighed, at a loss for words to scold this kid. You're skipping school when you should be studying. Do you think starting a business is that easy? That you'll succeed just because you want to? You're gambling with your life. Zhao Huzi tilted his head, looking innocent. Uncle, isn't life a gamble for everyone? Instead of getting angry, Cheng Tianyuan laughed. You're so clever, I don't even know how to praise you anymore. Don't say that, Zhao Huzi pouted. Uncle, you're the one who cares about me most. If you say things like that, it'll hurt my feelings. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. You hurt? Shouldn't you be happy? Now you don't have to go to school just like you always wanted. You're free to start your business. What could be better? Zhao Huzi's eyes darted. Uncle, about that investment I mentioned earlier, I don't have money, Cheng Tianyuan replied. If you want your aunt to invest, talk to her directly. But like I said, she'll never agree. She shouldn't miss out on such a good opportunity just because of me. Zhao Huzi patted his chest. I guarantee, this industry is super high profit. It's the most lucrative project of the future. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. Don't try to sell it to me. I'm going to the warehouse. The driver will take you back to the house. A while later, the car stopped and Cheng Tianyuan got out. Zhao Huzi wanted to follow but was stopped. The car door slammed and Cheng Tianyuan told the driver, Take him back to the house. Don't let him wander off. The bodyguard nodded. Zhao Huzi watched Cheng Tianyuan's tall figure walk away, feeling anxious. He could tell his goduncle was really angry this time, but he didn't know what to do. No matter what happens, he won't give up on his dream. It's good for young people to have dreams, Xue Ling said gently, pouring tea. That kid's not back yet? Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the darkening sky. Probably not done yet. I had the driver stay with him and bring him back when it's over. I called earlier. The driver said they bought dinner outside and 8 boxed meals. Xue Ling nodded. Nearby, Zhao Xin glanced at the chessboard, then quickly made a move. Tsk tisk. Other people say fools rush in where angels fear to tread, but he's Zhao Huzi. He's even less afraid. Decides to take a break from school, packs his bags, and flies to the capital to play games. So cool. Zhao Cheng, seeing his general captured, tossed his chess piece down in frustration. I'm done. You know you're way better than me, but you still make me play. Zhao Xin shrugged. You think I want to? It's just that Grandpa and Great-Uncle aren't here, so I had to play with you. Who knew you'd get worse and worse? Now you're not even good for making up the numbers. Grandpa and Great-Uncle had gone to the senior university to watch a dance competition, and Grandma and the other grandma went along for fun. The 4 elders had eaten early and gone out together. Zhao Cheng lifted his chin and snorted. Why don't you challenge me at painting? Come on, let's see who's better. Zhao Xin shrank back, pretending not to hear, and quietly packed up the chessboard. Their third brother flicked her forehead and stretched lazily. Life is unpredictable. You never know what'll come first, tomorrow or an accident. Who'd have thought Wan Ming would be the first to stop going to school? So jealous. Zhao Xin pretended to sigh. Can't keep up with his boldness, so all I can do is wish him the best. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a helpless smile. Young people's way of thinking was already beyond them. Even the way they talked was worlds apart. Cheng Tianyuan explained. He said he wants to start a club. Recruit top gamers, I think that's the term, form teams to compete and make money from publicity and prize money. Xiao Xin's eyes lit up. So you can play games all day? Your job is just to play games? Yeah! Xiao Cheng jumped in. Fight for rankings, fight for the leaderboard, play non-stop. Professional esports players just play games. Wow, Xiao Xin murmured. That sounds awesome. Yeah, right, third brother teased. You love eating lobster. What if you had it for breakfast, lunch, dinner, and midnight snack? And then again tomorrow, and the next day, and the next... Stop! Xiao Xin rolled her eyes and pretended to gag. Even dragon meat would make you sick if you ate it every day. Exactly, Cheng Huancheng shrugged. Don't think playing games is all fun. If you had to do it day and night, you'd see how tough it is. Unless you really love it, you won't last. I heard the industry is super competitive abroad. Brutal doesn't even begin to describe it. Sheling nodded. That's right. No matter what you do, besides opportunity and luck, you need grit and perseverance. Whether you can stick with it depends on how much you really love it. He can't. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That kid's never had a hard day in his life. He's all passion and no experience. Xue Ling smiled. Don't judge too soon. Let him compete. Maybe a little cold water will cool his enthusiasm. There's always someone better out there. He'll get a clearer sense of where he stands. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, I told him you'd never invest in him. Mom, would you invest in his club? Xiao Cheng asked excitedly. Honestly, this industry has a lot of potential. Hardly any students don't play games. The future market is huge. Third brother and I never get to play. Xiao Xin pouted. Big brother and second brother play in secret and never invite us. Xue Ling laughed and shook her head. No, I like making money, but not all money is worth making. I'm just not interested in that industry. Why not? Xiao Cheng asked curiously. Mom, you don't think the prospects are good? Maybe you just don't understand it. That's right, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. This is a young people's thing. I don't even understand it, so I shouldn't risk investing. Cheng Tianyuan glanced out the window. It's past 8. He should be back soon. Xiao Xin yawned. I'm sleepy. Go to bed then, Cheng Tianyuan said softly. You have school tomorrow. Don't oversleep again. Got it. Xiao Xin leaned on her third brother's back. Bro, let's go together. Xiao Cheng stood up and shook her off. Our rooms are in different directions. We can't go together. Oh, you won't give me a piggyback? Xiao Xin laughed, chasing after him. No cola chicken wings for you tomorrow. Xiao Cheng didn't care at all. Eat them all if you can. Just don't blame me if you get fat. How dare you curse me? Xiao Xin shot back, laughing. You're heavier than me. If anyone's getting fat, it's you. The two of them bickered their way toward the back of the house. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan kept watching TV, chatting over tea. Afang will be out in a couple of days, Xue Ling said quietly. He and Lawyer He will go pick her up. Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold. Do as you like. Xue Ling explained, she doesn't want to live at Runghua Mall, so Lawyer He helped her find a small apartment near the TV station. The neighborhood's nice and the facilities are good. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but sneer. Why not? Didn't Ah Heng's place get transferred to her name? What, is she scared to live there, afraid her father's ghost will come after her? Enough, Xue Ling scolded, giving him a look. I know you're still angry at her, but don't say things like that anymore. She's your own sister. I'm only doing all this for your parents and you. But you always act like I'm in the wrong, like I'm doing too much. After all, Cheng Tianfang's family was still the Cheng family. Nothing could change that. If she could ignore her, she really would. I have a million things to do every day. I don't have time to worry about what you think, what your sister thinks, or what your mom thinks. I'm only doing this for your parents and you. Xue Ling was upset by Cheng Tianyuan's attitude. If you're mad at her, take it out on her, not me. You know you actually agree with what I'm doing, but you always act like I'm meddling or doing something wrong. You, as her big brother, can yell at her, but I, as her sister-in-law, can't. Dad's gone. I'm just as sad and angry as you, but I have to hold it in and play peacemaker. I spend money and effort, but get no thanks. Cheng Tianyuan felt awkward and quickly tried to comfort her. No, I'm not blaming you. You know I'm just mad at her. I already said, Xue Ling huffed. If you're mad, take it out on her, not me. I'm innocent. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. Of course, I'd never take it out on you. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm just in a bad mood because of her, so my temper's a bit off. Forget it, Xue Ling sighed. Some things are in the past. Holding on to grudges just adds to everyone's troubles. Even if you beat her to death, Dad's not coming back, right? Your mom ignores her and you're learning to ignore her too, but does that really solve anything? No, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Xue Ling sipped her tea. Good. Just remember, next time don't take your anger at her out on me, or I'll get mad too. I wouldn't, Cheng Tianyuan protested. I'd never take it out on you. I just wasn't calm enough and let my feelings show. Xue Ling heard footsteps outside and gave him a look. Enough, let's drop it. Have some tea. Just then, a tall, skinny figure burst into the living room. Uncle, Auntie, I've got good news. I made it to the second half of the finals. I qualified. Even though I was last, I'm still super happy. This is my first step to conquering the world. I've taken the first step to success. The road to glory is waiting for me. Oh yeah. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly but didn't say anything. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. She figured applause was the only thing that fit, so she clapped a few times. Thanks, Auntie. Xiao Huzi grinned, grabbing a handful of peanuts. Did you eat enough for dinner? Cheng Tianyuan asked. No, I'm starving. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes. If I wasn't so hungry, I wouldn't have eaten at all. The boxed meals in the capital are so bad. I took a few bites and wanted to puke. I forced myself to eat more so I'd have energy for the next round. Want some noodles? Cheng Tianyuan offered. I think there's still a bowl of bird's nest soup in the kitchen. I'll go heat it up for you. Bird's nest soup? Xiao Huzi grinned. After a whole day of hard work, I need something nourishing. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen. Xue Ling looked him over and couldn't help but ask, Why have you lost so much weight? Can't help it, Xiao Huzi replied. It's not on purpose. The food around the internet cafe is terrible, and once I get online, my friends keep coming one after another. I barely have time to eat. That's why I keep losing weight. It's the best diet ever. Xue Ling frowned. That's not good. No matter what you do, you can't ruin your health. Look at you. Your complexion is off and your hair looks weird. Maybe you're not getting enough nutrition. Nope, Xiao Huzi laughed. I made a bet with a buddy to see who'd dare dye their hair green. I won. Since I had a competition today, I didn't want to stand out too much, so I bought a spray and just covered it up a bit. Xue Ling was incredulous. You dyed your hair green? Yeah, Xiao Huzi said proudly. It was gold at the start of the year, then orange, but that wasn't flashy enough, so I went with black and white. My buddy couldn't stand it and challenged me to a bet. Who's afraid? I went straight for green. Scared him good. Xue Ling sighed, helpless. If your mom finds out, she'll be furious. No big deal, Xiao Huzi shrugged. If she stops nagging, I'll dye it back. I've got my ways with my mom now. Xue Ling smiled wryly. You really are something. Auntie, Xiao Huzi sidled up, acting cute. Don't be like that. We haven't seen each other in so long, and the first thing you do is tease me? You can't bear to, right? That's not fair. Xue Ling squinted her eyes with a smile and said in a low voice, If you just did something good, something positive and uplifting, and didn't give me a chance to tease you, wouldn't that be better? Little Huzi. Xue Ling patted his cheek and said, You're not even fat to begin with, but you've lost over 10 pounds just from playing games. Now you look all skin and bones, it makes my heart ache, let alone your dad and mom. It just proves gaming is my true love. Little Huzi lifted his head and declared loudly, For her, I grow thin and haggard, my belt loosens, but I have no regrets. Xue Ling clapped her hands. Impressive, really impressive. Little Huzi said proudly, Of course. To make it to 8th place on the leaderboard, do you know how much effort, time, and money I've spent? Countless. Isn't that impressive? I've worked so hard I could almost cry. Xue Ling let out an and explained, I meant it's impressive that you could quote poetry so fluently for once. That's not easy. Little Huzi rolled his eyes and muttered, Auntie, there you go again. Ling laughed and put her arm around his shoulders. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Is your competition over? Take a good rest for a couple of days and then… I'm not going back. Little Huzi shook his head quickly. I've already made it to the finals. The grand finals are next Sunday. How could I leave now? Besides, I've already applied for a 2-year leave from school, so I don't even need to go back to study. Ling frowned and asked, How could you make such a big decision on your own without discussing it with your parents? Discuss what? Little Huzi muttered gloomily. Would they ever agree? If there was even a chance, of course it'd be easy to talk about, but there's no way. So what's the point in discussing it with them? How can you talk like that? Ling glared at him. Little Huzi lowered his head sheepishly and said in a low voice, I'm almost an adult now. Esports is a career that depends on youth. If I don't seize the opportunity now, I'll never get another chance. Auntie, you only get one youth, just one. I can't just muddle through life like this. I have to fight for my youth, even if it means blood and tears. I'll have no regrets. Ling's eyes were full of complicated emotions. She sighed. You're going to drive your parents crazy. There's no other way, Little Huzi said calmly. I've thought it through. If I can't convince them, I might as well go all out. Auntie, in all my life, nothing I've eaten, drunk, or worn has ever made me this satisfied. Only gaming. I'm obsessed with it. I love it. If I can't give it a few years of my all, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. Really? Ling rubbed her temples, not knowing how to persuade this stubborn kid. He was in his rebellious phase and wouldn't listen to reason. Convincing him would be nearly impossible. Maybe instead of confronting him head-on, she'd have to find another way, maybe use some leverage to change the situation. After all, new industries and opportunities were emerging all the time. She'd never denied the potential of this new field. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan brought over a bowl of bird's nest soup and handed it to Little Huzi. Eat up. I made it with some milk. Little Huzi grinned, took the bowl, and started eating in big mouthfuls. After getting used to hotel and restaurant food, I just can't eat those boxed meals outside. The taste is just awful. Only professional chefs can get it right. The heat, the flavor, everything. Ling smiled slightly and couldn't help but remind him, if you want to eat good food and hire professional chefs, that means you need a solid financial foundation. Little Huzi, if you want to eat well and live well, you have to earn that foundation for yourself. If you insist on dropping out to chase your dream, your parents definitely won't agree, and they might cut off your financial support. If you want to eat and sleep well, you'll have to earn it yourself. I can't do it just yet, Little Huzi said with a sheepish grin. But once our club is established, we can do advertising, competitions, go for prize money, and so on. Ling nodded and asked, So, you already have a preliminary plan, right? Yeah. Little Huzi slurped his food and said, I want to rent a place in the capital, recruit like-minded young people to compete, do advertising for games, train newcomers, and select top players for competitions. The initial investment is pretty big, but once we build a reputation, sponsors will come, ad revenue will come in, and then we'll start making a profit. Ling was a little surprised. She hadn't expected this kid to be so serious. He really seemed determined. This industry is very new. You need to be mentally prepared. Little Huzi grinned. Auntie, why don't you join me? With you by my side, I'll feel totally secure. With such a strong backer, he felt no pressure at all, only ambition and drive. Ling shook her head. No, I'm not interested in investing. Why not? Little Huzi was shocked. Don't you know this is a super lucrative industry? Yes, the competition is fierce, even brutal, but that's exactly why there are big opportunities. Ling chuckled and nodded. I believe you, and I think you're right. But I'm already in my 40s. My career is all about stability now, not venturing into new fields. My mindset and understanding are already starting to fall out of step with mainstream society, and I'll gradually be phased out, so I shouldn't make big investments anymore, especially not in brand new industries. Little Huzi quickly raised his hand. I can do it. Auntie, I'll give you a fresh investment plan. You provide the capital. I'll do the work, okay? Ling shook her head. Why? Little Huzi said awkwardly, You really don't have any faith in me, do you? Auntie, honestly, if it were any other industry, I wouldn't dare brag or make promises. But this industry, I can give it my all, really. Ling still shook her head. Little Huzi got anxious, even forgetting about his bird's nest soup, and grabbed her arm. Auntie, you have so much money, just invest a few million in me to get me started. Once I get going and start making big money, I'll give you a share, okay? Ling chuckled. I really can't. Why? Little Huzi couldn't help but mutter in frustration. Do you really look down on me that much? Why don't you believe in me? Sure, maybe I'm not as capable as my dad and I don't have his people skills, but I really do have a good eye. I've spent as much time in esports as the pros. I really have confidence. Auntie, I can't miss this opportunity, you know? My parents definitely won't support me, and besides you two, I don't know who else to turn to for support. Cheng Tianyuan and Ling exchanged a glance, both with a look of pity in their eyes. But pity aside, some principles had to be upheld. Ling thought for a moment and said, Don't be upset. Just listen to what I have to say first. Little Huzi slumped on the sofa like an eggplant hit by frost, completely deflated. Just say what you want. I'm listening. Ling spoke softly. If you can stand on your own 2 feet in this industry and make a bit of a splash first, I'll consider investing. What? Little Huzi jumped up excited. What are the requirements? Tell me. I've already gotten to know quite a few people in the scene. My connections are actually pretty good. Ling shook her head. That's just your groundwork. What I mean is, you need to rely on your own hands to get a foothold in this circle, and then, according to your plan, earn your first pot of gold. This. Little Huzi instantly wilted again, muttering, Without money, just relying on a few people, how is that possible? Without money, even food and a place to stay are a problem. How am I supposed to make money? Ling chuckled. That's for you to figure out. As long as you don't steal or rob or break the law, we won't stop you. Remember, it's exactly because you don't have money that you want to earn it. Those who start with a lot of capital, no matter how big a splash they make at first, very few actually make real or lasting money. The ones who can make money without money are the truly capable ones. Auntie. Little Huzi gave a bitter laugh. Can't you just give me a little startup capital? I lost my wallet, and now even my living expenses are a problem. Ling shrugged. Here, you get food and a place to stay. No matter when you come, you'll never go hungry or cold. The guest room you're staying in is always reserved for you. As long as you're in the capital, this will always be your second home. Little Huzi was moved to tears, but still anxious. It's just... Ling shook her head. No just. Bring back that confidence and ambition you had before. Little Huzi. Ling yawned. I'm done watching TV, I'm going to bed. Your uncle will keep you company for a bit. Auntie? Little Huzi grabbed her hand, making a last-ditch effort. I secretly took a leave from school and ran away. My parents are definitely furious this time. You and Uncle are my last hope. Auntie, you can't just leave me hanging. Ling shook her head and patted his shoulder gently. You're wrong. Your hope is yourself. It always has been, and it always will be. The money you earn with your own hands is the only money that truly belongs to you. Go out and give it a try. Yuan and I will always have your back. Don't worry. If you ever hit rock bottom, at least you'll always have the most luxurious garden in the capital with food and a place to stay. With that, she went back to her room. Little Huzi watched her retreating figure, feeling lost and anxious. Since last year, he'd wanted to follow the foreign model and start a club to make it big in esports, but he'd never found the chance. He'd thought that by secretly taking a leave from school and leaving home, he'd be burning his bridges. If he lost his dad's support, at least he'd still have Ling and Cheng Tianyuan to help, because he had no other way out. But he never expected Ling wouldn't invest in him right away. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but remind him. Your aunt isn't refusing to invest. She just wants to wait and see. Don't let her down. Do your best. Uncle, little Huzi grabbed his arm, aggrieved. You can't just watch me struggle. I lost my wallet and there's only a few thousand yuan in my travel bag. That's not enough. Cheng Tianyuan patted his shoulder and teased. When I saw my family in poverty and my father sick in bed, I gave up the chance to go to college and went out into the world with just a set of old clothes. I remember it clearly. I only had 30 cents and 5 dry buns in my pocket. Little Huzi, you're much luckier than I was. Little Huzi. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, I thought your aunt wouldn't invest, but it turns out she's willing. All you need to do is earn her approval. But even the best cook can't make a meal without rice. Little Huzi's hands trembled as he said, All I have are these 2 hands. How am I supposed to start from nothing? Cheng Tianyuan laughed. Of course you can. Otherwise, why would the phrase starting from scratch exist? Little Huzi muttered. But Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Games have a lot of negative effects on kids and young people. Your aunt has always refused to invest in messy industries. The fact that she's willing to make an exception for you is already a big deal. I thought she wouldn't, but her willingness shows she has faith in you. Do your best. Little Huzi had no choice but to let go of his uncle's arm. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Finish your bird's nest soup and go to bed early. If you want to watch TV, you can stay here. Uncle, little Huzi asked, Can I use the computer? I couldn't bring mine. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. Yang room is diagonally across from yours. His computer is barely used. If you need it, just go in. Except for the bedrooms, everywhere else in the house has security cameras. The security room can see everything, so when you're outside, don't do anything uncivilized, or you'll be laughed at, got it? Oh, okay. Little Huzi nodded. Cheng Tianyuan turned off the kettle and went back to his room. As soon as he entered, he heard Xue Ling on the phone, clearly talking to Wang Qing. He heard her say, Don't be angry, focus on getting better first. It's normal for kids to have their own ideas as they grow up. Don't regret this or that. What's done is done, and regret won't help. Take care of yourself first. Don't worry, he's with me. I'll look after him as best I can. After a while, Ahu grabbed the phone and there was a burst of chatter. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. Don't be like this. Scolding him now won't help. The leave of absence has already been approved, so let him try for a while. A leave is better than dropping out. If he can't make it, he'll go back to school and study hard, and you'll be at ease. If he does well, then everyone's happy, right? She spent over half an hour comforting them before finally hanging up. Cheng Tianyuan had already changed into pajamas and was lying lazily in bed. He asked, Did you calm them down? They're not coming? No, Xue Ling explained. Wang Qing's health isn't good. She has serious neck problems, gets dizzy every day, and has been going to the hospital a lot lately. After Ahu got back, he rushed her to see an acupuncturist and a massage therapist. Ahu got so angry his blood pressure shot up, so he needs to see a doctor too. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. They need to take care of themselves first, or how can they take care of their kid? They didn't manage him well before, and now it's hard to start. Exactly. Xue Ling wiped her phone screen and went to the bathroom to wash her face. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan's phone rang. He yawned and answered. What? Don't panic, take a breath and tell me. When did she go missing? What? Outside? Then okay. We'll come help look right away. Xue Ling poked her head out and asked, What's wrong? Cheng Tianyuan jumped out of bed and replied, Yu is missing. What? A moment later, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling hurriedly changed clothes and rushed out, with 2 bodyguards following them in a car. Ever since Shan Yu came to the capital for treatment, she and her family had initially stayed in a small hotel near the hospital. That hotel was mostly filled with patients and their families, so there was a constant flow of people coming and going. Cheng Tianyuan thought that being around so many strangers would be a psychological burden for Shan Yu, so he contacted a friend and arranged for the family to rent a brand new apartment in a building near the hospital. Although it was a bit expensive, the rent was nothing to Shan Yue. As long as it was good for his daughter's health, he didn't mind spending a little more. Soon, with the help of Cheng Tianyuan and Cheng Huanran, the family moved into their new home. The doctors Xue Huan recommended were all famous experts in China, and the attending physician introduced to Shan Yu was no exception. He was renowned internationally and had been researching depression for over a decade. Under his care, Shan Yu's mental state improved a lot, and her appetite also returned. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and said in a low voice, "I visited their family last weekend. Shan Yu looked much healthier. Not so timid anymore, just a bit shy, but clearly much better." Xue Ling asked, puzzled, "What did they say on the phone just now? Did she sneak out by herself? Was no one with her? Or did she get separated while playing outside?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Shan Yue said she snuck out on her own." "How long has it been?" Xue Ling asked. "Did they call the police?" Cheng Tianyuan answered, "Almost an hour now. Aunt Chen hasn't been sleeping well and was dizzy, so she went to rest as soon as it got dark. Shan Yue was busy in the kitchen and thought Shan Yu was watching TV in the living room. When he finished and went to check, she was gone. Shan Yu never dared go out alone before, so he didn't think much of it, assumed she was in her room. By the time he realized something was wrong, more than an hour had passed." Xue Ling rubbed her forehead and said, "There must be a security office in the complex. Have them go to the property management and check the elevator cameras, then check the main gate cameras to see which way she went." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan pulled out his phone, giving a helpless smile. "I was so anxious just now I rushed over to help look and forgot to remind them. They must be even more panicked than us and didn't think of this." Soon, Shan Yue's phone connected. After a quick conversation, Cheng Tianyuan hung up and said with a wry smile, "He and Aunt Chen were searching frantically nearby, but after my suggestion, they've gone back to the complex to check the security footage." Xue Ling said quietly, "It's hard to stay calm in a situation like this." "Luckily, Shan Yu's mental state is much better now," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "I remember she even greeted me on her own last time. Her voice was still soft, but she's so much better than when we first welcomed them." Xue Ling nodded. "Still, we need to find her quickly. Don't forget she's still fragile and can't handle too much stress." Her condition had finally improved, but if something happened now, all their efforts would be wasted. Cheng Tianyuan understood this too and said quietly, "We just have to find her as soon as possible." It was already past 10 at night, but the traffic had eased, so they reached the complex entrance in just over 10 minutes. Shan Yue looked pale, and Chen Shuiyu was sobbing, wiping her tears nonstop. "I don't know what's gotten into her. She went out by herself after 8, took the elevator down, and headed straight for the main gate. We're still checking the cameras to see if she left the complex." Xue Ling supported Chen Shuiyu and tried to comfort her. Just then, a middle-aged man in a security uniform came out. "We found her. After she left the main gate, she turned left and kept going. Didn't stop at all. Looked like she was heading straight for somewhere." "Thank you," everyone said. Shan Yue, eyes red, said quietly, "To the right of the gate is another complex and some convenience stores, so there are more people that way. The left leads to the hospital. Could she be having a relapse?" Chen Shuiyu cried as she walked. "How could you let this happen? I always watch her. Even if she's just sitting there, I don't dare take my eyes off her, afraid she'll disappear in a second. I just took a short nap and she's gone. Why couldn't you watch her more closely? Huh?" Shan Yue, frustrated, shouted, "I was in the kitchen washing dishes, not slacking off. How was I supposed to know she'd just disappear like that? How is this my fault? Do you think I did it on purpose? She's my daughter too. I'm just as worried as you. Why are you yelling at me?" "I'll yell if I want," Chen Shuiyu sobbed. "You're useless. I asked you to watch our daughter and you couldn't even do that. Why can't you be more careful? If anything happens to Shan Yu, I'm telling you, I won't go on living. Do whatever you want." "I won't go on either," Shan Yue shot back crying. "You think I don't care for her? She's your daughter, but she's mine too. You think I'd do this on purpose? Enough, Shualing said sternly. Is this the time for fighting? Huh? What's the point of arguing now? You think yelling in the street will bring Shan Yu back? Will it? Both of them fell silent, anxiously looking around for their daughter. Cheng Tianyuan pulled up a photo of Shan Yu on his phone and showed it to the bodyguards so they could help search. But after searching for over an hour, they still had no leads. Cheng Tianyuan said with difficulty, "We should call the police. It's almost midnight." Every second they delayed, the girl was in more danger. Xue Ling wasn't used to walking so much, and after more than an hour of searching, her legs were sore and her feet numb, even though she was wearing cloth shoes. She saw a bench ahead and helped Chen Shuiyu sit down to rest. "Let's call the police. The capital is so big and the city center is crowded. Looking for someone without a clue is like finding a needle in a haystack." Shan Yue called the police. Cheng Tianyuan saw a coffee shop ahead and asked, "Thirsty? I'll go buy some hot milk tea for everyone. Wait here." Xue Ling nodded and reminded him, "Get 2 cups of warm water." Cheng Tianyuan hurried into the coffee shop. Chen Shuiyu kept crying and wiping her nose. "Why can't this child ever let us have a moment's peace? When I was pregnant with her, I almost lost my life. Now her father and I are getting old and she's ended up like this, so we have to keep taking care of her. You, where did you go? Please, nothing must happen to you." Sob. Xue Ling held her up and said softly, "Don't do this. The child hasn't been found yet. You can't collapse before she's back." Chen Shuiyu threw herself into Xue Ling's arms, choking with sobs. "Lingling, why is my life so hard? Other people's lives just keep getting better, but mine gets harder and harder. The child was finally starting to look a little better, so why did she suddenly run off? With her illness, she can't take any shocks, not even a little. Do you think maybe she saw something on TV that upset her?" Xue Ling's eyes were red as she comforted her. "It'll be okay. I think she just went out for a bit. We'll find her soon." But Chen Shuiyu couldn't believe it and kept crying. Shan Yue came over, looking very grim. "The police will be here soon to help search. They told us to keep looking nearby, especially places the child likes to go." Chen Shuiyu was stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "She doesn't have anywhere she likes to go. Other than the hospital and the apartment, we haven't been anywhere lately." Shan Yue thought for a moment and asked, "Could she have gone to the little park across the street? Last time, Ranran took her there for a walk." Chen Shuiyu glared at him. "You have no sense of direction at all. The security footage showed her going left, not across the street. The hospital's counseling center is closed, and we already checked there." Shan Yue hung his head and sighed, exhausted in both body and spirit. "Let's just wait. Turn your phone volume up. Maybe she'll remember us and call." Chen Shuiyu kept sobbing, unable to speak. Cheng Tianyuan came back and handed each of them a bottle. Xue Ling was already hungry and drank half the bottle in one go. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan's phone rang. "Hello. We're in front of the coffee shop. Where are you?" "Really? Okay, we'll come right over." The 3 of them asked excitedly, "Is there news?" "Where's Yu? Did the bodyguards find her?" Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Don't worry, they found a shop at the intersection up ahead with security cameras. They saw Shan Yu walk by more than 2 hours ago, asking passersby for directions, then continuing on." "Quick, let's go," said Xue Ling. Finally, there was news. Everyone rushed over to meet up with the bodyguards. A little while later, the police arrived. With their help, they quickly found out where Shan Yu was. Someone just called the police to say there was a pretty little girl lost outside the drama theater across from the medical college. She didn't know how to get home. The caller said the girl seemed confused and gave strange answers to questions. "That must be Shan Yu," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "She has some mental health issues and doesn't speak very clearly." With this clue, everyone quickly got in the car and headed to the location. Half an hour later, they thanked the police and brought the tear-stained Shan Yu home. By then it was already past 2 a.m, and the streets were nearly empty. Cheng Tianyuan suggested, Why don't you move into our compound? We have security at both gates and there are cameras everywhere. Plus, we have a chef, so you won't have to worry about meals. You can just focus on Shan Yu's treatment, with no other worries. Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu exchanged a nervous glance. Xue Ling, holding the now sleeping Shan Yu, couldn't help but add her own encouragement. She's not as afraid of strangers now, and she seems to remember us. Tonight you should go back to your familiar place. Tomorrow, if she needs treatment, go to the hospital. If not, come to our place for lunch and dinner. There are lots of trees and flowers and plenty of space to move around. Shan Yu might like it even more. Once she's used to it, and if she likes it, you can move in for good. Chen Shuiyu thought for a moment, then said awkwardly, "It sounds wonderful. But it's such an imposition. Your family is so big." "It's no trouble," Xue Ling explained. "There are several guest rooms in the house. The 2 older boys usually stay at school, so there's plenty of space. We just hired a new chef who's great at making snacks. Meals and snacks are all taken care of, so you won't be too tired looking after Shan Yu." Chen Shuiyu and Shan Yue were already tempted, and said quietly, "We're getting old, and our health isn't great. The capital is so big and we don't know our way around. Running here and there is exhausting. Sometimes we just can't manage." "Don't be polite," Cheng Tianyuan said with a frown. "We've known each other for years. If we're inviting you, it's with real sincerity." Shan Yue gave an embarrassed smile. Then we won't stand on ceremony. Lingling, thank you. Yuan, thank you." The next morning, Xue Ling didn't go to work and caught up on sleep at home. The new chef arrived, a man in his 50s from the south, who said he'd been working in the capital for over 10 years. "I've always worked in restaurants, always as a chef, never as an apprentice. My family used to run a pastry shop that was quite well known locally. My wife passed away a few years ago, and my children are all grown and have their own families. I feel like I can still work for another 20 years, and I don't want to retire just yet. So I came back to the capital to find a job." Cheng Tianyuan found him honest and cheerful, strong and healthy, with a rosy complexion, and was very satisfied. "The agency said you've already had a health check, right? I'll call you Chef Li?" "Yes, I just had a checkup last week. Just call me Old Li." Old Li explained. "When I worked in restaurants, I'd get a checkup every 6 months and everything was always fine. My cholesterol is a little high, but otherwise I'm healthy." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and asked, "What did the agency tell you?" Old Li replied, "They said you wanted someone with high professional skills and good health, and that your standards were high, so I should be careful to do a good job." Cheng Tianyuan laughed and shook his head. "Don't use words like that. We're just ordinary people. The house is busy, so we need help. Come, I'll show you the kitchen. There's a young woman in there too, also surnamed Li. There was another before, but she talked too much and didn't work hard, so we let her go." Old Li nodded and asked, "How many people do I cook for each day? How many snacks?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "In the morning, usually 8 or 9 people. At lunch, just 3 elders. In the evening, 8 or 9 again. On weekends, my 2 older sons come home, so add 2 more. The bodyguards and security eat separately. Xiao Li handles their meals, which are taken to the security room and the gates at different times. Chef Li, you'll mainly be responsible for snacks and helping Xiao Li with the main meals." "That's not too many," Old Li said with a relieved laugh. "My son and daughter both live and work in the capital and have their own families here. They wanted me to retire, but since I insisted on working, they told me to find something less tiring. Restaurant work is long and hard, and they didn't approve. What you need here is just right." Cheng Tianyuan smiled and nodded. "It's great that we're a good fit for each other. There are 3 elderly people in the house, so please make the food as soft as possible, since their teeth aren't what they used to be." "No problem," Chef Li replied. "I'm half an old man myself. My teeth aren't great either, so I can't eat anything too hard. Don't worry, the snacks I make are suitable for everyone, both crispy and soft. I'm from the south, so I can make a lot of traditional southern snacks." "Good," said Cheng Tianyuan. "The kitchen was renovated by professionals, and it's fully equipped. Take a look around, and if you need anything else, just let me know and I'll get it for you." He led Chef Li into the main kitchen. Chef Li looked around and soon broke into a happy smile. It's really well equipped. Even big hotel kitchens aren't this complete. Wealthy families really are different, Chung Tianyuan said warmly. We're just a bit well off, not some super rich family. My wife and I are both very busy. She's even busier than I am. If anything comes up in the kitchen, call me right away. The 3 elders are getting on in years, so it's hard for them to go to the market. I can't go regularly either, so lately Xiao Li and Xiao Chen have been going early in the morning to buy groceries. There's no need for a fixed work schedule. Just make sure breakfast is ready in the morning. Mealtimes aren't set in stone. Lunch is usually just the 3 elders. We only come home with the kids in the evening, so dinner should be as plentiful as possible. After dinner, you can finish up for the day. Chef Li nodded and asked, So from about 6:30 in the morning to 8 at night? Chung Tianyuan replied, No need to be that strict. We usually have breakfast around 7 or a bit later. Now that the weather's cooler, dinner is after dark. You can arrange things as you see fit. No need to stick to rigid hours. You can leave the dishes for the morning and start with breakfast prep. When you have time, go to the market for fresh ingredients. You and Xiao Li can take turns. Just make sure meals aren't delayed and the rest is up to you. All right, Chef Li smiled. Any dietary restrictions in your family? No, Chung Tianyuan explained. The kids are growing, so just don't make things too spicy. They get heaty easily. Chef Li laughed. That's easy. Chung Tianyuan continued. I'll give you grocery money every week. You and Xiao Li are in charge. If it's not enough, I'll add more. If there's extra, we'll roll it over to the next week. If you need to buy anything big, just make a note of it. We don't have many restrictions. Expensive ingredients and items are in the big fridge. Every few days, prepare something special for the elders. You don't need to buy those. My wife often brings back a big bag. Oh, okay, Chef Li agreed. Chung Tianyuan added, The security system here is a bit complex. Except for bedrooms and bathrooms, there are cameras everywhere. If there's an emergency, just wave at the cameras and security will come quickly. Chef Li was a bit surprised but nodded in understanding. The agency manager had already told him this was the most luxurious private residence in the capital, not an ordinary place. Chung Tianyuan smiled. You're a senior pastry chef, so your salary is 1,000 wen more than Xiao Li's. For now, it's set at 6,000. If you work overtime during holidays, you'll get double pay. Is that all right? Oh, that's fine, Chef Li said, a little disappointed. But can I ask if there's a place to stay here? I don't need much. Just a spot in the corner to lay out a mat is fine. Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment. We don't usually provide accommodation, but there's a spare bed in the security room. There's a bathroom and shower outside and 6 beds inside. If you don't mind. Not at all, Chef Li said happily. I used to stay in dorms with 12 people when I worked in restaurant kitchens. 6 is nothing. Chung Tianyuan lowered his voice. The security staff work in shifts, so there are plenty of beds, but usually only 1 or 2 people stay overnight. It's quite spacious. Previously, the kitchen staff were all women and the security all men, so we didn't let the women stay overnight and gave them a travel allowance instead. Previously, Xiao Chen wanted to stay overnight, but Xueling refused, saying there were no beds for her. There were empty rooms and beds in the security room, but with all the security guards and bodyguards being men, it really wouldn't have been appropriate for a woman to stay alone. Luckily, Xueling refused. Otherwise, with Xiao Chen's personality, the security room would have been a mess. The estate was huge and hard to manage, with over 10 family members plus security and bodyguards, already quite a crowd. Chef Li couldn't help but ask, If I stay in the dorm, I don't have to pay, right? No, Chung Tianyuan replied. All staff in the estate live here for free. Just get along with everyone, be considerate, and don't cause trouble. Chef Li nodded eagerly. Chung Tianyuan smiled. When can you start? We're short-handed right now, so the sooner the better. He had insisted on letting Xiao Chen go, and it wasn't easy for Xiao Li to handle the kitchen alone, so he needed to find someone suitable quickly. This time, he'd told the agency in advance to look for a male chef, not too old or too young. They said they only had a pastry chef available at the moment, not a full chef. He thought that was fine and asked them to bring him over. The man seemed honest and reliable, should be a good fit. I'll go pack my things now, Chef Li said cheerfully, looking at the back garden. This place is so big and beautiful, really nice. I'm free anyway, so I'd love to start as soon as possible. How about I start this afternoon? I can make some pastries for everyone to try. Sure, said Cheng Tianyuan. Start today. Our family loves pastries. Make a tray for everyone to taste. All right, Chef Li grinned. I'll make a few different flavors for you. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in satisfaction. It's not the start of the month, but we usually pay salaries on the 1st. If you start today, I'll count your pay from now and you'll get your salary at the start of next month. Great, thank you. Chef Li breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, I'm staying at my son's place now. The apartment is small, so I sleep on a mat every night. My son and grandson are good to me, but my daughter-in-law always seems to look down on me and sometimes makes snide remarks. I can't wait to find a job and move out. Cheng Tianyuan seemed to remember something and said quietly, One more thing. The estate isn't open to visitors, so please don't bring outsiders in. The security guards are all professionally trained, and if there's a misunderstanding, it could cause trouble for everyone. Oh, of course. Chef Li nodded. I understand. Cheng Tianyuan was reassured and took him to meet Xiao Li, then returned to the front yard. Chef Li greeted Xiao Li with a cheerful smile. My surname's Li. Your surname's Li. Maybe we were family 500 years ago. It's fate that we get to work together. You look at least 20 years younger than me, a whole generation apart. Is it all right if I call you Xiao Li? Xiao Li nodded quickly. Then can I call you Uncle Li? Ha ha. Chef Li laughed heartily, half joking. Can't you call me brother instead? The older I get, the more I like being called young. These days, I love it when people call me little brother. Xiao Li pursed her lips and went along with it. Brother Li? Hey, Chef Li responded happily, then gave a brief self-introduction. From now on, I'll be in charge of desserts and snacks for every meal. Before you cook anything, let's discuss it and try to coordinate the flavors. Let's help each other out and do a good job together, all right? All right, Xiao Li nodded. She hadn't expected Zhao Chen to be dismissed so easily with just a phone call. Her pay for the month was handed over in an envelope, and the family didn't say a word. Clearly, they didn't want her anymore. Zhao Chen left feeling awkward and resentful, grumbling a bit as she packed up her few kitchen tools and left without looking back. Zhao Li, who worked with her every day, naturally knew why she'd been let go. She hadn't been diligent, liked to slack off, was always prying into the family's private preferences, and even indulged in unrealistic fantasies, sometimes bothering the family. Zhao Li herself was a steady, rule-abiding person. Out of collegiality, she'd quietly tried to advise Zhao Chen, but Zhao Chen wouldn't listen, saying, You have a husband, so you don't understand how stifling and anxious it is for a young woman to be stuck in a kitchen corner. Zhao Li really couldn't relate, but she knew that to do a job well, you needed enough passion and perseverance. Most importantly, you had to stick to your principles. She actually liked this job a lot. The environment was clean and pleasant, the family was kind and easy to get along with, the workload wasn't heavy, and the pay was above average for the industry. So when Zhao Chen was fired, she'd been secretly worried she'd be caught up in it too and let go, so she kept her head down and worked quietly. Luckily, the family didn't say anything to her, just told her to hang in there for a few days while they found someone else to help. She breathed a huge sigh of relief and felt even more grateful to the family, working even harder. Chef Li didn't ask who she'd worked with before, but he could guess the previous person hadn't satisfied the family. He asked Xiao Li about the family's preferences. Anyone especially like sweets? Or prefer sour flavors? No special preferences, Xiao Li explained with a smile. The whole family isn't picky, they eat whatever's cooked. There are a lot of elders and kids, so they prefer lighter flavors. Really? Chef Li was surprised. Young people these days all love fried or barbecued food. Strong flavors. Very satisfying. Xiao Li shook her head. I thought so too at first. I used to cook Cantonese food, which is light, and I worried they wouldn't like it. But they actually do and really enjoy it. The old lady once said the kids were never allowed to be picky. Whatever was cooked, they ate. I see. Chef Li chuckled, lowering his voice. Some rich families really spoil their kids. Won't let them eat this, must have that, always catering to their tastes. This family is pretty special. Zhao Li added quietly. They don't put on airs at all. Very easy to get along with. Chef Li felt reassured and laughed awkwardly. Honestly, I didn't want to come at first. The agency said this was a famous, wealthy family in the capital, living in the city's most luxurious mansion. I was so intimidated I kept shaking my head. I'm just an ordinary pastry chef. Surely they'd look down on me. But the agency said they just wanted someone skilled, not high-flown, so I thought I'd give it a try and didn't expect to get hired so easily. I thought there'd be a big competition, lots of people interviewing. Zhao Li couldn't help but laugh. Brother Li, you've probably watched too many TV dramas. Over the next 2 days, Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu brought Shan Yu to visit the estate. Maybe it was the beautiful, peaceful environment, but Shan Yu really liked it and stayed for hours at a time. Everyone had been told not to be too enthusiastic or anxious around her, so they kept their distance, letting 1 or 2 people approach at a time. Shan Yu was still a bit afraid of strangers, but seeing there weren't many people and no one crowding her, she soon relaxed. Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu were deeply grateful, and seeing their daughter adapt so well, they brought over their luggage and the family of 3 officially moved into Xinyuan. "Oh, right! We should let Ran know," Shan Yue reminded Cheng Tianyuan. "He comes to the hotel to see us whenever he has time every few days. Don't let him make a wasted trip." "Sure," said Cheng Tianyuan. "Tomorrow's the weekend, so he'll probably come home. There are lots of club activities at school and he's always busy. He hasn't been home for 2 weekends in a row." "Ran's a really good kid," Chen Shuiyu praised with a smile. "Cheerful, generous, and handsome. He must be very popular with the girls at school." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "We don't manage him much. He's grown up. He can figure out life on his own." Suddenly, Shan Yu turned around and asked happily, "Where's brother? I want to find him." "Wait," coaxed Chen Shuiyu. "Brother will be home tomorrow. This is his house. We'll wait for him here, okay?" "Okay." Shan Yu nodded obediently. After a pause, she added, "Brother said the plays are good. I went to see, but I couldn't find him there." "Huh?" Shan Yu suddenly realized and asked, "That night, did you go out especially to see the play?" They'd thought she'd wandered off and gotten lost, but it turned out she'd gone there on purpose. Shan Yu gave a soft Everyone was stunned. Cheng Tianyuan asked gently, "Do you know your way around the city? How did you find your way there?" Shan Yu shook her head. "I listened to what brother said, then looked at the street signs and found my way slowly. When I got there, they wouldn't let me in at the theater door because I didn't have a ticket. I peeked through the window for a while. It was really interesting." Chen Shuiyu laughed with delight. "The doctor said she remembers lots of words and phrases, and it's true. She can even read the street signs in the capital. The city's so big with so many roads, even I can't figure them out." "That's a huge step forward," Shan Yu said excitedly. "That night, we thought you'd just wandered off, and we were so scared. But you actually went out on your own." Shan Yu nodded. "Brother gave me a map of the city with the bus routes. Once I learn the routes, next time I can take the bus by myself and come back on my own. Then you and Dad won't have to worry about me getting lost." "Great. Wonderful." Her parents were so moved, their eyes filled with tears. Everyone was happy to see Shan Yu making such progress in her recovery. On the weekend, both Cheng Huanran and Shui Yang came home. With Shan Yue's family and the unexpected guest, little Huzi, there were suddenly 5 or 6 more people in the house. The dining room was very spacious, and adding another table was no problem at all. Little Huzi was in a bad mood and dragged Xie Yang to drink with him. Xie Yang was gnawing on a chicken leg, mumbling, "Why drink beer? There's food, meat, and soup. What's not to like? These snacks are great. I haven't had rice cakes in ages. I've really missed them." "Eat, eat, eat." Little Huzi rolled his eyes. "Can you think about something besides eating?" Xie Yang glared back. "It's mealtime. What else should I be thinking about?" Little Huzi was momentarily speechless, then pouted. "Why don't you care about me? I'm in a terrible mood." She Yang finally took a break, grabbed a beer, and clinked glasses with him. "What's up? Running away from home again?" "Bro, you're not a kid anymore. You can't keep pulling this stunt, or it's like the boy who cried wolf. No one will care after a while. You keep doing this, and if you're not tired of it, Uncle Hu must be." Little Huzi snorted. "He gets annoyed just seeing me. If he ignores me for a few days, isn't that exactly what he wants?" "Perfect for him." She Yang couldn't help but ask, "Do you really think it's good? Uncle Hu really ignoring you? Doesn't that feel even worse?" "Huh?" Little Huzi was caught off guard, then gloomily took a few more gulps of beer. When he first ran away from home, his parents were frantic, calling nonstop, searching everywhere. But this time was different. They hadn't even called once. If Uncle Yuan hadn't told him he'd called his dad to cancel his bank card, he would have thought his parents didn't even know he'd run away again. Since they knew, why hadn't they called? Before, they'd beg him to come home, even fly all the way to the capital to get him, coaxing and pleading, whatever it took. But now, it was different. His parents' hands-off attitude, not caring anymore, made what he thought would be a happy thing actually leave him feeling unsettled. He used to wish they'd leave him alone, but now that they had, he wasn't used to it, and it made him feel stifled. "Dude, am I just being ridiculous?" Little Huzi scoffed. "When someone cares, I wish they'd leave me alone. Now that no one cares, I feel uncomfortable?" She Yang shook his head. "Not too bad. Just the usual kind of ridiculous." "Hey," Little Huzi grumbled, "is that how you comfort someone? Do you even know what comfort means?" "Do you need comforting?" She Yang laughed. "You can travel from south to north on your own, and you want to start a business and make big money as a teenager? A gutsy little man like you, do you really need comfort?" "Huh?" Little Huzi couldn't out-talk him, so he just rolled his eyes and focused on his crab roe bun. She Yang asked curiously, "Is that good?" "My dad said the new pastry chef made it." "It's all right," Little Huzi said offhandedly. "Pretty tasty, I'd give it a 90. She Yang knew this guy was picky, so anything he rated that high had to be good. He grabbed the last two with his chopsticks and started eating. Just then, Chung Huanran spoke up, "Yang, give one to Yu. "Huh?" She Yang looked up. Chung Huanran nodded toward Shan Yu, who was eyeing the crab roe buns on his plate. Though a bit reluctant, She Yang handed over his last one. "Sis Yu, here you go." Shan Yu glanced at him shyly, her cheeks turning pink. "Thank you." She picked up the bun and happily started eating. She Yang turned back and kept eating. Little Huzi stared for a moment, then asked, "Who is she?" She Yang saw him staring and replied, "That's Shan Yu, Uncle Shan Yu's only daughter. They're from the southern islands. She used to be our neighbor, played with us on and off for 2 or 3 years, then moved back south. She's older than me, younger than my brother, and a couple years older than you. What, you don't know them?" "Didn't Uncle Hu ever tell him about Uncle Shan Yu's family?" "That's impossible." Little Huzi finally snapped out of his daze, excited. "So it's her! Hey, a real star! I've seen her act before." "Shh." Shui Yang pinched his cheek and whispered, "Quiet. She has depression, can't handle any shocks. She starred in a movie that got canceled, took it really hard, and was sick for a long time. She's only just getting better." Little Huzi pulled his hand away, grumbling, "Gross, I'm trying to eat here, you're ruining my appetite." She Yang ignored him and kept eating, but Little Huzi slid over, grinning. "She's really pretty. Her skin's so fair and smooth, and those big, soulful eyes. Just looking at her makes my heart skip a beat." She Yang pretended not to hear. The only thing that could move him was good food. Little Huzi swallowed and asked, "They live here? The family that moved in a few days ago?" "Yeah." She Yang rolled his eyes. "Aren't they right across the hall from you? You slowpoke?" Little Huzi muttered, "The place is huge. So many rooms and they're down the hall. I can't keep track of everyone." She Yang couldn't help but ask, "Didn't your competition end? What's your plan now?" "Not sure yet." Little Hoosy's eyes dimmed. I'm on leave from school, so I don't have to go back. I've been talking to some friends who are interested in starting something. We want to form a team, recruit top players and newbies, and make a name for ourselves first. Shi Yang nodded. Sounds like a solid plan. Too bad we have no money. Little Hoosie sighed. Just putting a team together costs over 10 grand. We can't even afford equipment. Shi Yang thought for a moment. Find investors? Isn't that what everyone does? But who? Little Hoosie muttered. Your mom won't invest. Your dad won't either. Who else can I ask? Please, Shi Yang scoffed. There are more business people in the capital than just my parents. They don't know anything about games, never worked in the industry. If you asked me, I'd say no a million times too. Little Hoosie had no answer. Shi Yang peeled 2 big shrimp and handed one to him. Why not look for someone in the industry? Where there are games, there are game companies. Companies need advertising, right? You could look for sponsors. Little Hoosie's eyes lit up and he threw his arm around Shi Yang's neck. Bro, that's a great idea. You really are smart. Shi Yang shoved him away, laughing. Get off me. Don't mess with me when I'm eating shrimp. Everyone ate and chatted happily. Shan Yu sat between her mother and Chung Huanran, occasionally chatting with Huanran. Huange, is that play you mentioned really that good? Chung Huanran smiled. It's pretty good. There are plays there almost every day, and a lot of people go. I'm free this weekend. If you want to go, I'll take you and Xiao Chong and the others to see it. Really? Shan Yu asked, delighted. Chung Huanran nodded. Xiao Chong and Xiao Xin just finished their exams, so they don't have to study this weekend. I was planning to take them out. There's a youth play on right now. Perfect for them. Shan Yu, holding her crab roe bun, asked nervously, Is it suitable for me? Of course, Chung Huanran smiled. It's perfect for you too. I didn't even know about that theater at first, but the entertainment rep in my class works there part-time and often gives us tickets, so we go to support. Shan Yu had always loved singing, dancing, and performing arts. Thank you. Just remember to take me. I don't know my way around. Last time I got lost outside the theater. Chung Huanran smiled wryly. Don't go wandering off alone next time, especially at night. It's too dangerous. Shan Yu blushed and whispered, I know. Chung Huanran glanced at his younger siblings. Seeing his sister's mouth covered in oil, he dotingly handed her a wet napkin. Shan Yu looked at his gentle, handsome profile, unable to hide her admiration. Just then, she felt someone staring at her from behind. She turned her head suspiciously, only to see a 17 or 18-year-old boy propping up his chin, gazing at her in a daze. Startled, she shrank back like a frightened rabbit. Little Hoosie grinned and nudged Shi Yang, who was still eating. Hey, that big sister is really interesting. Shi Yang shot him an annoyed look, quickly swallowing his food. I'm warning you. She's not someone you can mess with. She's one of us, and her depression isn't fully cured yet. Little Hoosie nodded absent-mindedly, glancing at Xiao Xin, then at Shan Yu. Xiao Xin's still a bit too young. Her features haven't fully developed. She's cute, but you can only see her as a little sister. But that big sister, she's beautiful, tall, and elegant like a model. Just looking at her makes your imagination run wild. Shi Yang kept eating, ignoring his nonsense. Little Hoosie took a sip of beer, already tipsy. Yang, how about a few rounds later? Still got homework, Shui Yang replied. I rushed home after training and haven't finished yet. Do it tomorrow, Little Hoosie grinned. It's the weekend, plenty of time. Let's pull an all-nighter. Your room's just down the hall, a few steps away. Get lost, Shi Yang laughed. Stop tempting me. I promised my parents. Training first, study second. If I slack on either, they'll send me home. So go home, Little Hoosie muttered. Can't swim, training's interrupted, go home and inherit billions. Sounds like a best-selling novel. Shi Yang burst out laughing. Little Hoosie clung to his arm, coaxing, Come on, let's play a few classic rounds. When I finish my homework, I'll run right over. Shui Yang shook his head. Not before I'm done. Little Hoosie rolled his eyes. Hurry up, you have to be there before 9. Suddenly there was a yelp. Shi Ling, holding her finger, frowned with a smile. Forgot to cut the prawn's spike. Pricked my finger. You okay? Chung Tianyuan quickly took her hand to check. Seeing there was no blood, he wiped it with a napkin. Just a scratch, no bleeding. Then he peeled the prawn and handed it to Xue Ling. Xue Ling lazily enjoyed his care, her face and eyes full of gentle sweetness. Little Huzi watched the whole thing and couldn't help but lower his voice. How come Aunt and Uncle Yuan are always so close? Heh, heh. Shi Yang laughed too, whispering, Because my dad's considerate. Little Huzi raised an eyebrow. That's it? Just that? You know nothing, Shi Yang scoffed. Women love considerate men. All those domineering CEO types on TV? Only little girls fall for that. In real life, who wants a moody, arrogant guy? That's just asking for trouble. Women want to be cared for and cherished. Honestly, so do we men. Who doesn't want to be loved? Little Huzi stared at him for a while, then burst out laughing, hooking his arm around Xie Yang's neck. Bro, you're a love expert. No wonder girls chase after you. Bet you've got a ton of admirers, right? Xie Yang didn't care, picking at his chicken. I'm young and healthy. Of course girls like me. I'm not missing any limbs. Yo, Little Huzi laughed. How many? Tell me. Xie Yang shook his head, grinning. What's there to brag about? Only someone like you who no one likes would be so interested. Pfft. Little Huzi lifted his chin. I was a heartbreaker before you were out of diapers. Xie Yang shot back. Had girls after you when you were still in diapers? Must have been the daycare teachers. Little Huzi laughed, punched his shoulder. I'm full. Going to my room to wait for you. He hurried out of the dining room, looking around as he went, and didn't notice the slender figure coming toward him. Ow! The two bumped into each other. Little Huzi had always been quick and energetic. Instinctively, he grabbed Shan Yu as she stumbled, pulling her upright. As soon as she steadied herself, seeing his face, her expression turned pale with shock. His show-off, heroic side took over, and he held her in his arms without hesitation. Shan Yu was terrified, her face white, eyes blinking nervously. Little Huzi, playing it cool, raised an eyebrow. Big sister, are you okay? Did you get hurt? She stared at him in panic, like a startled bird, broke free from his arms and stammered, No! Before running off. Little Huzi watched her fleeing figure, grinning lecherously. No wonder she's a beauty, soft, fragrant, and holding her felt amazing. His gloomy mood from the past few days instantly lifted. He couldn't help but chuckle, bouncing and skipping all the way to his room. Shan Yu was badly startled, her heart beating irregularly. She patted her chest, catching her breath as she returned to her seat. Chung Huanran glanced at her, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Nothing. Shan Yu smiled shyly, explaining, I just got a fright. I was coming back from the bathroom and accidentally bumped into that boy sitting with Yang Yang. Oh? Chung Huanran replied. His name is Little Huzi, real name Wan Ming. He's in the capital for an esports competition and staying with us for now. I heard from my dad that he'll be here for a while. Oh. Shan Yu didn't seem interested and quickly turned the conversation back to the play. Chung Huanran, however, wasn't very engaged, eating as he half-heartedly chatted with her. On the other side, Grandpa Xue, who was a bit hard of hearing, couldn't catch Shan Yu's soft voice and leaned over to ask, Ran, these snacks are really good. You don't get this at school, do you? Eat more. Thanks, Grandpa. Chung Huanran smiled. Definitely not at school. It's just meat and veggies and sometimes fake meat. Nothing tastes as good as home. Last week I didn't come back and I missed the soft bed and delicious food the most. Ha ha. Grandpa Xue patted his shoulder warmly. Then eat more. If you finish your schoolwork, come home as soon as you can. Don't skip weekends. Your grandma and I miss you a lot. Chung Huanran grinned. What about you? Don't you miss me? Of course I do, Grandpa Xue laughed. Yang Yang hasn't been home for over half a month either. I've wanted to go to the training center to see him, but I'm afraid of disturbing his practice. Chung Huanran was quietly touched and said gently, Grandpa, we're going to see a play tomorrow. Why don't you come with us? A play? Grandpa Xue shook his head. That's for young people, not for us. Your grandma and I are just simple folks. We'd probably fall asleep at that kind of artsy thing. That's great, Chung Huanran teased. It'll cure your insomnia. Grandpa Shui laughed and waved him off. Your great-uncle and I have signed up for classes at the senior university. We have lots of activities now. Dancing, chess, calligraphy, painting. No pressure, just fun. That's great, Chung Huanran said. Grandma and Mom told me about it. I fully support it. It's really good. Now that the kids were grown and busy with school and the parents were working, the three elders couldn't just stay home watching TV or tending the garden all day. They needed friends and companions, too. The community's senior university was perfect. 3 to 5 classes a week. Not too much, no pressure, but plenty of enjoyment. We like it too, Grandpa Shui said enthusiastically. I even met an old chess friend. She's really good. Turns out she used to be president of the capital's chess association and even won international awards. Wow, Chung Huanran replied. That's amazing. Grandpa Shui nodded. I play with her every time I go. She teaches a few of us, but I'm not as good as your great-uncle, so she likes him better. I'm thinking of taking Zhao Xin over to practice and improve her tactics. Great, Chung Huanran said, serving him a small bowl of sweet soup. Grandpa, try this. It's sweet but not cloying, thick and smooth, really comforting. Grandpa Shui took a bite and chuckled. Very good, very good. This new pastry chef is really skilled. You can tell with one bite. Chung Huanran turned, only to find Shan Yu's seat empty. Not only was she gone, but so was Chen Shuiyu. Only Shan Yue was left, chatting and drinking with his own father. Since dessert was the last course, he figured Shan Yu and her mother had finished and gone back to their room, so he put down his spoon and kept chatting with Grandpa. But in a room down the hall, Shan Yu was sitting on the edge of the bed, crying. Chen Shuiyu stood by, anxious and worried. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly crying? Shan Yu hung her head, silent. Chen Shuiyu asked, Did someone say something to upset you? Tell Mom, or I'll worry. Shan Yu looked at her fingers, lips moving. It's not anyone else's fault, it's just me. Chen Shuiyu knew her daughter was still emotionally sensitive and sighed inwardly, speaking gently. Did you forget what the doctor said? Don't keep things bottled up, you can tell us anything. Unless it's your own little secret. Shan Yu mumbled. It really is my own little secret. Chen Shuiyu stroked her soft hair and asked quietly, Sweetie, do you not like it here? It's okay, if you don't, your dad and I can rent a small apartment for us. No. Shan Yu shook her head. It's nice here. I really like it. Chen Shuiyu couldn't quite figure it out, but the doctor had warned them that her emotions were still fragile, especially when it came to feelings, and that she might be more emotional than usual. They were told to be careful with her mood and not to overthink things. As long as you like it, try to spend more time with your brothers and sisters. When you were little, you always played with them. You even used to share a little bed with Yang Yang. Shan Yu blushed, her face turning pink. Mom, do you think does he like any girls? Chen Shuiyu was taken aback. I don't know, but Huanran is such a great kid, of course lots of girls like him. He's in his 20s, tall, handsome, cheerful, and smart. Who wouldn't like him, right? Shan Yu's face fell, looking miserable. Then, he probably couldn't like me. Huh? Chen Shuiyu was startled. What did you say? You like Huanran? Shan Yu lowered her head, feeling wronged, and whispered, Yeah, is that so surprising? Didn't you say lots of girls like him? I like him too. Chen Shuiyu was awkward and at a loss, forcing a smile. Well, you're still young. You don't really understand love yet. Huanran is excellent, so you admire him. After a while, you'll probably just see him as a brother. You two grew up together, so it's just sibling affection, nothing more. Maybe you're just misunderstanding your own feelings. No, Shan Yu burst out, her voice trembling with emotion. I really, really like Huanran, that kind of like, not the way a little sister likes a big brother. Ah? Chen Shuiyu stared at her in shock, mouth agape, unable to speak for a long while. Shan Yu, embarrassed, lowered her pretty face. Mom, why are you looking at me like that? I... Is it not allowed? He's not married, I'm not married, and we're not real siblings. There's no blood relation at all. She had liked this tall, handsome brother from the very first moment she saw him at the airport, especially the gentle way he looked at her. These days he often came to visit, chatting and walking with her, bringing her so much happiness. I can't even imagine how I got through those days before. He's like a ray of sunshine, chasing away the darkness in my life, drying all my tears of sadness. He's really, really important to me. She swallowed, her voice soft. When he doesn't come to see me, I wait for him every day, hour after hour, wishing every minute would pass faster. When he's here, I wish time would slow down, even just for one more minute. I'd be so happy. As long as he's around, he's the center of my world. I can't help but look at him, can't help but think about him, miss him. When I heard I could move into his house, I agreed right away, just so I could see him more. When he smiles at me, it feels like the whole world is blooming. When he talks to me, takes care of me, I feel so warm inside. Even if I'm full, I'll eat more just for him. But when he talks to someone else and I wait and wait, it's like he's forgotten me. That hurts so much I can barely breathe. That's why I ran back here. Chen Shuiyu's mind was spinning and she forced an awkward smile. He was just chatting with his grandpa, don't misunderstand. Shan Yu shook her head immediately. No, I can't stand it if his eyes are on anyone else. I want to be the only one in his eyes. As long as I'm by his side, I want all his attention on me. I want his gentle gaze to be for me alone, the only one. Chen Shuiyu frowned, lowering her voice. You, don't overthink it. You're still young, you don't really understand what love is. Love isn't all beautiful. It's full of bitterness and hardship, all kinds of worries and pain. Mom, Shan Yu pouted. Don't just object. You and Dad both like Huan Ranji, don't you? I'm already in my 20s, not a little kid anymore. I know what love is. I love Huan Range, really, really love him. Chen Shuiyu felt even dizzier, murmuring, Enough, enough. Mom, Shan Yu hugged her arm, blushing. Didn't you say I could tell you anything? Do you think Huan Range is a good person? Do you think he likes me? He must like me too, right? How would I know? Chen Shuiyu sighed, stammering. Don't overthink it, Yu, don't overthink. It's getting late, you should shower and rest. No? Shan Yu smiled shyly. After I shower, I want to find Huan Range. The moonlight in the back garden is so beautiful. I want to take a walk with him under the moon. Chen Shuiyu's face paled, and she forced a smile. It's not even the 15th tonight. There's no moon to see. Huanran's been so busy at school lately he should rest on the weekend. Didn't you hear him say he's been working on experiments and club activities, staying up late for days? He finally gets to rest at home. How can you bear to disturb him? Shan Yu pouted, a little reluctant. Chen Shuiyu added, We're living in his house now. You'll have plenty of chances to see him. You'll run into him first thing in the morning, right? He'll be home all weekend. You'll have lots of time together. Shan Yu finally agreed, whispering, Then I'll find him tomorrow morning. Chen Shuiyu urged, Go to bed early. Okay. Shan Yu nodded obediently. Leaving her daughter's room, Chen Shuiyu felt like she was floating. Back in the next room, she found Shan Yue sprawled lazily on the sofa, legs crossed, looking content after a good meal. Chen Shuiyu sat down, her expression complicated. Shan Yue yawned, muttering, No need to nag, I only had a couple drinks, didn't get drunk. Yuen doesn't like to drink, so he only had a couple with me. If he doesn't drink much, it's no fun drinking alone. I swear, just 2 glasses, not even a little dizzy. Chen Shuiyu collapsed onto the bed, not moving. I feel really dizzy. Shan Yue glanced at her suspiciously. Didn't sleep well last night? That can't be. I saw you sleeping like a log. Ever since their daughter's health improved, they'd finally been able to eat and sleep well. After a few days at Xinyuan, eating better, in a nicer environment, and seeing their daughter looking healthier every day, their own moods had eased a lot. Chen Shuiyu murmured, I'm scared. What? Shan Yue didn't catch it, grumbling, "You know my hearing's not what it used to be. Why are you whispering?" Chen Shuiyu sat up, her gaze complicated. I'm really scared, really worried." Shan Yue saw her expression and was startled, quickly sitting up and moving closer. "What's wrong? What happened?" They'd grown up together. Childhood sweethearts. A lifetime of ups and downs and mutual support. They could read each other's every look. His wife's pale face and fearful eyes told him something serious had happened. Chen Shuiyu threw herself into his arms, choking up. I'm so afraid you will get sick again. I'm really scared. Please, not again. We can't take another blow like that. Please, no more." Their daughter's recovery had been so hard-won. If she suffered another blow, would she ever recover? For them, their daughter was their only reason to keep going. They couldn't bear the fear and despair of almost losing her again. Shan Yue patted her back, asking, "What's wrong? Did you have another episode?" "Don't worry. The doctor said her emotions will still fluctuate, but as long as we keep going, she'll get better." Chen Shuiyu shook her head, then slowly told him what their daughter had just said. If she weren't sick, if she became a big star or did well in school, maybe she and Huanran really could end up together. But now the gap between them is so big, how could Huanran possibly like her? Shan Yue's eyes darted around, and he forced an awkward smile, stammering, How did things end up like this?" Chen Shuiyu pinched his arm, her voice rough. "Think about how old they are. Both in their 20s. That's the age when emotions run high. How could it not happen? I wish it wouldn't. But she says she really, really likes Ran. Ran. That boy is honestly a great kid." Shan Yue was stunned for a moment, then said quietly, "Good family, good character, handsome and gentle. You couldn't find a better one with a lantern. No wonder our daughter likes him. If it were me, I'd like him too." Chen Shuiyu rolled her eyes at him, exasperated. "Are you even listening to me? I'm not worried about Ranran's character. We've known their family for years. Of course I know what they're like." Oh. Shan Yue snapped out of it, frowning. "But how do you know Ran wouldn't like our Yu? Think about it, our Yu is so beautiful, so wonderful." "Shut up!" Chen Shuiyu cut him off, annoyed. "Can't you be a little more realistic? You talk like a fool. Never mind that Lingling's family is worth so much more than ours. Look at Ran. He's at a top university, doing a 7-year combined bachelor's and master's program, about to get his master's degree. And your daughter? She couldn't even finish a technical school. Forget the gap between our families. Just the gap between the two of them makes it impossible." Their educational backgrounds were worlds apart. How could they have anything in common? Even if they looked like a good match, they'd never last, let alone get married and have kids. Shan Yue swallowed, lowering his voice. "There is a bit of a gap, but those things can be overcome." Chen Shuiyu was momentarily stunned, then realized, "We're thinking about the wrong thing. I'm not worried about whether Ran is good enough. I'm worried that Ran doesn't have any feelings for her and will definitely reject Yu. What then? With her current condition, she can't handle a shock like that. She's always been a good kid, never liked any random boys. Her standards are high. Think about it. She finally likes someone, and it's her first love. If she gets rejected, that blow would be devastating. I'm afraid she couldn't take it." Shan Yue shivered, suddenly anxious. So what do we do? What do we do? Wait, does Ran know?" Chen Shuiyu shook her head. "He definitely doesn't. You just told me for the first time. I was scared to death and tried to calm her down." "How did you calm her?" Shan Yue asked. Chen Shuiyu swallowed, lowering her voice. "I told her that this kind of liking isn't romantic love, maybe just sibling affection. I told her not to act impulsively, to keep it to herself and not show it." Right, Shan Yue said nervously. "Drag it out as long as possible. Ran seems like a straightforward guy, treats everyone with the same warmth and courtesy. Now that I think about it, the way he treats me, you, and you is all about the same." Exactly, Chen Shuiyu blurted. That's why as soon as I heard you say this, I knew there was no hope. It's just not possible, that's why I'm so worried. If Cheng Huanran had any feelings for Shan Yu, they would have noticed by now. It was precisely because there was no sign at all that she was so anxious. Shan Yue hesitated, then said quietly, "Do you think we should give Ranran a heads up just in case there's hope?" "What are you thinking?" Chen Shuiyu glared at him. "If you bring it up, you'll just make things awkward for Ranran. Yu is a girl, and she's the one who likes him. If we, as her parents, go and say something, and there's a real chance, then fine, everyone's happy. But if there's no hope, our daughter will just end up embarrassed, and we'll lose face too." "That's a bit much," Shan Yue muttered. "Ranran's practically family, not some outsider. We could at least talk to him, ask him not to reject Yu outright. Even if he doesn't like her, he could pretend for a while, just to make sure she doesn't get hurt or do anything foolish. She's only just started to get better. We can't risk losing all that progress." Chen Shuiyu's expression changed, as if remembering something. "So what? Your mom is still my mother-in-law, your own mother. She tried to poison me, to kill me. Don't talk to me about family or outsiders. Look at your siblings. Do any of them treat you like their own? I trust Lingling and Yuan. They saved my life. But that's exactly why I don't want to make things hard for Ranran. He's such a good kid. Just pretend. That's all." "Is that so bad?" Shan Yue frowned. "There are plenty of people who fake it and end up together for real. We're not asking him to do much, just go along with it for a while. Even if he doesn't like her, he doesn't have to say it. That's not too much to ask. Besides, Ranran's a kind-hearted boy. He wouldn't want to see Yu get sick again." "How long can you pretend?" Chen Shuiyu worried. "You can fake it for a while, but not forever. If you give Yu hope, and she falls even deeper, won't it be even harder to pull her out later? Wouldn't that hurt her even more?" "Just keep it balanced," Shan Yue said, scratching his thinning gray hair, leaving a few red marks. "At least for now he can't reject her. Not right now. You did the right thing calming Yu down, just keep her steady. Tell her not to think about boys, focus on getting better. Once she's healthy, there'll be plenty of boys who like her." "But right now she likes someone else." Chen Shuiyu held her head, dizzy. "I can tell she's already fallen hard. I don't know how long we can keep this up, it's so stressful." "Just keep stalling," Shan Yue said. "And we'll have to prepare Ranran a little too." "You handle it," Chen Shuiyu said awkwardly. "I'll take care of our daughter, you go give Ranran a heads up." Shan Yue grimaced. "How am I supposed to do that? I'm a grown man. How do I even bring this up? It's so awkward and embarrassing." "You're a man, and you were young once too. Why can't you do it?" Chen Shuiyu scolded. "Stop dumping everything on me. You're just as responsible for this family as I am. She's your daughter too." Shan Yue stammered. "I'm not saying I'm not responsible. Of course she's my daughter. But how am I supposed to say it? How do I even start, huh? I don't even know what to say." Chen Shuiyu glared at him. "You don't know how to bring it up, but you think I do? If you feel awkward, you think I don't?" Shan Yue gave a placating smile and said quietly, "How about you go instead?" "No way!" Chen Shuiyu stammered. I really can't do it." Shan Yue thought for a moment, then said, "How about we ask Lingling and the others for help? Lingling always has good ideas. Maybe she'll know what to do." "Yes." Chen Shuiyu nodded quickly. "Good. Let's go talk to Lingling first." After more than 20 years in the business world, Xueling had developed a sharp intuition. When she saw the two of them come to her late at night for a chat, she quickly guessed what was up. "And there's a little table on the balcony where you can see the garden at night. Come on, let's sit outside and have some tea." Cheng Tianyuan went to make tea, leaving the three of them alone. Shan Yue and his wife had no interest in the night view. They were in no mood to enjoy the scenery. Chen Shuiyu awkwardly explained the situation in a low voice. "We're both really worried and don't know what to do." Xueling was silent for a moment, then gave a soft laugh. Young people. This is the age when feelings are new and confusing. It's not really a surprise, and it's nothing shameful. Love is just another kind of feeling. Everything in the world has feelings, especially people. We can't stop it, and we can't control it. Don't try to stop her, and don't force you. Shan Yue and his wife exchanged a glance and couldn't help asking, Ling Ling, so you approve? No, Xue Ling smiled. You misunderstood. I mean, don't stop you, but don't force her not to like him, and definitely don't scold her. Of course. Chen Shuiyu nodded. She's not fully recovered yet, and the doctor said her emotions are unstable. She can't take any shocks. I didn't scold her, just tried to comfort her. Xue Ling said gently, That's good. I'll talk to Ranran and ask him to show you some care, but to try to avoid her a bit. Of course, if he does like you, then we'll all just pretend we don't know and let the young people work it out themselves. We're older now, and know that feelings can't be forced. Do you think there's any hope? Shan Yue asked nervously. Xue Ling immediately understood what he meant and shook her head. I can't say for sure, but I think it's unlikely. Ranran once told me he liked a senior at school, but the gap between them was too big, so nothing happened. As for Yu, he's never shown any special attention. She knew her son well. Ranran had inherited the best features from both parents, but at heart, he was a Chung. His temperament was just like his father's. He was gentle and polite to everyone, but it was the same for all. No one was special. At least for now, that was the case. That's why Yu wasn't special or unique to him. She'd experienced love herself and knew that youthful feelings were always intense, never as calm and gentle as what existed between her son and Yu. Shan Yue looked disappointed. Chen Shuiyu wasn't surprised and said quietly, Please talk to Ranran. Neither of us knows how to bring it up. It's really awkward. Just tell him to avoid Yu as much as possible, not to hurt her, and not to say anything harsh. Her health has finally improved, and we hope she can recover fully without any setbacks. We really can't take any more. I understand, Xue Ling said softly. Yu's health comes first. Ranran will understand and handle it well. As long as you don't ask him to pretend to be her boyfriend or anything, he'll cooperate. Could he treat Yu a little better? Shan Yue asked awkwardly. Maybe it would help her recovery. Xue Ling shook her head firmly. No. Whether it's pretending or not, it never ends well. Yu is still young, and her illness has just improved. She might not truly love Ranran. Maybe she's just grown attached to him after spending so much time together. We shouldn't make things worse. It could be even harder to handle later. Exactly, Chen Shuiyu said. What I fear most is that if Ranran explains things to her later, she won't be able to accept it and she'll be even more hurt. Xue Ling nodded. That's the biggest worry. Right now, Yu isn't too deep in. Just comfort her and stall for time. Ranran can avoid her. And if they see each other less, her feelings will fade and it'll all pass. That makes sense, Shan Yue said. We'll leave it to Ranran then. Ling Ling, please talk to Ranran, Chen Shuiyu said with a wry smile. Sorry to trouble you. Their family had relied on the Chungs for so much in the capital, and now they were even bringing them emotional trouble. It was really embarrassing. Xue Ling shook her head. Don't say that. No need to be so polite. Just then, Chung Tianyuan came in with the tea. The old folks drank all the tea outside, so I found 2 small packs of pu'er for you to try. Xue Ling explained with a smile. I don't drink much tea. It keeps me up at night. Pu'er is better. I can have a couple of cups now and then. I'm fine with anything, Shan Yue said. I can drink the strongest liquor, let alone tea. Yeah, right, Chen Shuiyu laughed. Give you a little coffee and you'll have panda eyes for days. You hardly ever drink tea. If you do, you won't sleep. Don't show off? Shan Yue waved her off. Just watch. I'll drink it. Just don't toss and turn all night, Chen Shuiyu teased. I'm not dealing with you if you do. Shan Yue joined them for pure tea, while his wife stuck to water. Chung Tianyuan, unaware of their real reason for visiting, explained, The kids are going to see a play tomorrow. Ranran's taking them out. I heard Yu's going too. She doesn't have a rehab checkup at the hospital, right? No, she doesn't, Chen Shuiyu replied. Who's all going? Yeah, Cheng Qianyuan nodded. We were going to take the elders too, but none of them wanted to go in the end. Chen Shuiyu looked anxiously at Shui Ling. Shui Ling immediately understood her worry and said gently, It's rare for everyone to have a weekend off. Going out to play is great. They'll all be there and we'll look after you. Don't worry. Hearing this, Chen Shuiyu finally relaxed. Shan Yue understood and nodded. Let them go. Young people love hanging out together. Yu doesn't have many friends, so it's good for her to go out with them. Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu didn't stay long. After tea, they returned to their room. Still worried about her daughter, Chen Shuiyu quietly slipped next door. She found her daughter fast asleep, peaceful and beautiful, like a delicate porcelain doll. Watching her, Chen Shuiyu couldn't help but sigh softly, then quietly left and closed the door. A while later, Ranran pushed open the door, towel drying his damp hair as he headed toward his parents' room. Suddenly, the faint sound of rowdy cheers from little Huzi's room caught his ear. Cheng Huanran paused, stepped back, and knocked on the door. Maybe he knocked too softly. No one answered. He switched to pounding, and finally She Yang opened the door. She Yang had a lollipop in his mouth. Little Huzi was clutching a game controller, chewing gum noisily. Ran gay, come on, play with us. The more the merrier, he called. Cheng Huanran said coolly, Play if you want, but keep it down. Good thing the soundproofing is decent, or the whole house would hear your racket. Little Huzi stuck out his tongue. She Yang gave an awkward, apologetic grin. Cheng Huanran shot his brother a look, then told little Huzi, It's already past 10. Don't stay up too late. If you're too loud and Dad finds out, you won't be playing anything. Little Huzi pouted. All right. She Yang lowered his voice. Yes, sir. Cheng Huanran closed the door and continued on. Rounding the corridor, he saw Grandpa and Zhao Xin still playing chess under the eaves. One old, one young, both unusually quiet. Zhao Xin was holding half a watermelon, scooping out bites now and then. Cheng Huanran slowed down and said softly, Still playing chess? It's getting late. Grandpa Shui looked up with a smile. Want to play around? No thanks? Cheng Huanran patted his little sister's shoulder. I'm no match for Zhao Xin these days. She beats me in just a few moves. Zhao Xin giggled and fed him a big piece of watermelon. Cheng Huanran bent down to eat it, then ruffled her hair. Watermelon's a cooling fruit, don't eat too much at night. Zhao Xin pouted. I didn't eat that much. This is what Big Bro left for me. He ate more than half. Cheng Huanran chuckled indulgently. Then give Big Bro one more piece, the rest is yours. Zhao Xin wrinkled her nose playfully, then scooped out another big piece for him. Cheng Huanran ate it and mumbled, Good girl, tomorrow Big Bro will treat you all to lunch. Zhao Xin giggled. Thanks, Big Bro. Cheng Huanran straightened up. I'm off to talk to Mom and Dad. Grandpa, don't stay up too late. Got it, Grandpa Shui replied, eyes on the chessboard. Zhao Xin lounged, swinging her legs, watching her tall brother walk away and couldn't help muttering, Big Bro's more and more like Dad. Isn't he just? Grandpa Shui chuckled. He's the spitting image of your dad, especially when he nags. Hee, Zhao Xin giggled. After passing two groups, Cheng Huanran finally reached the master bedroom in the front of the house. He knocked. Come in, Sheling called. Cheng Huanran poked his head in. Dad, Mom. Cheng Tianyuan was watching TV on the sofa. Sheling waved from the balcony. Come here, sit with Mom for a bit. Cheng Huanran, still toweling his hair, walked over. I was showering just now, got a call and came right over. Didn't even have time to dry my hair. It's windy out, Sheling smiled. Your hair's short, it'll dry fast. Cheng Huanran sat beside her. Mom, I think I've gained weight lately. Sheling was deadpan. That's my worry too, okay? I weighed myself yesterday. Up another 0.5 pound. Cheng Huanran laughed. A little weight's fine. You're a mom now, but you still have a great figure. Last time my roommate saw your photo, he asked if you were my sister. Oh? Ling smiled. And what did you say? I said, yes, of course, Chung Huanran replied. Ling laughed, hugging his arm. You don't look fatter, just stronger. These muscles, this look, not bad at all. Chung Huanran explained. Campus is huge. I'm always running to class or club activities. Sometimes I have to sprint or I'll be late. I leave in a rush every morning and get back to the dorm just before lights out. No time to work out. Luckily, all the running keeps me fit. That's great, Ling laughed. Chung Huanran hugged her shoulder. Mom, did you call me over this late to give me some spending money? We're going out tomorrow, and my wallet's going to take a hit. Thanks in advance. Ling chuckled. That can be arranged, but actually, I wanted to talk to you about something else. What is it? Chung Huanran asked. Ling raised an eyebrow. Are you dating anyone lately? Got your eye on a girl? No, Chung Huanran said with a wry smile. I'm too busy. Don't even have time to catch feelings. Last time, a senior in the student union said we're so busy we'll all end up single. One guy even got dumped. His girlfriend said he never cared, always rushing off to do experiments. Us med students are so busy we don't even have time to date, let alone chase girls. Ling laughed. No worries, my son won't lack for admirers, he can just wait to be chased. Chung Huanran laughed, resting his head on her shoulder. Only moms think their sons are the best at everything. I guess all moms are like that? Not necessarily, Ling replied with a smile. But I am, no doubt about it. Chung Huanran nodded. Definitely. Ling gazed out at the dark night, then quietly shared Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu's concerns. No way? Chung Huanran's eyes widened. I never thought of her that way. Mom, you used to be our neighbor like a little sister. I only feel protective of her, nothing else. Really, I never acted like I was interested, not even a little. She must have misunderstood, right? She must have. Ling smiled gently. I know you don't. Don't get nervous, just let me finish. Wait, Chung Huanran asked anxiously. Uncle Shan and Auntie really think that? No, Ling shook her head. They're not mistaken. They're just worried about Yu. They're afraid her health, which has only just improved, will suffer a setback if she gets her heart broken. When it came to Shan Yu, Chung Huanran also felt a pang of sympathy. Mom, Yu used to be so cheerful and cute, and she sang so beautifully. When she suddenly changed like this, I really couldn't accept it at first. I honestly feel it's so sad for her. Yes, Ling sighed softly. Luckily, the doctor is skilled. Her condition has improved a lot. Chung Huanran hesitated. Do they want me to pretend to like Yu? No, Ling replied quietly. Uncle Shan and Aunt Chen aren't foolish. If they think it through, they'll realize that's just drinking poison to quench thirst. It won't help at all, and could make things worse, putting Yu in even more danger. If her son pretended to like Yu, started dating her, and then broke up later, that would be a devastating blow. Chung Huanran was visibly relieved. That's good. That's good. He gave an awkward smile and said softly, Mom, some things just can't be faked. It would only feel worse. I really only see her as a little sister, nothing more. Ling smiled and teased, What, were you worried I'd agree to some crazy request? No, Chung Huanran laughed. You're not that silly. If you knew it was a bad idea, you'd refuse right away. Ling nodded. Right, I already explained it to them. They understand the stakes and plan to encourage her to focus on getting better, not on these other things. They also hope you'll keep your distance for now, so she doesn't get her hopes up. If you see each other less, her feelings will naturally fade. She might be disappointed or sad at first, but she'll get through it. After all, they hadn't been in close contact for long. Shan Yu's feelings for her son probably weren't that deep yet. If they could keep a little distance, avoid each other as much as possible, things would gradually cool off. Chung Huanran couldn't help but worry. Uncle Shan and Aunt Chen will need to keep a close eye on her. Don't worry, I'll avoid her as much as I can. Maybe even stop coming home. No. Xueling shook her head immediately. That's not a good idea. Her feelings for you are strongest right now. If you suddenly disappear, she might not be able to handle it. She's very sensitive right now and could overthink things or even have an episode. You need to do it gradually, step by step, not too obviously. Just slowly reduce how often you see her. Cheng Huanran nodded slowly. You're right, Mom. Got it. I promised to take them to the play tomorrow, so I'll still go. But after that, I'll avoid being alone with her and only see her when others are around. I'll start coming home every 2 weeks instead, and then less and less until winter break. We'll see how it goes, Xueling said with a wry smile. Nothing's certain with Yu Yu's situation. Just take it one step at a time. Cheng Huanran's eyes softened. Actually, I think she needs to get out more, make more friends. That would help her recovery. Uncle Shan and Aunt Chen have protected her too well. Their safety net keeps out danger, but it also cuts her off from the world. If it's just temporary, that's fine, but long-term, anyone would get sick, especially mentally. Oh? Xueling nodded gently. You have a point. No wonder he was a top medical student. His reasoning was solid. Cheng Huanran said, mental illness has a root cause. If you find the root, it's easier to manage. For her, it's too little contact with the outside world, plus setbacks in her career and studies, with nothing to distract her and no close friends to confide in. She grew up in a greenhouse and couldn't handle the pressure, so she got sick. Xueling had to agree. Uncle Shan and Aunt Chen really do protect her from everything. Cheng Huanran made a face. That's not good at all. Xueling smiled wryly. You don't understand, son. They waited years to have Yu Yu and went through so much hardship. She's their only child, their only hope, so it's natural they'd protect her so carefully. Cheng Huanran shook his head. Forget it. There's no point talking about it now. What's done is done. Exactly, Xueling agreed. Not only is it useless, it just makes everyone feel worse. Parents love their children by nature, but being a parent is a huge responsibility. Not everyone can do it well. Even your dad and I wouldn't dare say we're perfect parents. Not even your grandparents would say that. Says who? Cheng Huanran snuggled against her shoulder, grinning. You're the best mom in the world. The most amazing mom. Ha ha, Xueling laughed, ruffling his hair. You rascal. Cheng Huanran quickly straightened up. I just mean, let her get out more. Find something she really likes. When she was in the hospital or that little apartment, her spirits were so low. But now, at our place, she's more cheerful, braver, less afraid of people. She's eating better too. Before, she barely ate a thing and was skin and bones. Xueling nodded. That makes sense. The doctor said she's been in better spirits and eating well lately. Cheng Huanran explained. I agreed to take her to the play tomorrow because I want her to experience more of the outside world. People who go to plays are usually really into the arts, and the environment is safe and proper. Perfect for her right now. Xueling couldn't help but praise him. You've thought it through very well. Thanks, Mom, Cheng Huanran grinned. Xueling trusted him completely. All right, if you get a chance, quietly share this with Uncle Shan and Aunt Chen so they can plan accordingly. As for what you should do, you know best. I won't nag. Cheng Huanran put on a pitiful face and joked, You're so busy you barely have time to talk to us. We wish you'd nag us more. Really? Xueling spread her arms wide. Come here. Want me to nag for half an hour or a whole hour? Mom, good night. Cheng Huanran bolted. Xueling laughed heartily behind him. The next morning, Cheng Huanran got his younger siblings up and took Shan Yu along to see the play. Before leaving, he invited Chen Shuiyu to come as well. But Chen Shuiyu hadn't slept well the night before and declined. Yu Yu isn't very familiar with the capital, so I'll have to rely on you all to look after her. I'm counting on you. Don't worry, Auntie, Cheng Huanran waved, then got into the front passenger seat. The driver started the car, and they set off. With the family's big car taken by the kids, Xueling had to drive herself to the office. As soon as she reached the office entrance, her secretary hurried over. President Xue, your old classmate Xiao Jiaxue is here. She looks off. She's shaking all over. I poured her some tea and was just about to call you. Xie Ling frowned and quickly tossed her briefcase on the desk, heading to the lounge next door. There, she saw Zhao Jiaxu's plump figure slumped on the sofa, seemingly out of breath. Jiaxu? Xie Ling called gently. Zhao Jiaxu quickly sat up, hurriedly wiping tears from her face. She wasn't out of breath. She'd been crying. Xie Ling rushed over. What happened? Did something happen? Zhao Jiaxue grabbed her hand, choking back sobs. Lingling, please help me, I'm so scared. I need money, right now. I need 2 million. Xie Ling frowned slightly, soothing her. Don't cry. Tell me what happened first. Don't worry, I can lend you the money anytime. Even 1 or 2 million in cash is no problem. Sobbing, Zhao Jiaxu choked out. David collapsed. The doctor said it's a brain hemorrhage, bleeding in the brain. But the doctors here say they don't dare operate, none of them. I contacted David's friends and they found the top expert, but he's in the western part of Country M, and there are no flights here. I went to the airlines. They said unless we charter a plane, there's no way to get him here in 2 days. I'm desperate. It's so much money. Chartering a flight costs 2 million. I begged, but it's no use. David's friends can only keep the doctor on standby. Where am I supposed to get that much money all of a sudden? We only have a few $100,000 in savings, just enough for surgery. I'm a mess. My husband's in the ICU and all I can do is watch him wait to die? It's been 3 days. The doctor says he can only last 2 more days at most, or it'll be too late. Sob. Xie Ling was stunned, then quickly asked, David's in the ICU with a brain hemorrhage and no local doctors dare operate? How is that possible? Domestic neurosurgery is very advanced now. No. Zhao Jiaxu shook her head. We asked. The bleeding is extensive. They brought in 2 experts, but both said it's risky. Even if the surgery succeeds, he'd likely be a vegetable. They're not confident. Luckily, one of David's friends in the capital managed to contact a foreign expert who's on vacation. He's done this kind of surgery before, and the patient survived. There were after effects, but after 2 or 3 years of rehab, he could talk and move almost like a normal person. David's only in his 50s, not that old. The doctor looked at the scans we faxed and said he's over 60% confident. He was on vacation and didn't want to work, but David's friend is his relative and finally convinced him. But there are no flights from there right now, and none here either. The soonest flight is 5 days away plus 20 hours of travel. That's 6 days. David can't wait that long. He just can't. Xie Ling thought calmly. Which city is he in? Tell me. L City, in Country M. Zhao Jiaxu choked. David's friend is always eating and picnicking with us. He's very warm-hearted. He said he'd go pick up the doctor if a plane could fly, but the airlines say only a charter flight will work. I begged, but none of the international flights match up, and 2 don't even go to that city. Xie Ling muttered, It's not a big city. No direct flights is normal. He went there on vacation, Zhao Jiaxu said. It's a remote place. He's already doing us a huge favor by agreeing to operate. I can't ask him to spend a day or 2 on connecting flights, and even then, it'd be too late. Xie Ling soothed her. Don't panic and don't cry. David's in the ICU, so you have to hold it together. Don't fall apart. I'll help you figure this out. She pulled out her phone and made a call. Zhao Jiaxu whispered, Are you looking for a flight? They said a charter can be arranged quickly, but it's at least 2 million. Xie Ling gestured for silence. I have a friend with a private jet. I'll ask if he can help, maybe give us a discount. Zhao Jiaxu's eyes lit up. A moment later, the call connected. A groggy voice answered, clearly not fully awake. Xie Ling exchanged a few polite words, then got straight to the point. She's my best friend. Her husband's waiting for a top neurosurgeon from Country M to come operate. But there are no flights, so I'm begging you for help. It's a matter of life and death. Every minute counts. The other party agreed readily. Xie Ling smiled. Thank you. Good people are rewarded. May you have even more good fortune. Mr. Ming, I'll cover the cost of this flight. When you have time, let me treat you to dinner. I'll always remember this favor. Please notify your crew right away. The sooner, the better. Yes, as soon as possible. We'll be in touch. She hung up. Zhao Jiaxu waited anxiously, swallowing hard. Xue Ling smiled. Mr. Ming has a very high-end private jet, usually used for travel. It's currently at the capital's airport, and he has no plans to use it soon. He's willing to help us with this flight. Really? What about the cost? Is it high? Zhao Jiasui asked, voice trembling. Xue Ling shook her head. Just fuel and a little for the crew. Don't worry, it'll be under 300,000. Zhao Jiasui was so overwhelmed she laughed and cried at once. But you'll owe him a favor. You'll have to repay it later, right? It's fine, Xue Ling said. I've known him for nearly 10 years. He's from a good family and very straightforward. I only make friends with people who don't make unreasonable demands. Last time he wanted to rent a dozen storefronts in the Mingtian building for storage and shipping. I'll hurry and get those ready for him and give him a good deal on the rent. Hearing this, Zhao Jiasui was so moved she started crying again. Lingling, I'm so sorry. I've troubled you again. I'm really sorry. Xue Ling smiled and wiped her tears. Isn't this when you should say thank you? We've been friends for decades. Don't be so formal. Right now, saving your husband's life is what matters most. I get so much money coming in every day, a little rent is nothing. I have so many properties for rent in the capital and Rongcheng, it really doesn't matter. Besides, that building isn't in the best location. Sometimes it's hard to rent out. If Mr. Ming is willing to rent from me, that's money in my pocket. If you think about it, I'm not losing anything at all. You're just trying to comfort me, Zhao Jiaxu said with a bitter smile. Xue Ling lowered her voice. I'll cover Mr. Ming's costs for now. Use your own money for your husband's surgery. If you run short, call me right away. I'll have my secretary wire you more. It'll be there in minutes. Okay. Zhao Jiaxu kept thanking her. Xue Ling urged, Go find your husband's friend now. You'll be leaving this afternoon. I'll let you know the exact time and place. Keep your phone on and stay in touch. The sooner, the better. Zhao Jiaxu agreed and hurried off. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then called out to Secretary Chen at the door. Go with her. If she came by car, help her get back quickly. If there's a car available at the gate, have someone drive her. Yes. Secretary Chen hurried after her. Xue Ling sighed softly and went back to her office. These past 2 years, Zhao Jiaxu and her husband's health had both been poor, plagued by the 3 highs, high blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol, taking medicine every day and suffering from gout. Just as she was getting better, her husband had an accident. It just goes to show that being overweight is a serious problem. If you don't pay attention early on, you'll regret it when you're older. Thinking of her own father, who'd put on a little weight lately, Xue Ling couldn't help but worry. She pulled out her phone and called Cheng Tianyuan. When did Dad last have a checkup? I remember you said everything was normal last time, right? 2 months ago. Ah Huan said his blood lipids were a bit high, but everything else was normal. He told Dad not to eat too much fatty food, to eat less meat, and prescribed some medicine to help. Xue Ling breathed a sigh of relief and said quietly, Older folks need regular checkups. Don't slack off. Ah Huan's an expert, so let's just do what he says. By the way, when we have time later this year, we should get checked too. Is that necessary? We've always been healthy. Xue Ling chuckled. We're middle-aged now. We can't be too careful. It doesn't take much time or money, just a morning or afternoon. She then told him about Zhao Jiaxu's husband. Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. I didn't realize it was that serious. Just a few days left? That's life or death. Yeah, Xue Ling sighed. Let's hope he pulls through. Cheng Tianyuan quickly agreed to go for a checkup next time. Xue Ling asked, Where are you? At work? No, nothing urgent this morning. I was just about to wake Yang Yang and little Huzi. They stayed up late last night and are still asleep. Xue Ling laughed. It's only a bit after 8. Let them sleep another hour. Who knows how late they were up? Let them rest. Cheng Tianyuan sighed and hung up. Just then, Secretary Chen came in. President Xue, there was a car available at the gate, so I had the driver take Zhao Jiaxu back to the city. Xue Ling nodded. Secretary Chen then brought in several documents for her to sign and approve. Xue Ling agreed. Let me take a look. Once she got busy, time flew by. It was already after 10 before she knew it. She stood up, stretched her arms, and walked around the office. Suddenly, her phone rang. She walked over and saw it was Wang Qing calling. She answered, "Feeling better these days?" Wang Qing gave a weak laugh. "A little better than before." Xueling asked, "How's Ahu?" Wang Qing sighed. "Same as always. Takes a pile of medicine every day, one after another. I get dizzy just watching." Xueling reminded her, "It's getting cooler. Remember to dress warmly in the mornings and evenings. Don't catch a cold." "Okay," Wang Qing replied softly. "You take care too." "Lingling, how's little Huzi these days?" "He's doing well," Xueling said. "Looks a bit chubbier, and his spirits are better." Wang Ting suddenly started to cry. I don't even know what to say about this son. His dad says to leave him alone. He's almost an adult. Let him face things himself. Let society teach him a lesson. But he's my son, my precious. How can I not worry?" Xueling smiled wryly. "Don't be like that. Your health is most important right now. Little Huzi is fine, don't worry. Ahu hasn't even called this time, so he must really mean to ignore him." Wang Qing couldn't help complaining. "He didn't discipline the boy when he was little, and now that he's grown and rebellious, he says to just ignore him. How can you? He's still a minor. If he gets into trouble, we as parents are still responsible. What kind of nonsense is that? Just walking away doesn't solve anything. He's always got these wild ideas." All right, Xueling soothed. "Don't get upset. Ahu was just angry, like you. No one wants anything bad to happen to their child. He's fine now. Nothing's happened." Wang Ting sighed. "Even if I wanted to help, I can't. He's not doing great either. Lingling, since the boy's with you, I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him." "Don't worry," Xueling explained. Yuan's been looking after him. Lately he's been hanging out with some pro esports players, planning to form a team for competitions. When I saw him last night, he just mentioned that, then went off with Yang. Wang Ting gave a bitter laugh. "This kid. So obsessed with games. How can he possibly have a future if he keeps this up?" "Don't think like that," Xueling said gently. "There are top achievers in every field. If you do well, you can make money in any industry. Besides, this is a new and professional field. Not everyone can do it. He's not breaking the law or hurting anyone, so why not?" Wang Qing asked curiously, "Do you really think this is a good field? Lingling, we've been friends for over 20 years. Give me your honest opinion." "Every word is honest," Xueling laughed. "Do I seem like the type to sugarcoat things? Don't you know me by now?" Wang Ting laughed too. "I trust you. You have a good eye and a knack for making money. If you say it's good, it must be." Xueling smiled. "Give him some time. Don't judge too soon." Wang Ting thought for a moment, then nervously asked, "Lingling, I called him before. He said you wouldn't invest in his club. If you really think it's a good idea, would you consider investing?" Xueling chuckled, clearly not surprised by the question. King, we've known each other for so many years. Do you think I just jump from one business to another, always chasing money?" Wang Ting laughed softly. "You have done a lot of things, but you never switch on a whim. You're not the type to give up halfway or chase every dollar. But from translation, to clothing wholesale, to real estate investment and development and everything else, you must have done at least 20 or 30 things by now, right?" Xueling laughed. "Maybe a dozen or so. I do have a lot of investments now in all sorts of fields. Maybe it really is a few dozen." Wang Ting pressed, "So if you think little Huzi's industry is so new and promising, why not invest in him? He told me the investment is big, but the returns could be 10 or even 100 times over." Xueling replied gently, King, I'll be honest. The industry itself is promising, but little Huzi is still too playful and immature. No matter how good the industry is, I can't invest in him right now. Plus, I don't know enough about this field to invest blindly." Of course, the biggest reason was that little Huzi just wasn't steady enough. He'd probably lose the first round of investment, maybe even all of it. Wang Qing was silent for a moment, then gave a wry smile. I figured as much. Xue Ling said softly, if Ah Hu came to borrow money, I'd lend it, any amount. But little Huzi only has enthusiasm, nothing else. Even if he asked, I wouldn't lend. He needs to experience the real world, and some setbacks to help him grow. I understand, Wang Ting sighed. He's still too impulsive. Xue Ling continued. He also needs to learn how hard it is to make money, or he'll never value it. Even if he made money now, he wouldn't be able to keep it. Before, his wallet was always stuffed with cards and cash, but they were all his dad's. He just spent freely, never caring. With that attitude, he's bound to learn a hard lesson sooner or later. Aking, he's still young. If he fails now, he'll have plenty of chances to start over. It's good to face hardship when you're young, then you can handle it later in life. If he made a fortune too early, he'd get even more arrogant. If he only gets a big setback when he's older, he might never recover. So he needs to learn now. Wang Ting agreed, though as a mother, she couldn't help but worry. It's just, there are so many people and so much gossip in the capital. I'm afraid he'll... Xue Ling said, don't worry, he's with us, and we'll do our best to look after him. Ah Yuan and I told him, no matter how tough things get, there's always a hot meal and a comfortable room for him at Xinyuan. Wang Ting choked up, thank you. With him in the capital, I really have to rely on you to take care of him. If it were anyone else, she wouldn't trust them, let alone entrust her son to them. But Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were different, not just because they were family, but because she trusted them to guide her son onto the right path, never letting him go astray. Xue Ling smiled. Don't worry, we'll do our best. I just called Ah Yuan. He said he was about to wake little Huzi and Yang Yang. They stayed up late last night, everyone else went out, so only they slept in. Ah Yuan won't let them sleep till noon. He said they have to get up by 9 so they can go to bed early tonight. That guy, Wang Ting said. He's your son when he's with you. Don't hesitate to scold or discipline him. Don't go easy on him just because of us. Xue Ling laughed. We won't be polite then. They chatted a while longer before hanging up. It was Saturday, and with no meetings in the afternoon, the middle and upper management took turns having time off, though Xue Ling usually worked until the end of the day. That afternoon, she spent a lot of time arranging Mr. Ming's flight for Zhaojiasu, even making a special trip to the airport, not getting home until sunset. The airport was wide open and windy. After a while, she was chilled to the bone. Back in the car, she quickly turned up the heat and finally warmed up. But on the way home, she couldn't help sneezing several times. Everyone had already eaten, but the kitchen was still open, with 2 chefs washing up. Xue Ling smiled. I don't have much appetite, just make me a bowl of noodles, something light. Zhao Li agreed and hurried off. Xue Ling went to her room to change. Old Li chuckled. The boss lady is so pretty and kind, seems easy to get along with. She's the head of a big company, but eats and drinks so simply, not picky at all. Yeah, Zhao Li explained. She's busy with work and often misses dinner. If there are leftovers, she just heats them up. If not, she asks me to make her a bowl of noodles. Very simple. Old Li gave a thumbs up. A moment later, Cheng Tianyuan hurried in. Do we have any old ginger in the kitchen? Yes, Old Li replied. We bought some fresh ginger a few days ago, and there's a piece of old ginger the shop gave us as a bonus. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, rolling up his sleeves. My wife might have caught a chill. She's been sneezing. I'll make her some ginger tea. I'll do it, Old Li said, nudging him. It's a bit messy in here. Your clothes must cost hundreds. Don't get them dirty. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. If they get dirty, I'll just wash them. Where's the ginger? I'll get it, Old Li said. I've got nothing to do. I'll make the tea. Zhao Li brought out a bowl of noodles and handed it to Cheng Tianyuan. Sir, Madam hasn't eaten yet. Please take this to her in the front. She wanted something light, so I added a few slices of lean meat, some meatballs, and a bit of ginger and scallion. Thanks, Cheng Tianyuan said, taking the bowl. You two finish up and head home. I'll come back for the ginger tea in half an hour. Just keep the heat low. Old Li washed the ginger, grinning. I've got nothing to do at the dorm, so I'll keep an eye on it. Come back in half an hour. Want me to add some sugar? No, just plain is fine, Chung Tianyuan said. My wife doesn't like sweets. He left with the noodles. Old Li chuckled quietly. The boss and his wife must be really close. She sneezes a few times and he's all worried. Zhao Li chuckled softly and replied, They get along really well. The husband is very considerate of his wife. She's busy with work, and when she comes home late, he always makes sure to keep some of her favorite food warm for her. There have even been several times when he personally came to the kitchen to make nourishing soups for her. Oh. Old Li shook his head in disbelief. People say that rich families are always at odds. Husbands and wives fight, parents fight, children fight. But this doesn't seem like that at all. Did I hear wrong? Not every family is like that. Zhao Li lowered his voice. Don't listen to the nonsense people say outside. The husband and wife here have a great relationship. I heard from the old lady that they've been married for over 20 years and have hardly ever argued. That's really rare. Old Li couldn't help but shake his head again. I can hardly believe it. Zhao Li smiled as he scrubbed the big pot. It all depends on the people and their temperaments. Look at the husband. He's very family-oriented, takes care of the elders and the kids, and has a particularly gentle nature. I've been here for so long and never once seen him lose his temper. And look at the wife. She's got such poise and grace. Does she look like someone who needs to get angry to get through life? Doesn't seem like it, right? Old Li nodded slowly. That's true. Personality is the most important thing. But what you said also reminds me of an old saying, when poverty enters the door, love flies out the window. When a family is short on food and clothes, that anxiety and worry, how can you live a good life, right? Not necessarily. Zhao Li shook his head. I heard from the old lady, Madame Chung, the husband's mother. She said their family used to be very poor, often not having enough to eat. But she and her husband never quarreled over it. They always made allowances for each other and took care of one another. And when the wife married into the family, they still owed a lot of money. On their wedding day, they couldn't even afford wedding candies, let alone a banquet. But the wife never looked down on them. The very next day she went with her husband to the county to work, and together they slowly saved up step by step until they built up the wealth they have today. Old Li let out a long, "Oh," exclaiming, "So they really started from nothing?" That's right. Zhao Li nodded eagerly. I heard from the old lady that the husband used to work at the docks carrying cargo to help support the family. No matter if it was windy or snowing, he'd be out there in the cold, working part-time to earn money. Old Li smiled in realization. It's really incredible. If I hadn't heard it myself, I wouldn't have believed it. He had always thought that rich families were mostly descendants of landlords, with houses, cars, and land. Their ancestors had accumulated wealth over generations, and it was only natural for the descendants to inherit and carry it forward. Those who could expand on it were already considered extremely successful. But wait. Old Li seemed to remember something. I think I heard that the wife is from the capital, and some say she comes from a big family, and this courtyard was supposedly left by her elders. That's definitely a misunderstanding. Zhao Li poured out the dirty water as he explained. The wife is indeed from the capital. I heard the Xue family was a prominent family there, maybe officials. But this place was bought by the wife. Apparently her uncle had a small courtyard here, but it was just a tiny one. The wife bought another courtyard and then bought a large piece of land from the developer in front so they could put it all together and build such a big place. Oh, I see. Old Li finally believed it and whispered, So they really are self-made rich people. Zhao Li urged, Is the ginger water boiling? Turn it down quickly or too much water will evaporate and it'll be too spicy. Old Li hurried off to check the ginger water. In the room, Xue Ling was eating noodles while blowing her nose. It really is autumn now. The night wind is so chilly it cuts right through you. There's no shelter at the airport. The wind was howling, and I almost couldn't stand steady. It was freezing. And even after getting in the car and turning on the heat, I still couldn't warm up. Chung Tianyuan reminded her. It gets cold in the mornings and evenings in autumn. Keep a jacket in the car from now on so you can put it on whenever you feel cold. We're not young anymore. Our immune systems are weaker, and if we're not careful, we'll get sick. Xie Ling sniffled and nodded. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Have the flights all departed? How long until they're back?" "At least 2 days and a night," Xie Ling replied. "They'll have to stop to refuel along the way." Luckily, President Ming travels all over the world and had already contacted the airport in advance. He really helped me out this time. I owe him a favor. Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly and said, "It's right to help friends. Of course, when others help us, we not only have to remember their kindness, but also repay it." Xie Ling said quietly, "Jack Sui's husband is still in the ICU, and she herself looks completely worn out. Fortunately, her brother, sister-in-law, and their kids are there to take care of her, or she might not have been able to hold on. When I first saw her today, I was really shocked." "She doesn't have any children," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Her husband suddenly had an accident, and she's been holding on alone for so many days. It's really not easy. If she had children, at least she'd have someone by her side, someone to help share the burden." Xie Ling's eyes flickered and she sighed. That's something Jack Su must never hear. Not having children was her greatest regret in life. Even now, she still couldn't let it go, always feeling remorseful and heartbroken. Back when she finally decided to adopt, the procedures were extremely complicated, and by the time everything was done, both she and her husband's health had declined. They could barely take care of themselves, let alone a child. They kept putting it off, and in the end, it just never happened. Cheng Tianyuan changed the subject. "Xiao Xin is going to the south for a chess tournament early next month. It's supposed to be a pretty famous competition. It's on the weekend, so she might need to take a day off." "All right," Xue Ling said. "You help arrange the tickets and everything. Are Dad and Uncle Jillian going with her?" "Yeah." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. "Not only are the 2 elders going, but Zhao Xin's master is going too. I heard he wants to meet some old friends and also see Zhao Xin compete in person." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows and said honestly, "That's a surprise. I heard he rarely goes out, keeps to himself. Didn't expect he'd want to go as a spectator and cheerleader." "Maybe it's because of Zhao Xin?" Cheng Tianyuan tried not to laugh. She said she pestered him for a long time before he agreed. He said he hasn't seen his old friends in the South for over 30 years, so he'll take the opportunity to visit them. Xie Ling said generously, "Let the elders know that we'll cover all their travel and accommodation expenses. Let them have a good time." "Okay," Cheng Tianyuan said. "I'll book them a nice hotel in advance." Xie Ling asked in surprise, "You're not going with them?" "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Yang Yang also has a competition then. The coach said it's a very important one, and it's overseas. I need to hurry and get his passport and application ready. Renan is too busy with classes to go with him, so I'll go instead." He added, "Zhao Huzi wanted to go too, but I refused. He lost his ID card and the replacement hasn't arrived yet, so he can't fly." Xie Ling felt a pang of guilt and sighed softly. "I really can't get away. It's such an important competition for the kids, but I can't be there. Originally, you were supposed to take our second child abroad, and I'd go south with Zhao Xin." Recently, the group was planning to acquire a major company, so she even had to work overtime on weekends. There was no way she could take 3 or 4 days off. Cheng Tianyuan comforted her gently. "Don't worry, I'll go abroad with Yang Yang. Zhao Xin will have her dad, Uncle Jillian, and her master with her. Plenty of people cheering her on." Xie Ling said apologetically, "I should buy them some gifts to encourage them to do their best in the competition. If they win, I'll get them something fun as a reward." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "That's right. It's good if they win. But if they don't, it's even more important to give them a gift to cheer them up." "I can't eat anymore." Xue Ling shook her head. "I don't have much of an appetite." Cheng Tianyuan looked at the still half-full bowl and coaxed, "Eat a few more bites. You've lost your appetite because of the cold, but you've barely eaten anything since lunch. That's really not enough." "All right." Xie Ling forced herself to eat a few more bites. Cheng Tianyuan helped take the bowl out. "Don't take a shower. Just wash your face and change your clothes. I'll bring you the ginger water in a bit." Thank you. Xueling yawned weakly and tiredly went to the bathroom. As soon as she changed clothes, she sneezed several more times. Cheng Tianyuan was watching TV and gestured to the ginger water on the side. Wait until it cools a bit, then drink it all. Xueling lazily walked over and snuggled up against his shoulder. Cheng Tianyuan switched the remote to his other hand and pulled her into his arms. Xueling chuckled sleepily. I'm going to give you my cold. He laughed. Husband and wife share their troubles. Do we have to share colds too? Psst, Xueling giggled. The two chatted quietly. Suddenly, Xueling remembered something and said softly, Afang sent me a message this morning, but I only saw it in the evening. She said she's moved into the TV station staff dormitory. There are a lot of young colleagues there, so it's livelier. She also said she's adjusting well and feeling fine, so we don't need to worry about her. No one's worried about her, Cheng Tianyuan said flatly. Xueling lowered her voice. Last weekend, I asked Renan to visit her. Renan was really busy but managed to see her at lunchtime and had lunch with her. He responded vaguely. Xueling continued. She takes Xiaohan out to play on weekends. Last week, the two of them went to Beihai Park. She said Aheng drops their daughter off downstairs in the morning and picks her up at night. Cheng Tianyuan said, That's good. It's better for the child not to spend too much time with her anyway. Xueling frowned and said quietly, But Xiaohan isn't a little kid anymore. She asked why she and Aheng don't live together. She said other kids live with both their parents, so why doesn't she? Before, it was her dad who didn't come home. Now it's her mom. The poor thing was so upset she started crying as she talked. What a mess, Cheng Tianyuan said heavily. The adults made this mess, and the child suffers for it. They tried so hard to have a child, seeing doctors and taking medicine, but after the child was born, they never thought about what was best for her. Especially the mother. She doesn't act like a mother at all. Xueling sighed. It's the child who suffers truly. By the way, does Mom know she's moved out? Renan will quietly let her know. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. I don't have time to worry about other people's business. Xueling gave his thigh a light punch and said nothing more. With the ginger water and enough rest, Xueling was fine the next day. She quickly washed up, changed, and hurried off to work at the group. Cheng Tianyuan took the two younger kids to school, then went to work at the warehouse. Around noon, he locked up the account books and drove home. Xue Jilian and Xue's father were playing chess and chatting under the tree, while the two mothers were busying themselves in the backyard vegetable garden. The front yard was very quiet. The bodyguard explained, Mr. Yamayue and his family went to the hospital. They said they'll be back around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, so they won't be eating lunch here. Cheng Tianyuan nodded, feeling like he was forgetting someone. Where's Xiao Huzi? Out? The bodyguard chuckled. He hasn't gotten up yet. Cheng Tianyuan checked his watch and saw it was 5 minutes to noon. He couldn't help but frown. He went straight to the guest room and knocked hard on the door. After a while, Xiao Huzi, with his messy green hair like a bird's nest, sleepily opened the door. Cheng Tianyuan looked at him impassively. Xiao Huzi yawned and mumbled, Uncle, morning. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. Morning? You're about to miss lunch. Just in time for lunch, that's fine. Xiao Huzi grinned and slipped into the bathroom. Cheng Tianyuan said sternly, You can't sleep in all day like this. Xiao Huzi explained pitifully, But everyone else only gets online late at night. If I want to practice with them, I have to be online with them in the middle of the night. Can't you do it in the morning? Cheng Tianyuan asked. Xiao Huzi replied quietly, Usually it's from 2 in the afternoon until night. We don't go to bed until 4 or 5 in the morning. Last night was early. We logged off a little after 3. Cheng Tianyuan scolded, You'll wear yourself out at this rate. Xiao Huzi just grinned, his mouth full of toothpaste foam. Uncle, that's just how this industry is. You'll get used to it. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. I only believe in the old saying, the plan for a day lies in the morning. The plan for a year lies in the spring. Oh, come on. Xiao Huzi rolled his eyes. That was back in the days with no lights, no fire, and no internet. It's different now. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but retort. So, in just 20 or 30 years, people's bodies have evolved to handle being up all night? Zhao Huzi was momentarily speechless. Cheng Tianyuan went into the room, turned off the freezing air conditioner, opened the curtains, the back window, and the bathroom window. Looking at the messy room, he couldn't stand it, and started tidying up. Zhao Huzi laughed. "Uncle, you're the best. I really envy Ran and Yang for having such a great dad." "If my son's room was as messy as yours," Cheng Tianyuan said coolly, "I'd have beaten him already." Zhao Huzi didn't dare laugh anymore. Cheng Tianyuan urged, "Drink some water, change your clothes, and eat. Go on." The young man had no choice but to obey. At lunch, it was just the elders, Cheng Tianyuan as the only middle-aged man and the troublesome youth beside him. Zhao Huzi quickly finished eating and was about to head back to his room. "Wait!" Cheng Tianyuan stopped him. "Go get that green haircut and spend some money to dye it back." He'd said this many times, but Zhao Huzi always brushed it off. Zhao Huzi rolled his eyes and muttered, "Uncle, I don't have enough money. I'll do it in a few days." Cheng Tianyuan glared at him, then took 1,000 yuan in cash from his wallet. "This is your pocket money from me. Today is the deadline. If you come back with green hair again, I'll throw you out to sleep with the trees in the backyard. I always keep my word, you know that." Sigh. Zhao Huzi took the money and trudged off. Listlessly holding the money, Zhao Huzi left the house. There was still a car at home, so Cheng Tianyuan asked the bodyguard to drive him out. Jilian was eating dessert and couldn't help but chuckle. "Other people's kids are even harder to teach than your own. The responsibility is bigger and you don't dare to be too strict." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile. "Uncle, you're absolutely right. Ahu and his wife don't care about him and just left him here. Since he's with us, it's our responsibility to guide him to do the right things." She's father frowned and asked, "How can they just wash their hands of him? They're his parents. The boy isn't even an adult yet, right? I remember he won't be of age until next year." "That's right," Liu Ying said, tapping a fishbone on her chopsticks. "He won't be 18 until next year. The kid's been tall and big since he was little, takes after Ahu. He looks like he's in his 20s, but he's actually only 17. Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Ahu's health isn't great, and Wang Ting has also fallen ill recently." "What?" Liu Ying asked anxiously. "What happened? How did she get sick?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "They say she's very weak and some old health problems have flared up. Ahu's own issues with high blood pressure, blood sugar, and cholesterol aren't resolved, and now Wang Ting is in the hospital too. How could they possibly keep up with this wild kid running around?" "I'll have to call and check on them later," Liu Ying said, frowning. "When did this happen? Why didn't you say anything sooner?" Cheng Tianyuan pretended not to hear and focused on eating. "Everyone gets sick, especially as they get older. Ahu is over 50, and Wang Ting is almost 52. They're not young anymore, and it's normal to have some health issues." Shu's mother asked curiously, "That boy is always playing games? He says he wants to do something special with gaming. What's it called? Electronic something? Oh, I suddenly forgot the name. What is it again?" "Esports," Cheng Tianyuan answered. Shu's mother nodded in realization, then laughed. "My memory is getting worse. I forget things as soon as I turn around. Yes, esports. These days, anything is possible. Back then we had those handheld game consoles just pressing buttons like crazy. There were those little boxes too, also with buttons. Then came phones and computers. I hear there are all kinds of games on phones now. So many games. And now there's even a professional field for it. It's just too funny." "That's why they say live and learn," Shu's father said, wiping the grease from his hands and smiling. "Things that didn't exist before are here now. Things that did exist are even better. Society keeps developing, and it's great to see new things." "Exactly," Jilian said with a laugh. "Technology changes so fast now. Blink and everything's different. When cell phones first came out, they were bigger than bricks and cost tens of thousands. Now they're smaller and do so much more. We used to shake our heads at people addicted to games, but now there are even professionals. Isn't that something?" Everyone laughed. Chung Tianyuan was busy with passport paperwork and couldn't linger with the elders, so he finished eating quickly and got ready to leave. Shua's father called out, "Aiwan, don't forget to book our plane tickets. Do you still remember your Uncle Jillian's ID number?" Chung Tianyuan stopped and turned his head. "I remember. Don't worry, I'll buy them this afternoon." With that, he hurried off. By evening, the Yamayue family had returned. Shan Yu looked at the empty front yard and couldn't help but glance toward Chung Huanran's room. But as before, the door was tightly shut. She sighed softly. Why isn't he back yet? It's been so many days. She didn't know why, but Ranran Ge hadn't come to see her in a long time. She'd thought that by living at his house, she'd see him every day, but he had classes and couldn't come home often. When she was in the hospital, he'd visit every 3 or 4 days. Now that she was living here, she barely saw him at all. She'd asked Aunt Xue Ling and Uncle Yuan, but they both said Ranran was too busy and would come home when he had time, so she shouldn't worry about him. But how could she not care? She wished every day that she could see him, and waited for him every day. That's not it, Chen Shuiyu explained. Ranran has to study during the week and only comes home on weekends. Just wait a couple more days. Be patient. Sometimes he's so busy he only comes home every few weeks, so he might not be back soon. Hearing this, Shan Yu instantly lost her spark and slumped onto the stone railing of the veranda. Chen Shuiyu and Yamayue exchanged a glance, both feeling sorry for her. But they didn't dare give her hope. Their daughter had just fallen in love for the first time, and it was best for her to get over it early. Letting her stay obsessed would only make things worse. Yamayue forced a smile and coaxed, Yu, let's go have some ice cream. Daddy will buy you something sweet." "No," Shan Yu muttered. "The doctor said eating too many sweets will give me cavities. I want my teeth to stay white, so I'm not eating ice cream anymore." Yamayue laughed in delight, surprised. "The doctor only said it once and you remembered?" "Of course," Shan Yu replied. Chen Shuiyu and her husband were both pleased and quickly suggested, "If you don't want ice cream, let's go play in the back garden. There are lots of flowers there. Let's go pick some." "No," Shan Yu shook her head. "You shouldn't just pick flowers. Once you pick them, they stop growing and wither away. If you leave them on the plant, they'll live longer." Chen Shuiyu clapped for her and explained, "Mom will only take you to pick osmanthus. There are still some blooming and they smell wonderful. We can take them back to make tea. Yesterday Grandma Lu picked a bunch, and you said they smelled great, remember?" "Oh, I think I remember," Shan Yu replied, a bit dazed. Yamayue coaxed, "It's okay if you don't remember. Yesterday Grandma Lu gave us some osmanthus, so today we'll pick some too and give some back to her, okay?" "Okay!" Shan Yu smiled and nodded. Just then, a tall, thin teenager walked in from the gate. It was already getting dark, so Shan Yu couldn't see clearly. She stood up in surprise and ran forward shouting, "Ranga! Ranga!" Yamayue and Chen Shuiyu exchanged a puzzled look and hurried after her. It wasn't Friday. Why was Ranran back? Maybe something important had come up. But to their shock, their daughter threw herself into the arms of Zhaohuzi Wanming. Zhaohuzi was stunned, frozen in place. He was still sulking about losing his favorite green hair and hadn't noticed anyone running toward him. By the time he realized he should dodge, someone had already thrown herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his neck. Huh? A beauty throwing herself into his arms? How could something this wonderful happen in real life? He could hardly believe it. With such a beautiful girl being so forward, how could he let her down? Without thinking, he immediately hugged the soft, fragrant girl in his arms. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu, who had hurried up behind, both looked grim and quickly pulled their daughter away. "Yu, what are you doing?" "Look carefully. That's not Ranran." Shan Yu stared wide-eyed at the tall, thin young man in front of her, instantly stunned, then turned away in embarrassment. "Sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Zhaohuzi didn't mind at all and grinned. No worries. Ranji and I have similar builds. We're both tall and slim, not like Yang Yang, who's big and strong. No, I'm strong too. Don't be fooled by how skinny I look. I've got muscles. Sorry about that. Chen Shuiyu interrupted with a forced smile. The lights aren't on yet, so it's hard to see clearly. I almost thought you were Ran too. You just didn't see clearly. Don't take it to heart. Not at all, Zhao Huzi said with a cheeky grin. To be hugged by such a cute and pretty big sister? What a stroke of luck for me. Shan Yu's face darkened and he said gruffly, What luck? I know your father. That kind of hug is just a sister's care for her little brother. Don't get any ideas. With that, the couple quickly led their daughter away. Zhao Huzi, still basking in the afterglow of being hugged by a beauty, happily wandered back to his room. A little while later, Cheng Tianyuan came home, bringing his youngest daughter and son with him. The house soon became lively. Xue's father and Xue Jilian were weeding in the back garden, while Xue's mother and Liu Ying continued tending their vegetable patch. Xiao Xin ran in, cheerfully greeting everyone. Xue's mother laughed. The lettuce we planted is ready to eat. I just sent some to the kitchen and it'll be on the table soon. Wow! Xiao Xin exclaimed happily. We'll get to eat veggies grown by Grandma and Nana. That's awesome. Zhao Cheng, meanwhile, was yawning and sprawled out on a garden bench, fast asleep. Xue's father asked curiously, What's wrong with your third brother? Is he not feeling well? No, Zhao Xin replied. He said he's just really tired. Xue Jilian said gently, Even if you're tired, you can't sleep now. It's mealtime, so you have to eat first. Go to bed early tonight, but don't miss dinner. Zhao Xin made a shushing gesture and whispered, He was up late working on a drawing last night and almost didn't wake up for class this morning. Dad saw how pale he looked earlier and already scolded him. Why did he have to rush a drawing? Xue's father didn't understand. Zhao Xin explained. He and a friend are working together on a comic for a competition. The deadline is today, end of the month. He probably didn't sleep much the night before or last night. This. Xue's father was a little angry, but mostly worried. How can he do that to himself? Quick, I'll go get him something to eat from the kitchen. After he eats, let him go back to bed. The old man hurried to wash his hands and rushed to the kitchen. Xue Jilian was also worried and asked, Zhao Xin, do your parents know about this? Third brother wouldn't dare tell them. Zhao Xin said quietly, glancing around. Dad always says schoolwork comes first, and comics are for the weekend. Doing this breaks his promise, so getting scolded is only fair. Cheng Tianyuan had been running errands all afternoon. His jacket was a bit dirty, so he went to his room to change into home clothes, washed his hands, had some water, and then headed to the dining room. As he passed through the back garden, he saw his third son slurping noodles, his eyes swollen and red, with dark circles even worse than a panda's. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but glare at him. Xiao Cheng shrank his head and kept eating, not daring to say a word. Xue's father said gently, All right, the child knows he was wrong. Let him eat and rest early. At this age, missing a little sleep isn't a big deal. One good night's sleep and he'll be bouncing around again tomorrow. Cheng Tianyuan just grunted in agreement. The elders felt sorry for their grandson, so even if he wanted to scold his son, this wasn't the time. Dinner was about to start, and he didn't want to ruin the mood and affect the elders' appetites. Just then, his phone rang. It was Xue Ling, calling to say she had to work late tonight and would eat at the cafeteria, so they shouldn't wait for her. Cheng Tianyuan agreed and hung up. She's not coming home for dinner again? Xue's mother asked. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and explained, The group is preparing to acquire a promising small company, so there's a lot to handle. Though Xue's mother felt sorry for her daughter, she understood the importance of work and said nothing more. Instead, Grandma Liu Ying shook her head and sighed. The family's already doing well enough. Ling Ling doesn't need to work so hard. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, She knows her limits. She said she'll be home by 9 and won't stay up late. Xue's mother, always quick with a quip, said, Staying up late isn't a big deal. At her age, she doesn't need that much sleep. 6 hours a night is enough. It's fine. If she's not here, we'll just eat more and finish her share. Everyone laughed. After finishing his noodles, Xiao Chong quietly slipped back to his room. Cheng Tianyuan pretended not to notice. Shan Yu came in, leading Yu Yu, whose eyes were still red, and gave everyone a meaningful look. Everyone tacitly pretended not to see. She's mother called out cheerfully, "Yu Yu, there are lots of osmanthus flowers blooming. Want to come pick some with Grandma? I'll make you some fragrant osmanthus tea, how about it?" Shan Yu nodded. Shua's mother took her off to pick flowers. Chen Shuiyu came in behind, carrying a big box. "My sister sent me some dried squid. Ayuan, give it to Xiao Li and have her cook it for us when she has time." Cheng Tianyuan agreed and took the box to the kitchen. A little while later, Xiao Li brought the dishes to the dining room. Everyone washed their hands and got ready for dinner. Cheng Tianyuan looked around and asked, "Where's Xiao Huzi?" Xiao Xin shook her head. "Haven't seen him." So Cheng Tianyuan went to the front yard and knocked on Xiao Huzi's door. Soon, the door opened. Xiao Huzi, now with short black hair, came out beaming. "Uncle." Cheng Tianyuan looked at his hair and nodded in satisfaction. But when his gaze fell on the boy's brightly colored rainbow long-sleeve t-shirt, he couldn't help but frown again. Xiao Huzi shrugged and started to head back, saying, "Uncle, I'm not eating at home tonight. I made some new friends and we're going out for dinner and karaoke. Don't worry about me." "Wait," Cheng Tianyuan called. "Don't stay out too late. Be back before midnight." Xiao Huzi pretended not to hear and dashed off. Cheng Tianyuan could only close the door for him and return to the dining room. Near midnight, Cheng Tianyuan called Xiao Huzi's phone, but no one answered. He told the security guard at the front to keep an eye out, then changed into pajamas and went to bed. But in the middle of the night, he was woken by his phone ringing. Afraid of waking Xue Ling, he quickly answered and slipped into the bathroom. "Hello?" A stranger's voice came through, calm but slightly anxious. "Hello? Is this Mr. Cheng Tianyuan? Please come to the police station. There's a young man named Wan Ming involved in a fight. He kicked someone and injured them." Cheng Tianyuan. "Ha!" After understanding the whole story and finally reaching an agreement with the other family, everyone signed the paperwork and took their people home. By then, it was already past 3 a.m. Cheng Tianyuan said in a low voice, "Thanks to you, I've never stayed up this late before." Xiao Huzi hung his head sheepishly and mumbled, "Uncle, I'm sorry." "And then?" Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "Just saying sorry isn't enough. The key is to try not to give yourself more chances to have to say sorry again, understand?" Xiao Huzi grinned awkwardly and said quietly, I'll try. Uncle, don't worry." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head with a wry smile. "Having to bail someone out of the police station in the middle of the night? How can I not worry about someone like you? Huh?" Xiao Huzi quickly raised 3 fingers. "I swear, I'll really change and won't make you worry anymore." Cheng Tianyuan, exhausted, rubbed his temples and told the bodyguard up front, "Let's go home." The luxury car rolled quietly down the road. Xiao Huzi, already dead tired, slumped in his seat and soon fell into a deep sleep, even snoring. Cheng Tianyuan was no longer a teenager who could sleep whenever and wherever. Now that he was older, being woken up in the middle of the night meant his sleep quality plummeted, and it was hard to fall back asleep. His head throbbed, but he knew they'd be home soon, so he just endured it. Sigh. The source of his headache was sleeping soundly, while he had to suffer through it. By the time they got home, it was already after 4. Xiao Huzi stumbled into his room, didn't even bother changing, kicked off his shoes, and collapsed into bed. Cheng Tianyuan tiptoed back to his own room, changed clothes, drank some water, and finally got back into bed. But for the next 2 hours, he only dozed fitfully, never really falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up, his headache was a bit better, but he still felt drained. Xue Ling stretched lazily and asked, "Where did you go last night? What happened?" "How did you know?" Cheng Tianyuan yawned. Xue Ling replied, "I vaguely remember you answering the phone and then rushing out. I was so sleepy I didn't have time to ask before I fell back asleep." Cheng Tianyuan sighed and explained what had happened the night before. Underage drinking is already wrong, and then he caused trouble. Luckily, the other kid's parents didn't want to make a big deal out of it and agreed to settle privately. We paid 2,000 yuan for medical expenses. Xue Ling was stunned for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile. That kid, Cheng Tianyuan said. Those boys all act like spoiled rich kids, wearing weirdly colored clothes, and all they do is argue and curse. Xue Ling thought for a moment and asked, "Where is he now?" "He's definitely still sleeping." Cheng Tianyuan yawned again. "He won't wake up before noon." Seeing how tired he looked, Xue Ling couldn't help but urge, "Let the driver take Xiao Xin and the others to school. You should get some more sleep." "No," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Once I'm awake, I can't fall back asleep. I still need to get the last signature for the passport application today, or Yang Yang's trip abroad will be delayed." Xue Ling reminded him. "Then at least eat well at lunch and take a nap. You barely slept 2 or 3 hours last night. You can't keep that up." After 40, sleep quality just isn't what it used to be. And too little sleep makes you dizzy and miserable. Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went to wash up. For the next 3 days, Zhao Huzi barely went out. All he did was eat, sleep, and play games. Cheng Tianyuan was busy supporting Shui Yang and accompanied him abroad. Xue Ling was in and out every day, barely able to keep up with things at home. 2 days later, Shue's father and Xue Jilian took Xiaoxin south. Cheng Huanran was busy at school and didn't come home, and Xiao Chong was either at school or at art class, hardly ever seen. At home, only the 2 grandmothers, the Shanyu family, and Zhao Huzi, who stayed holed up in his room all day, were left. Shanyu hadn't been in great spirits lately, which worried Shanyu and Chen Shuiyu. Fortunately, the doctor said her memory had recovered quite a bit, though her emotions were still unstable. He told them not to worry and to just keep following up. Still uneasy, Chen Shuiyu quietly told the doctor about her daughter's secret crush. The doctor was a bit concerned, but after some gentle probing and tests, he found that Shan Yu was mostly just disappointed, not deeply upset. He reassured them not to worry. If Shan Yu could heal her own heartbreak, it would show she was developing resilience and the ability to handle her own emotions. A very good sign. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu were relieved and quietly contacted Cheng Huanran, asking him not to come home for a while, to focus on his studies and participate in more research activities. Cheng Huanran was already busy and readily agreed. Poor Shan Yu was left in the dark, only able to secretly miss Ranran. But since they'd hardly spent any time together, there wasn't much to reminisce about. The more she thought about it, the less she knew what she was missing, and her longing gradually faded. The urgent desire to see Cheng Huanran also slowly diminished. Shan Yu yawned and asked, "What day is it today?" Chen Shuiyu, lazily fiddling with her phone, replied, "Wednesday." Shan Yu wrapped his coat tighter. "We don't have to go to the hospital today. Honey, should we go out for a bit? Winter comes early in the capital. Next month it'll be here. Let's go buy some winter clothes while we can." "Great!" Chen Shuiyu's eyes lit up. "It's been ages since we went shopping." Ever since their daughter's accident, they'd been focused on her every day, with no mood for shopping or dressing up. Shan Yu pulled out his wallet and took out a card. "We've hardly spent any money since we've been staying here. The place is great and free, the food is free, and there's a chef every day. I was worried we wouldn't use up this card before we went home, but there's still tens of thousands left," Chen Shuiyu said. "Let's buy some down jackets first. You really need them for winter here. The rooms have heat, but outside doesn't. We need to stay warm going to and from the hospital." "Right," Shan Yu shivered and laughed. "Winters in the capital are the worst, freezing cold. The last time I was here in winter was years ago, but I still remember how bitterly cold it was." Chen Shuiyu chuckled and went to knock on the next room. A moment later, Shan Yu, who was brushing her hair, opened the door. Seeing her daughter's hair still wet, Chen Shuiyu asked, "Need Mom's help?" Shan Yu shook her head. "I already washed it." Chen Shuiyu suggested going out to buy clothes and stroll around the city. "If you don't want to, After we buy clothes, we can go to a scenic spot in the suburbs. The maple forests are beautiful now. We could go see the leaves. No, Shanyu shook her head. I'd rather stay in and read or watch TV. Their daughter's memory had mostly recovered, and her mental state was much like anyone else's. The courtyard was safe and comfortable, so since she didn't want to go out with them, they let her be. Shanyu and Chen Shuiyu told the two grandmothers they were heading out, then took a car to go shopping. Liu Ying and Shue's mother were busy in the back garden, tending the vegetable patch, watering flowers and trimming the grass, so busy they soon forgot about keeping an eye on Shanyu. Shanyu changed into outdoor clothes and quietly packed a small bag, planning to sneak out. But there were security cameras everywhere in the courtyard, and guards at both the front and back gates. A security guard smiled and asked, "Miss Shan, where are you going? Do you need me to get you a car?" Shanyu shook her head. "I can take a car myself." The guard apologized. "Sorry, sir gave instructions before. Miss Shan is an honored guest and can't go out alone. How about I have a colleague drive you? Would that be okay?" "No, that's all right," Shanyu replied in disappointment, turning back. She wanted to go find Chung Huanran, but she wasn't allowed out alone. If a bodyguard or security guard went with her, her parents would definitely find out. Her parents didn't approve of her liking Chung Huanran. They never said it outright, but their reactions and behavior made it obvious. She didn't even have to guess. What should she do? She really, really wanted to go see him, especially now. Today was Wednesday, and Chung Huanran had classes. But there's always a break between classes. He couldn't be busy all day. She wanted to go to his school and ask him to take her to a play. The last play she saw was so wonderful. She could remember every line, every actor's expression, as if they were etched in her mind. For a time, performing had been her life. She loved the feeling of being in the spotlight, standing center stage, expressing a character's emotions and thoughts through facial expressions, words, and gestures. She didn't just like performing, she truly enjoyed it. Unfortunately, her chances to perform had been pitifully few, and now they were all in the past. Sigh. She sat on a stone bench in the corridor, feeling lost. Suddenly, a tentative voice called out, "Big sister?" She blinked and turned around. It was Zhao Huzi, dressed in a colorful outfit, standing not far away, still sleepy, waving at her with a big, eager smile. "Huh?" she remembered. He was another guest in the courtyard named Wan Ming. Shanyu replied shyly, "Hello." Zhao Huzi grinned and came over. "Big sister, I haven't seen you around lately. At dinner, you're never there." Shanyu answered softly, "I've been going to the rehab center for exercises in the afternoons. I leave after lunch and only get back after dinner." "Oh, that explains it. No wonder I never run into you." Zhao Huzi laughed. "I usually eat dinner and a late-night snack, but breakfast and lunch together, sometimes not until 1 or 2 in the afternoon." Shanyu gave an awkward smile. "Oh." She remembered Uncle Yuan had said Zhao Huzi often stayed up all night and slept until the afternoon. Zhao Huzi said excitedly, "Good thing I woke up early today, or I wouldn't have had the luck to see you." Shanyu felt even more awkward. "We live under the same roof. It's not that hard to run into each other." Why did he talk so strangely? Everyone lived in the same courtyard. Of course they'd see each other. What's all this about luck? It sounded funny. Noticing her dress to go out, Zhao Huzi asked, "Big sister, are you going out?" Shanyu shook her head. Zhao Huzi grinned. "Don't fool me. You're definitely going out. The weather's nice. Want to come with me to meet some online friends in the city center? I've met 2 really promising young players lately. We've been playing together for half a month, and I think they have potential. I invited them to lunch today to see if they'll join my team." Shanyu was surprised, then asked tentatively, "You're going out too?" "I wanted to ask, will you pass by Rangje's school? I want to see him." "Rangje?" Zhao Huzi saw her eyes light up and couldn't help asking, "Why do you want to see him? He's at the medical university, which is a bit far from downtown. It's almost an hour by car. The subway is faster, about half an hour. But the subway station isn't close. You'd need a ride there. Once you get off at the medical university stop, you'll see the side gate right away." He paused, then asked, "Do you have Rangje's number? Call him and have him come meet you." Shan Yu shook her head honestly. "I forgot to ask for his number." Zhao Huzi's eyes widened. "If you don't have his number, how are you going to find him? There are tens of thousands of people at the medical university, students from all over, plus staff, 40 or 50,000 people." Shan Yu was stumped. Then, never mind. But Zhao Huzi was never short on curiosity. "Big sister, why do you want to see Ranga?" Shan Yu thought for a moment and explained, "Last time he took us to see a play, I really liked it. The theater is right next to his school. I want to see another play." "Oh." Zhao Huzi broke into a big smile. "That's easy. Come on, I'll take you. Don't worry, I know the way. Finding one person in a crowd is hard, but finding a big theater is easy." Shan Yu looked at him in surprise, but also a little embarrassed. "But didn't you say you were meeting your friends?" Zhao Huzi shook his head. "I'll just move it to tonight. They all sleep until late afternoon anyway. I regretted making a lunch date as soon as I did." Shan Yu nodded happily. "Then, thank you. I really want to see a show." Zhao Huzi raised his eyebrows and patted his chest. "No problem, I'll take you right now." The two of them headed out quickly. The security guard saw that Shan Yu had company and didn't stop them, asking warmly if they needed a car. Zhao Huzi asked, "Is the driver here?" The guard nodded. "Sir is abroad and Madam drove herself to work. The driver just took Mr. Shan and his wife shopping and just got back." "Great," Zhao Huzi said. "Have him take us to the medical university." The guard smiled. "You're going to see young Master Ran, right?" "All right, I'll call the driver right away." Soon the driver took Zhao Huzi and Shan Yu out. Around 4 in the afternoon, Shan Yu and his wife returned with bags in hand. You! Come see what we bought for you." "Sweetie, we got you a pink down jacket, your favorite." "Shh, let her guess. Give her a surprise." "Oh, right. But after knocking several times, there was no answer. Chen Shuiyu felt something was off and pushed the door open, only to find the room empty. Chen Shuiyu was terrified and cried out, You! But no one answered, either inside or outside the room. Shan Yu quickly tried to calm her. Don't panic. It's very safe here. There are guards everywhere. Maybe you just went to the back garden." The couple didn't even bother with their shopping bags, hurrying off to search the back garden. The courtyard was huge, with many rooms and guest rooms. Even though they'd been living here, they were still guests and couldn't just wander around the whole place when the hosts weren't home. "Let's ask. Both grandmas are home?" They found She's mother and Liu Ying in the pavilion, drinking water and quietly discussing whether to use some natural fertilizer on the newly sprouted lettuce. Chen Shuiyu rushed over and asked if they'd seen her daughter. She's mother shook her head in confusion. Yu's not in her room? She hasn't come back here. She's not there." Shan Yu was starting to panic and ran to the back gate security office to ask. The guard told him that earlier, the surveillance cameras had shown the driver taking Shan Yu and Zhao Huzi out. Shan Yu asked in surprise, "Earlier? When was that? Zhao Huzi?" "Yes," the guard explained. "It was not long after you left. They went out together. Don't worry, the driver is with them and will keep them safe." Relieved to know where his daughter was, Shan Yu quickly returned to the back garden. "It's fine. She went out with Zhao Huzi. The guard said the driver took them out together and they haven't come back yet. If there's an emergency, we can call the driver. Here's his number." Chen Shuiyu asked suspiciously, "Zhao Huzi? Why did he take Yu out?" "How would I know?" Shan Yu shrugged. "We just got back together, didn't we? If you don't know, how could I?" Chen Shuiyu shot him a glare and whispered, "What are you standing around for? Call the driver." "No need," Shan Yu said. "It's already evening, they should be back soon. The driver can't just answer his phone while driving. Traffic rules are strict now and he could get points deducted if caught." Chen Shuiyu thought for a moment. You doesn't have a phone, so call Zhao Huzi." Shan Yu replied awkwardly. "How would I know his number?" Chen Shuiyu lowered her voice. "That kid's a troublemaker, and he's pretty wild." Why would you go out with him? Do you think he tricked her into going out while we weren't home? I doubt it. Shan Yu shook his head. Xiao Huzi is young and a bit unruly, but he's Ah Hu's son. He's not a bad kid. Just look at how Ayuan and Shui Ling treat him. He might be a little mischievous, but as long as it wasn't serious, no one minded too much. Shui Ling had said her own kids were all quiet and easy to manage, but Xiao Huzi was a typical boy. He might need to learn some hard lessons, but as long as he found the right path, he'd turn out fine. Chen Shuiyu rolled her eyes. How do you know? Ah Hu's kid hangs out in internet cafes, loves gaming, dropped out of school so young. What's good about that? You tell me. Shan Yu smiled wryly. He might be a bit wild, but he wouldn't take our Yu to do anything bad. Don't worry so much. The two grandmas went to the front yard to look for Shan Yu but didn't see her, so they came back. Still haven't found her? What's going on? Does anyone have a phone? Try calling. Shan Yu had to explain everything again to the elders, forcing a smile. Maybe they went out to do something together? It's already evening, so they should be back for dinner. Let's wait a bit. If they're not back soon, I'll call the driver. Xue's mother said gently. It's fine. With the driver and Xiao Huzi there, Yu is well looked after. No need to worry. Exactly, Liu Ying added quietly. Yu's been much better lately, no need to worry. Chen Shuiyu forced a smile and gave her husband a look, then went back to their room. Shan Yu, not daring to disobey his wife, hurried after her. Chen Shuiyu ordered, "Call the driver right now." Shan Yu nodded and quickly dialed. The driver answered soon. After a couple of "oh-ohs," Shan Yu gave his name and identity. What? After 9 tonight? That's what they said? Where are they now? You don't know? Where did they get out? The theater? Oh, okay. And then, got it. He hung up and looked at his wife. The driver said he didn't stay with them. He's on his way to pick up Shui Ling now. He said Xiao Huzi and Yu got out in front of the theater next to the medical university, said they were going to see a play. The show might be long, so Xiao Huzi told the driver not to wait, and that they'd be back after 9 and would call when they needed a ride. Chen Shuiyu exploded. That Xiao Huzi is so irresponsible. After 9? That's way too late. And Yu, how could she run off with that troublemaker? Why are you mad? Shan Yu snorted. Will getting angry bring her back? If she went out with Xiao Huzi, it means she wanted to go. It's us who don't understand our daughter, not anyone else's fault. She hadn't wanted to go shopping with them, but went out with someone else instead. Clearly, she was still keeping things from them. Chen Shuiyu thought for a moment. Do you think she wanted to go see Ron at the medical university? Probably, Shan Yu said. The theater is right next to the university. Chen Shuiyu sighed. We've been so careful for days, and I thought it was working. Do you think she really can't let go of Ron? But she hasn't mentioned him lately. Don't jump to conclusions before we know the facts, Shan Yu said. Chen Shuiyu grumbled. Our precious daughter is out and we don't know where. How can I not worry? We'll ask her when she gets back, Shan Yu said. Don't overthink it. Xiao Huzi might be rebellious, but he's not a bad kid. And Yu's much better now. She knows what she should and shouldn't do. Chen Shuiyu sighed. All we can do is wait. 10 minutes later, Shui Ling came home. Everyone had dinner together, then went about their own business. Shui Ling watched TV with the two grandmas, while Shan Yu and his wife sat with them, but their minds were elsewhere, eyes flicking to the security camera in the corner, anxiously waiting for their daughter. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. Shui Ling frowned and called Xiao Huzi's phone, but no one answered. Chen Shuiyu asked anxiously, Ling, well, still not answering? Shui Ling explained, No, he's not picking up. I've tried several times. Shan Yu asked suspiciously, Is it not connecting? No, Shui Ling explained. It connects, but no one answers. Ayo, Chen Shuiyu said in exasperation. That Xiao Huzi, how can he be so unreliable? Didn't he say he'd be back tonight? Look at the time. Shan Yu shot her a look, reminding her, Don't make such a fuss. It's not as serious as you think. After all, Zhao Huzi was Ahu's son and a guest in the house. Even the host, Xue Ling, hadn't said anything. How could she start scolding someone else's child? Their own daughter had gone out willingly. It wasn't like she'd been forced. You couldn't blame everything on someone else. Getting the message from his look, Chen Shuiyu sat back down, trying hard to suppress her anxiety. So, Lingling, what should we do now? Do you have any other way to reach them? Xue Ling thought for a moment, then quickly called the driver. A moment later, the driver answered. Xue Ling asked where they were, then said, "Why haven't you gone to pick up Zhao Huzi and the others yet?" Whatever the driver said made Xue Ling frown slightly. "Go inside and find them, and tell them to come home as soon as possible. If Zhao Huzi won't listen, have him answer my call." The driver agreed. Xue Ling hung up and explained gently, "They're at a hot pot restaurant downtown having dinner with friends." Chen Shuiyu rolled her eyes and snorted. "At this hour? Dinner? It's 10 o'clock. Most people are having a late-night snack and they're still eating dinner?" All right, Shan Yu said, annoyed. "Lingling already told the driver to get them. Stop complaining." Chen Shuiyu fell silent. Xue Ling said gently, "Sister Chen, the driver said he took them to the hot pot place earlier. This afternoon, Shan Yu and Zhao Huzi were at the theater for a show, and after dinner he picked them up to meet friends for hot pot. They haven't been running around all over, so you don't need to worry about Yu. She's grown up now. You need to let go a little and let her make friends." "Exactly," Xue's mother chimed in. "Yu's mom, you should listen to Lingling. Kids aren't from our generation. We don't even speak the same language, let alone anything else. Young people need to be with other young people. They have things in common. They think alike. Yu's almost fully recovered. You don't need to be so strict." "That's right," Shan Yu added. "You're always so anxious. I told you earlier, Yu's already much better. There's no need to watch her like before. The child's changed, but you haven't." Chen Shuiyu forced a smile and said quietly, "I just worry about her." Xue Ling smiled. Sister Chen only has one daughter, so of course all her attention and love goes to Yu. That's easy to understand. "But she's grown up," Shan Yu continued. "She's an adult now, not a little kid." Chen Shuiyu couldn't help but glare at him and mutter, "Enough already. She's not fully recovered. The doctor tells us every day to keep an eye on her, not to let anything happen. Have you done your part? Huh? I'm the one doing everything?" Shan Yu got annoyed too. "Yes, you do the work, but you can't keep doing it like this forever. People need to adapt. Why are you getting more stubborn as you get older?" "Get lost," Chen Shuiyu snapped. "I have nothing to say to you." All right, Xue Ling said with a laugh. "Why are you two arguing? The important thing now is to wait for Yu to come home and ask her why she went to the theater and stayed so long. Maybe she still really loves performing arts, or she wouldn't have gone again." Chen Shuiyu paused, then said, "So what if she likes it?" Shan Yu seemed to recall something sad and muttered, "Yeah, liking it doesn't put food on the table. She chased her dream, and I nearly sold the whole family to help her." Xue Ling looked a little awkward and said quietly, Yu's almost recovered. She can't just idle around, right? If she can find something she loves, a real interest, isn't that a good thing? It's not like you need her to earn money." As far as she knew, Shan Yu's family still had a fish farm, smaller than before but stable, and the weather had been good the last 2 years, so income was steady. They had several houses, 2 old cars, a home, cars, and steady income. They didn't need their daughter to work for money. Chen Shuiyu quickly shook her head. "Of course we're not short on money. It's just that she can't work, can she?" "Don't think like that," Xue Ling said gently. "If the doctor says she's well enough, why not give her some space? The more people and experiences she has, the more cheerful she'll be. If she can find a job she likes, something to give her purpose, isn't that even better?" Shan Yu suddenly remembered, getting excited. "Right. The doctor said we should help her find something to focus on. But she never says what she likes, just shakes her head." Chen Shuiyu mumbled, "Lingling, you don't understand. She used to love performing and singing, but she failed and ended up with such severe depression. I'm just afraid she couldn't handle another blow. I'm old and tired. I really can't go through that again. Shan Yu sighed and fell silent. But Xue Ling didn't quite agree and said quietly, "If she keeps running away, that's the root of her illness. If she's willing to try again, it means she's ready to move on. If she's willing to give herself a chance, why can't you support her?" Suddenly, Liu Ying chimed in, "Your girl used to sing so beautifully, even better than a lark. If she could keep singing, wouldn't that be wonderful?" "Grandma, it's not that easy to be a star," Shan Yu said with a wry smile. Xue Ling countered, "Does she have to be a star? Can't she just be an ordinary singer? Maybe the income isn't high, maybe it's not stable, but you don't need her to earn money. Learn from last time. Let her chase what she loves. Don't worry about her being a big star." Shan Yu was taken aback and couldn't help glancing at his wife. Their eyes flickered as if they were wavering. After a moment, Chen Shuiyu said quietly, "Ling Ling, you're a mother too, you should understand. I used to want her to be a great success, but after all she's been through, I changed my mind. As long as she's healthy and happy, that's all I want." Xue Ling smiled and said, "That's exactly right." Half an hour later, Zhao Huzi brought Shan Yu home. Shan Yu's face was full of smiles. Even though she kept apologizing for coming back late and promised not to wander off again, the excitement in her eyes was obvious to everyone. Chen Shuiyu forced a smile and said gently, "It's fine. You went out, that's all. If you want to go out, you can go any time. Just be careful, okay?" "Auntie, don't worry," Zhao Huzi grinned. "I took great care of Big Sister." Chen Shuiyu could only hide her displeasure and say, "Thank you, young man." Shan Yu pulled his daughter aside and asked, "Where did you go? Did you have fun?" "It was great," Shan Yu explained. "We went to see a play. Zhao Huzi even took me to meet his online friends. I've never had online friends before. They were really interesting. Even though I didn't understand a lot of what they said, I still had a good time." Shan Yu felt a pang of tenderness for his daughter and said softly, "As long as you're happy." Ever since she'd regained her memory, she'd rarely gone out or interacted with others. Even if the people and topics were unfamiliar, she was still happy. What reassured the couple most was that their daughter hadn't gone to see Cheng Huanran, even though the medical university was right next to the theater. That meant she'd finally let go of Ranran. "Wonderful," Xue Ling said warmly. Yu, if you like watching plays, you can go often. Do you know when the next one is? You can buy tickets in advance and have the driver take you. You could even bring the grandmas along." Shan Yu nodded eagerly, her eyes shining. "Auntie, the play was so good. The one we saw today has already been performed over 30 times. It was mostly a musical with lots of singing and dancing. It really tested the actors' skills. Their performance was amazing. I didn't want to leave and stayed until the final curtain call before going to dinner with Zhao Huzi. He slept through most of it." Zhao Huzi chuckled. "What can I say? Musicals just aren't my thing." Liu Ying, a bit hard of hearing, didn't quite catch that and said, "It's so late, there's nothing left to eat. Old Li is sleeping in the break room. He can make you some noodles if you're hungry. Anyone want some? Have him make extra." "No need," Zhao Huzi said, going over to put his arm around her. "God, Grandma, I'm not hungry. We had hot pot earlier, ate for over 2 hours." Liu Ying patted his head fondly and scolded with a smile, "Always running around, running around." Chen Shuiyu took her daughter back to their room. Shan Yu stayed to watch TV. Zhao Huzi, not wanting to be nagged by the adults, slipped back to his own room. Xue Ling took the chance to say to Shan Yu, Yu's almost fully recovered. You two don't need to watch her so closely. Tell Sister Chen to try letting go a bit more." "I will," Shan Yu replied. "Winter's coming. We'll stay a bit longer, then head home." Xue Ling shook her head. "No rush. Let's see how Yu's doing before deciding." Shan Yu smiled awkwardly. "We don't want to impose for too long." Xue Ling laughed. "It's just 3 more pairs of chopsticks. You've seen how many people eat at our table. Don't be so polite. Let's focus on Yu for now." "All right," Shan Yu nodded. "Then, Let's plan to stay until the end of the year. Shi Ling was about to reply when her phone rang. She glanced at it and saw it was Zhao Jiaxiu, so she got up and walked to a quiet hallway. Hello? Jiaxiu? Why are you calling so late? Ling, I have good news. My husband finally woke up. He woke up. She was already sobbing as she spoke. Shi Ling could feel her friend's overwhelming relief and joy after so much hardship and said gently, That's wonderful, so wonderful. You have to take care of yourself too. Yes, I couldn't have done it without your help. I never thought that doctor would be so amazing. These days in the sterile ward, I was on the verge of collapse. The doctor just told me he woke up, and we even exchanged a few words before he fell asleep again. The doctor said he can leave the sterile ward tomorrow. Ling, when we heard, the whole family cried. This time we really snatched him back from death, and we won. Shi Ling listened to her hoarse voice, feeling a deep ache for her friend. Take care of yourself and get some rest. Ling, I have one more thing to ask you. Of course, go ahead. I'd like to borrow 100,000 yuan just to tide us over. When my husband is out of the hospital, we'll slowly pay you back. Maybe next year or the year after. Shi Ling agreed without hesitation. No problem. I'll have Secretary Chen transfer it to your account tomorrow morning. Thank you. I can't find any words to express my gratitude except thank you, thank you. Shi Ling told her to rest well and hung up. It was already past 10. The two grandmas went off to bed together. Shi Ling went to her younger son's room, tucked him in, and then went to bed herself. Shan Yu was still in the living room watching TV. Soon, Chen Shuiyu came looking for him, scolding, Look at the time. Why aren't you in bed? There's a TV in the bedroom. You can watch as long as you want. This is the main living room with all the lights on. You're really not shy about it. Shan Yu laughed and retorted, We've been living here so long. When have we ever been shy? Chen Shuiyu sat down with a sigh. You said she wants to see another play tomorrow. She also said she knows the bus routes and can get there by herself. No, she said subway. I got it wrong. Shan Yu frowned. No, have the driver take her. If she wants to take public transport, one of us has to go with her. Chen Shuiyu thought for a moment. Tomorrow, let's buy her a new phone, put both our numbers in and teach her how to reach us anytime. For now, she can't go out alone. One of us has to go with her. You're okay with her going to the theater? Shan Yu asked, a little surprised. What if she wants to go again the day after tomorrow? Chen Shuiyu smiled, finally at peace. It's all fine. I'll agree to anything. As long as her daughter was healthy and happy, she'd do anything to help her. Really, what her daughter wanted was always simple. She and her husband had just been too anxious and forceful. Otherwise, things wouldn't have turned out this way. I've figured it out now. Nothing is more important than our daughter's health and happiness. Stardom, sky-high pay, none of that matters to us. We don't need the money. Hearing this, Shan Yu took her hand in his spotted, wrinkled hand squeezing gently. Chen Shuiyu smiled too, putting her other hand over his. They'd been through so much in this life. Even if they hadn't always understood, life had taught them, forced them, to see clearly. Thank heaven their daughter was well again, and everything was all right. Having the whole family together, there was no greater happiness. Early the next morning, Shan Yu got up to practice her singing in the back garden. Maybe because she hadn't practiced in a long time, her voice would start too low, then too high, stumbling along for quite a while, her singing full of stops and starts. Chen Shuiyu and Shan Yu hid in the dining room, watching her with aching hearts, but neither knew what to do. She's mother and Liu Ying were having breakfast and called them over to eat, but they had no appetite. They just stared through the floor-to-ceiling windows at their daughter, their feelings complicated. Shi Ling and Zhao Chong arrived as well. Zhao Chong was in a hurry and explained with a wry smile, I overslept. I might be late. Shi Ling saw him eating in a rush, but the porridge was still piping hot, burning his tongue so he kept sticking it out. She frowned. Are you trying to kill yourself? Be careful or you'll burn your tongue and won't be able to eat. Xiao Chong had to stop eating so fast. Xue Ling hurried into the kitchen and grabbed 2 clean plastic bags. Hurry! Take your favorite food with you. I'll bring a bowl of porridge to the car for you. Eat the buns and fried dough first, porridge last. It'll save you some time on the road. Wow, awesome. Xiao Chong grinned. Now I don't have to worry about being late. Xue Ling turned and pressed the intercom, instructing, Please have the driver bring the car around and wait at the gate. We're leaving a bit early today. Xiao Chong, munching on a meat bun and carrying his backpack, dashed out. Xue Ling scooped up a bowl of lean pork congee and followed him out. Liu Ying and Xue's mother both chuckled. Kids this age really do have trouble getting up in the morning. When you get to our age, you have all the time in the world to sleep, but you just can't. Meanwhile, Chen Shuiyu watched her daughter outside with concern and whispered, Go ask her to come in for breakfast. She hasn't practiced in so long, and now she's suddenly practicing for so long, she might hurt her voice. Shan Yu shook his head and whispered, Let her practice. What do you know? Chen Shuiyu frowned. Vocal training is hard. She hasn't practiced in ages, and now she wants to get back into it all at once. How is that possible? She might hurt her voice. Shan Yu's heart ached too, but he said, She wanted to practice on her own. Let her. Tears fell from Chen Shuiyu's eyes. She quickly wiped them away and slowly ate her breakfast, but it tasted like nothing. A while later, Xue Ling came back. Xue's mother asked, Gone to school? Yes, Xue Ling explained. No need to worry about being late. He usually leaves around this time anyway. Today he's actually a few minutes early. Eating on the way saves a whole breakfast's worth of time. Liu Ying muttered, That boy. When his dad's not home, he always oversleeps. Cheng Tianyuan was usually the first up in the house, always waking the kids. But these days, he was abroad with Shui Yang for a competition, so Xiao Chong had overslept a few times, and Zhao Huzi just slept until after lunch. They always had to save lunch for him, since he rarely made it on time. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, Zhao Huzi stays up late gaming, so let him sleep in. Every profession has its own schedule. There's no one right way. Some people get up at 2 in the morning to sell vegetables. Others don't close their food stalls until 2. We can't say who's right or wrong. Every job has its own rules. Liu Ying shook her head. I've called him a few times, but he won't get up, so I just let him be. Xue's mother chuckled. I never call him. Huh? Xue Ling asked. Where's Yu? Not up yet? With red eyes, Chen Shuiyu replied, She's outside practicing her singing. I don't know what's gotten into her. She got up early and said she wanted to practice. I didn't want to stop her, so I let her go. Xue Ling was surprised, then nodded. All right, I'll have the kitchen prepare a separate breakfast for her and tell the chef to make something good for her throat and lungs. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu said softly. Xue Ling understood her worry and comforted her. Take it slow. Chen Shuiyu nodded. Just then, Xue Ling's phone rang. She picked it up and saw it was Cheng Tianyuan, so she quickly answered. Soon, her face broke into a delighted smile. That's great. Really good news. Okay, just let me know the exact flight time in advance. I'll pick you up. Xiaoxin and the others? My dad called me after 11 last night. He said there's a semi-final today. If they make it, they'll stay for the final tomorrow. If not, they'll come back tomorrow. After a while, she hung up. Mom! Yang got second place. He won a silver medal! Shu's mother and Liu Ying both laughed with joy. Next time, go for the gold! Yes, next time, aim for first place. But Xue Ling didn't see it that way. There are so many talented people at big international competitions. It's great if we win, but just being able to participate is already an honor. We just need to encourage the kids to do their best. Don't set a ranking, just do their best. Liu Ying giggled. Gold is best, of course. But yes, let's just congratulate Yang. Shu's mother said, I'll have to buy him a present. Liu Ying added, Last time he won, he brought back local specialties and lots of paper fans for us. Maybe this time he'll bring us more souvenirs. If he gives us gifts, we should give him something too. Shua's mother decided. Absolutely. Chen Shuiyu and Shan Yu congratulated Xue too, giving her a thumbs up. Ling, your kids are all so outstanding. Xue smiled. Not really, they're just ordinary kids with their own little hobbies. Chen Shuiyu couldn't help but ask, how do you raise them so well? Xue thought seriously, then replied, I don't really do much. I keep an eye on their studies. If they do well, great. If not, that's fine too. I don't push them too hard. I'm really busy, so I don't have much time to manage them. Only Ran is top of the class, the others are just average. Shan Yu gave a thumbs up. That's already great. Xue looked out the window at Shan Yu under the trees and said warmly, Your Yu is wonderful too. Give her some space and time and she'll soar again. She doesn't need to soar, Chen Shuiyu said softly. As long as she's healthy, that's enough. I just feel bad for her, practicing after so long. How can she get back to where she was? Xue shook her head. Shan Yu gestured for her to be quiet. Chen Shuiyu wiped her tears and kept eating. From that day on, Shan Yu practiced singing every day, sometimes going to see plays in the afternoon and occasionally watching movies. Sometimes her parents went with her, sometimes Zhao Huzi. Gradually, as she found her direction again, Shan Yu became more confident and cheerful, her smile brighter and her eyes sparkling. She looked more beautiful and radiant than ever. In the blink of an eye, it was almost the end of the year. Shan Yu was hurrying back to sell fish and planned for the three of them to return to the southern island. Unexpectedly, Shan Yu was reluctant to leave, saying her career was just getting started and she needed to stay in the capital. Career? Shan Yu was a bit confused. When did you get a job? Shan Yu blushed and explained softly, Recently, I've been singing. Singing? Chen Shuiyu asked suspiciously. You've been going out with Zhao Huzi a lot lately. Was it all for singing? Shan Yu nodded and explained obediently. Zhao Huzi finally found a sponsor willing to invest in his team. It just so happened that the game they play was looking for someone to sing an insert song, and Zhao Huzi recommended me. He recorded a clip and put it online, and it got a lot of views. When the voting results came out, I was chosen. The game company wants me to sign a contract the day after tomorrow to record 2 songs. I checked them out. They're not hard to sing. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu exchanged a look, hardly able to believe it. So, the songs will be released online? Shan Yu explained. There aren't many online now, but they might get popular later. The process is simple. Just record and upload. Shan Yu couldn't help but ask, Signing a contract the day after tomorrow? You can't just sign anything. Wait, you need someone to check the contract for you. Don't take it lightly. Don't worry, Dad, Shan Yu said. Zhao Huzi already asked about it. It's just singing and it'll be done in a few days. He said the pay isn't much, but if the songs get popular, I'll get a share of the revenue. Chen Shuiyu frowned. You just believe what he says? He's not a legal expert. We still need to see the contract. Shan Yu swallowed and explained. It's a legitimate company. They sent a draft contract 2 days ago. I looked it over. It seems fine. Wait, Shan Yu said cautiously. Where is it? Can you print it out? Let us take a look first. Shan Yu had to go find Zhao Huzi. A while later, she came back with 2 sheets of paper. Shan Yu went to ask Xue for help. Xue was busy, but she took photos of the contract and sent them to lawyer He Miao Miao. Soon, lawyer He called back and said the contract was fine, the company was properly registered, and the pay was in line with the current market. Shan Yu and Chen Shuiyu finally relaxed. 2 songs, 20,000 each, 40,000 for both, Zhao Huzi said happily. Big sis, just a few days and you'll make tens of thousands. Awesome. Shan Yu blushed and laughed quietly. Zhao Huzi got even more excited. Your voice is so good you can't let it go to waste. I recommended you to a good buddy. He said you should post some singing videos or songs, and he can add illustrations to make a homemade MV. That way you'll have an even better chance of going viral. Shan Yu's eyes lit up and she nodded eagerly. Seeing their daughter so excited and full of hope, Chen Shuiyu and Shan Yu couldn't bear to stop her. How about you go back first and I'll stay with her, Chen Shuiyu suggested. Shan Yu nodded in agreement. 2 days later, Shan Yu flew south. Half a month later, Cheng Huanran and She Yang came home for the holidays. Shan Yu was busy and only greeted Cheng Huanran in passing. Cheng Huanran saw her bright, youthful face and realized she'd moved on from him, feeling secretly happy for her. "Big brother! Second brother!" Zhao Xin ran over. She Yang laughed and squatted down, lifting her high and sitting her on his strong shoulders. Zhao Xin giggled. Cheng Huanran asked, "Have you finished your winter homework?" "Big brother, I just started break 2 days ago," Zhao Xin pouted. "Can't I have a little break? You sound just like Dad." Cheng Huanran couldn't help but laugh. "Big brother! Second brother!" Cheng Chong poked his head in, waving excitedly. "Grandma and Nana grew a huge yam. Dad can't dig it up. Come help!" The three of them laughed and rushed over. "Really? That big?" "The king of yams is at my house. Let's cook it in soup and fill our bellies." In a flash, it was New Year's Eve. Chen Shuiyu couldn't bear for her husband to spend the holiday alone, so she flew back to the southern island. Shan Yu, with her new career just starting, couldn't leave and stayed for the new year. Zhao Huzi was busy forming a team for competitions and didn't go home either, even though his parents scolded him over the phone. He just kept busy and cheerful. She Ling was busy as always, only coming home with big bags on the morning of New Year's Eve. Cheng Tianyuan had just delivered New Year's gifts to clients and saw her on the steps, talking on the phone with a troubled look. He stopped the car and walked over. She Ling's eyes flickered and she said quietly, "I'm driving. Can't talk long. I'll text you when I get home." She hung up quickly. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "What's wrong, honey?" Xue Ling looked at him, her eyes complicated. "A Fang just called. She wants to have New Year's Eve dinner with us, to make up with Mom and pay respects to my parents." Cheng Tianyuan was taken aback, his eyes dropping. "No, tell her not to come. Tomorrow, let Ran and the others go visit her. She's still their elder, and it's right for them to pay respects." He still hadn't forgiven his sister, and though his mother never mentioned it, she must still hold a grudge deep down. He didn't want to upset the elders during the new year or make things awkward at home. Xue Ling sighed. "All right, we'll do as you say." Cheng Tianyuan went inside first. Xue Ling followed, lost in thought. "Auntie," a cheerful voice called. Xue Ling turned. Zhao Huzi was hiding behind a pillar, grinning and waving. She smiled and walked over. "What is it? Need something?" Zhao Huzi grinned, giving her a thumbs up. "Auntie, you really are amazing. No wonder you're the big boss." Xue Ling laughed. "Just say what you want, no need to flatter me." Zhao Huzi sidled up and hugged her arm. "Auntie, that game company you introduced is great. They even supported us with 2 small ads. I can't thank you enough. In my next life, I'll repay you by being your son." Xue Ling shook her head. "I wouldn't dare compete with your parents, and I don't want to be kept up at night in my next life." "Ayo!" Zhao Huzi laughed. "Auntie, don't dislike me." Xue Ling narrowed her eyes. "Speak." Zhao Huzi straightened up. "I want to rent a place for our club. Now that we have ad money, we can finally afford a little base to gather talent and get things done." Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. "How big? Where?" Zhao Huzi grinned. "I think the building by Mingtian Plaza is great. Spacious and bright, lots of companies nearby, lots of people, so advertising will be easy. It doesn't have to be huge. About 200 square meters is enough." Xue Ling slowly shook her head. Zhao Huzi frowned. "You don't agree?" "It's not that," Xue Ling explained. "There's basically no space left in that building these past 2 years. Even the top floor was rented out last year. Someone even wanted to rent the rooftop, but I refused because I didn't want random ads ruining the building's look." Zhao Huzi exclaimed, "It's that popular?" Xue Ling said. "After it was built, it filled up quickly. Now, except for a few first-floor storefronts I'm clearing out for friends, there's really not a single spot left. Most floors were leased as offices, with minimum terms of 3 to 5 years, some even 10 or 15. The building had been in high demand these 2 years. Even though the rent wasn't as high as Ronghua Mall, The leases were stable and long-term, which saved a lot of trouble. Zhao Huzi asked miserably, "Do you have any other good places to recommend? I don't have much for rent and don't dare look on my own. But we really, really need a place to settle down. Without a base, we can't gather people, and always meeting at KFC is a pain. It's crowded and noisy, and even holding a meeting makes your throat hurt." She Ling chuckled softly. This young man had changed a lot in the past few months, especially with money being tight. He no longer spent freely, pinched every penny for his business, and even with ad money, he budgeted carefully, not daring to waste a cent. When you're young, you pretend to know sorrow just to write new lyrics. Now he truly knows worry, but instead of complaining, he just gets on with it. "I still have some properties, and some are under my parents' names, all managed by staff. I really don't have time to keep track. I'll check if there are any large apartments elsewhere that might suit you." "Apartments?" Zhao Huzi frowned. "Are they all in residential complexes?" She Ling shook her head. "Is that a problem?" "Better not," Zhao Huzi explained. "We're all night owls, and some of our online matches are with people overseas, so the time zones are totally different. Sometimes we're up at 3 or 4 in the morning. In a residential area, I'm afraid we'd disturb the neighbors and get complaints." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "I'll try to find you a small villa, not too far out, and a standalone one." "Hey!" Zhao Huzi got excited. "A villa would be great. Lots of space, room to move around, perfect for young people to mess around. And with some distance from neighbors, we don't have to worry about complaints or the police." Xue Ling nodded. "I'll check for you." "Auntie?" Zhao Huzi blinked, acting cute. "About the price, could it be a little cheaper? Villas are expensive and our budget is really tight. We have so many projects waiting to start and money is needed everywhere. If you could make it a bit cheaper? Of course, if it's a lot cheaper, that'd be even better." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "No rent at all?" "Awesome!" Zhao Huzi burst out laughing, but then got a little embarrassed. "Auntie, just a discount is fine. I can't ask for free. After all, it's not just me using it. If it were just me, I'd shamelessly ask. But I have a bunch of brothers too." Xue Ling smiled warmly. "Not bad. At least you have a conscience. I'm in business to make money, so I can make an exception for you, but if I do it for you, others will want the same. I can give you a discount, but not for free." "I get it." Zhao Huzi nodded quickly. Xue Ling said, "All right, I'll have Director Lai help you look. It's the end of the year, a busy time for moving and changing places. You might actually find something now." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhao Huzi clasped his hands in thanks. As Xue Ling walked down the corridor, she asked, "How's Shan Yu's singing online these days?" "Fantastic!" Zhao Huzi gave a thumbs up. "Big Sis's voice. If she didn't sing, it'd be a crime. There are tons of comments online, all praising her as a heavenly voice, lingering notes, all compliments. In our industry, there are lots of songs to sing. As long as she's got the talent, she'll never have to worry about making money." Xue Ling smiled. "That's great. Sometimes when you least expect it, surprises and new opportunities appear. Maybe you will find a whole new path here." "A bright future." Zhao Huzi lifted his chin, proud. "Trust me, absolutely." Xue Ling asked, "You're not going home for New Year's. What do your parents say?" "They're busy with health stuff. Don't care about me," Zhao Huzi explained. "My mom's obsessed with health shows, always making whole grains and supplements, keeping busy. She drags my dad into it too, feeding him all sorts of things. He's almost sick of it." Xue Ling laughed. "Remember to call them more? And call your grandma to wish her a happy new year?" "Will do," Zhao Huzi said. "I'll call tomorrow. I used to spend every New Year with Grandma, but this year my parents aren't well, so they're bringing her to the city for a while. My mom can't travel far. She gets car sick." Xue Ling frowned slightly. "Your parents have it tough. You need to be good to them." "Yes," Zhao Huzi replied cheerfully. This year's reunion dinner was especially lively. With Xue Jillian's whole family, there were over a dozen people, filling 3 big tables. The kitchen was busy from noon on. Old Li was swamped and brought in 2 old colleagues to help, asking Xue Ling for 2 extra-day wages. Xue Ling was generous as always, saying it was a holiday and everyone would get triple pay, including the 2 temps. Old Li and little Li were delighted and worked even harder. That evening, Xue Jilian's whole family arrived. The two elders came in first, carrying New Year's goods. Xue Heng and Xue Huan each held a daughter's hand, and Zheng Xiaoyi carried the youngest. The whole group came in laughing. Everyone greeted each other cheerfully. Grandpa and Grandma Xue handed out red envelopes to the kids, one for each, even the oldest, Cheng Huanran and Xue Yang. If you're not married and not earning, you're still a kid. Take it. Xue Jilian also pulled out a big stack of red envelopes. Come, I've got some too. 7 or 8 kids ended up with arms full of red envelopes, even Shan Yu and Zhao Huzi. Cheng Tianyuan, Xue Ling, and Xue Heng gave red envelopes to the elders, wishing them health and long life. The dining room was warm, dishes kept coming, everyone ate and drank slowly, the atmosphere lively and full of laughter. After dinner, Xue Huan took his wife and kids home, saying they'd stop by the square to watch fireworks. Xue Heng stayed to drink tea and chat with the elders, while his daughter Xiaohan played nearby. Suddenly, Xiaohan's pink purse dropped a red envelope. She quickly picked it up, then remembered something and ran to Liu Ying. "Grandma, I almost forgot. Mom asked me to bring this for you." Zhao Huzi frowned. "You don't agree?" "It's not that," Xue Ling explained. "There's basically no space left in that building these past 2 years. Even the top floor was rented out last year. Someone even wanted to rent the rooftop, but I refused because I didn't want random ads ruining the building's look." Zhao Huzi exclaimed, "It's that popular?" Xue Ling said. "After it was built, it filled up quickly. Now, except for a few first-floor storefronts I'm clearing out for friends, there's really not a single spot left. Most floors were leased as offices, with minimum terms of 3 to 5 years, some even 10 or 15. The building had been in high demand these 2 years. Even though the rent wasn't as high as Ronghua Mall, the leases were stable and long-term, which saved a lot of trouble." Zhao Huzi asked miserably, "Do you have any other good places to recommend? I don't have much for rent and don't dare look on my own, but we really need a place to settle down. Without a base, we can't gather people, and always meeting at KFC is a pain. It's crowded and noisy, and even holding a meeting makes your throat hurt." Xue Ling chuckled softly. This young man had changed a lot in the past few months, especially with money being tight. He no longer spent freely, pinched every penny for his business, and even with ad money, he budgeted carefully, not daring to waste a cent. When you're young, you pretend to know sorrow just to write new lyrics. Now he truly knows worry, but instead of complaining, he just gets on with it. "I still have some properties, and some are under my parents' names, all managed by staff. I really don't have time to keep track. I'll check if there are any large apartments elsewhere that might suit you." "Apartments?" Zhao Huzi frowned. "Are they all in residential complexes?" Xue Ling shook her head. "Is that a problem?" "Better not," Zhao Huzi explained. "We're all night owls, and some of our online matches are with people overseas, so the time zones are totally different. Sometimes we're up at 3 or 4 in the morning. In a residential area, I'm afraid we'd disturb the neighbors and get complaints." Xue Ling thought for a moment. "I'll try to find you a small villa, not too far out, and a standalone one." "Hey!" Zhao Huzi got excited. "A villa would be great. Lots of space, room to move around, perfect for young people to mess around. And with some distance from neighbors, we don't have to worry about complaints or the police." Xue Ling nodded. "I'll check for you." "Auntie." Zhao Huzi blinked, acting cute. "About the price, could it be a little cheaper? Villas are expensive and our budget is really tight. We have so many projects waiting to start and money is needed everywhere. If you could make it a bit cheaper? Of course, if it's a lot cheaper, that'd be even better." Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. "No rent at all?" "Awesome!" Zhao Huzi burst out laughing, but then got a little embarrassed. "Auntie, just a discount is fine. I can't ask for free. After all, it's not just me using it. If it were just me, I'd shamelessly ask. But I have a bunch of brothers too." Xue Ling smiled warmly. "Not bad. At least you have a conscience. I'm in business to make money, so I can make an exception for you, but if I do it for you, others will want the same. I can give you a discount, but not for free." "I get it." Zhao Huzi nodded quickly. Xue Ling said, "All right, I'll have Director Lai help you look. It's the end of the year, a busy time for moving and changing places. You might actually find something now." "Thank you, Auntie." Zhao Huzi clasped his hands in thanks. As Xue Ling walked down the corridor, she asked, "How's Shan Yu's singing online these days?" "Fantastic." Zhao Huzi gave a thumbs up. Big Sis's voice, if she didn't sing, it'd be a crime. There are tons of comments online, all praising her as a heavenly voice, lingering notes, all compliments. In our industry, there are lots of songs to sing. As long as she's got the talent, she'll never have to worry about making money. Xue Ling smiled. "That's great. Sometimes, when you least expect it, surprises and new opportunities appear. Maybe you will find a whole new path here." "A bright future." Zhao Huzi lifted his chin, proud. "Trust me, absolutely." Xue Ling asked, "You're not going home for New Year's. What do your parents say?" "They're busy with health stuff, don't care about me," Zhao Huzi explained. "My mom's obsessed with health shows, always making whole grains and supplements, keeping busy. She drags my dad into it too, feeding him all sorts of things. He's almost sick of it." Xue Ling laughed. "Remember to call them more, and call your grandma to wish her a happy new year." "Will do," Zhao Huzi said. "I'll call tomorrow. I used to spend every New Year with Grandma, but this year my parents aren't well, so they're bringing her to the city for a while. My mom can't travel far. She gets carsick." Xue Ling frowned slightly. "Your parents have it tough. You need to be good to them." "Yes," Zhao Huzi replied cheerfully. This year's reunion dinner was especially lively. With Shi Jillian's whole family, there were over a dozen people, filling 3 big tables. The kitchen was busy from noon on. Old Li was swamped and brought in 2 old colleagues to help, asking Xue Ling for 2 extra-day wages. Xue Ling was generous as always, saying it was a holiday and everyone would get triple pay, including the 2 temps. Old Li and little Li were delighted and worked even harder. That evening, Shi Jillian's whole family arrived. The 2 elders came in first, carrying New Year's goods. Shi Heng and Shui Huan each held a daughter's hand, and Zheng Xiaoyi carried the youngest. The whole group came in laughing. Everyone greeted each other cheerfully. Grandpa and Grandma Shui handed out red envelopes to the kids, 1 for each, even the oldest, Cheng Huanran and Shui Yang. "If you're not married and not earning, you're still a kid. Take it." Shui Jillian also pulled out a big stack of red envelopes. Come, I've got some too." 7 or 8 kids ended up with arms full of red envelopes, even Shan Yu and Xiao Huzi. Cheng Tianyuan, Xue Ling, and Xue Heng gave red envelopes to the elders, wishing them health and long life. The dining room was warm, dishes kept coming, everyone ate and drank slowly, the atmosphere lively and full of laughter. After dinner, Shi Huan took his wife and kids home, saying they'd stop by the square to watch fireworks. Xue Heng stayed to drink tea and chat with the elders, while his daughter Xiaohan played nearby. Suddenly, Xiaohan's pink purse dropped a red envelope. She quickly picked it up, then remembered something and ran to Liu Ying. "Grandma, I almost forgot. Mom asked me to bring this for you." Liu Ying was stunned, the smile on her lips freezing and slowly fading. Everyone else was caught off guard too, all momentarily bewildered. Xiaohan held up the red envelope and said brightly, "Grandma, this is from Mom, for you!" Shi Heng snapped back to himself and said awkwardly, "Xiaohan, come here to Dad." Xiaohan turned her head. "What is it? I haven't given Grandma her red envelope yet. Mom's working overtime and asked me to bring this to Grandma." Liu Ying stared at the bright red envelope, not knowing how to react. On the other side, Shue's mother quickly prompted, "Yingjie, take it from the child. Go on, take it." Grandpa Xue and Xue Jilian exchanged a glance, both understanding, and followed their kind instincts, urging, "It's New Year's. Just accept it from the child." Cheng Tianyuan lowered his eyes, staring at his teacup in silence. Xue Ling saw the mother and son's reaction and guessed they still hadn't forgiven Cheng Tianfang. She didn't try to persuade the elders, just called out, "Xiaohan, Your brother and sister are setting off sparklers in the garden. Go ask them to give you a few to play with." "Okay." Xiaohan was delighted, tossed the red envelope to Liu Ying, and dashed out. Liu Ying stared at the envelope in her arms for a long time, not moving. Xue Heng quietly said, "Mom, she's doing well. She's back at the TV station living in the staff dorms. Every weekend I take Xiaohan to stay with her for a day or two." Liu Ying didn't seem to hear. She slowly stood up, and the red envelope slipped from her arms to the floor. "I'm tired. You all keep drinking tea. I'll go to my room." With that, the old lady hunched her back and slowly walked away. The awkward atmosphere lingered in the living room, the silence almost oppressive. From the back garden came the children's excited shouts, and through the windows you could see little bursts of fireworks. Sheling picked up the remote and changed the channel. "We should watch the gala tonight. I almost lost track of time waiting. Look, it's already started." Xue Jilian chimed in. "I heard there's a robot performance this year. Maybe dancing?" "No," Xue Heng replied. "The paper said it's something else." Everyone started chatting again. Xue Ling nestled next to Cheng Tianyuan and urged, "Keep making tea. I'm waiting for another cup." Cheng Tianyuan calmly picked up the kettle and continued brewing kung fu tea. "Your phone's been buzzing all night," Xue Heng said, nodding at Xue Ling's phone. "All New Year's greetings, right? Big boss, everyone wants your attention." Xue Ling laughed. "Of course, don't you get a lot too?" "Not as many as you." Xue Heng leaned in. Duo sent me the latest packaging design, very fresh and cozy." Xue Ling nodded. "I think it's great too. The new packaging uses paper boxes, looks more upscale, gives a sense of elegance." "But," Xue Heng hesitated, "our products have always been mid-priced and now suddenly one is a third more expensive. Will customers accept it?" Xue Ling explained, "That came up in the last management meeting, but Duo insisted. Our other products haven't gone up, some even dropped a bit, and we're increasing promotions. With rising living standards, some urban white-collar and higher-income blue-collar women want more. This new product is for them, and the ads will target them." Xue Heng nodded slowly. "So we launch a batch and see how it goes?" "Exactly," Xue Ling said. "A company needs innovation. Every year we launch something new, including packaging. In the future, we'll promote new products for different age groups. Duo and I both value the Girl series, planning a Pretty Girl line for summer with romantic pink and princess themes." "That'll sell," Xue Heng laughed. "Girls aged 13-20 all love pink, but the price can't be too high. They're mostly students with little income." "Don't worry," Xue Ling said. "We'll keep it affordable." Xue Heng sighed. "I just finished fixing up my place, but after half a year, I still don't know what to do with it." The branch factory had been rebuilt as Tianshu's branch. The third branch's lease ended, so Xue Ling had him renovate it for a new project instead of renting it out. But the rebuild ran into trouble, with disputes with a neighboring factory, and only finished by year-end. But Xue Ling already had a new idea. "I want to bring in machines to make paper packaging boxes, not just for our main factory, but to take outside orders too. The main factory can give it a base to start." Xue Heng's eyes lit up. "That's great. And the paper can be recycled, an eco-friendly project." "Exactly," Xue Ling said. "More people care about the environment now. Moving toward sustainability is the right path." Xue Heng gave a thumbs up. "Great idea." Xue Ling smiled wryly. "I'm just trying not to fall behind." Xue Heng laughed. "Don't worry, you're not old yet." "We're about the same age," Xue Ling snorted. "If I'm not old, neither are you. If I am, so are you." Xue Heng grinned. "No offense, just encouragement." "Don't," Xue Ling laughed. "I don't need to be told I'm not old. It sounds like I'm worried about it." "No." Xue Heng shook his head. "Your mindset is always the youngest." In this, she was far better than him. Xue Ling laughed. They clinked teacups and drank. Cheng Tianyuan, not in the best mood, quietly checked on his mother. He found her lights off, tucked in bed, seemingly asleep, so he quietly closed the door and returned to the living room. Xue Ling and Xue Heng were chatting happily and invited him to have some peanuts. Cheng Tianyuan took some and asked, "Where are the kids?" Ran and the others went out. Xue Ling replied, "They're at the square for New Year's Eve. I told them to watch the younger ones. Uncle Jillian and Dad took Xiaohan to buy fireworks. Mom went to bed early." Cheng Tianyuan noticed something missing. "Where are Zhao Huzi and Yu Yu?" Xue Ling was surprised, then shook her head. "I haven't seen them since dinner." Later that night, Cheng Huanran and Xue Yang brought their younger siblings home, their faces red from the cold. "Wow, it's freezing out there, about -10 degrees. My hands are frozen stiff. Good thing I blocked the wind for you, or your face would be frozen too." Cheng Tianyuan looked behind them and asked, "Didn't see Yu Yu and Zhao Huzi?" "Nope," Xue Yang explained. "After dinner, they went to meet their online friends, said they might not come back tonight, so we shouldn't wait up." Cheng Tianyuan frowned slightly. "What online friends? Where are they meeting?" "They didn't say," Xue Yang shrugged. Xue Ling waved her hand. "It's late, have some warm water and go to bed." Everyone poured a cup, laughing and chatting as they drank. Xiaoxin asked curiously, "Where's Uncle, and where's Xiao Han?" "They went home early," Xue Ling replied. "She's still young and used to going to bed early. After playing with the sparklers, Uncle Heng took her and Grandpa home." Zhao Chong yawned, mumbling, "I'm so tired, I'm going to bed." The four of them got up and filed out of the hall. Xue Ling noticed the kitchen lights were still on and asked, "Honey, why is the kitchen still lit? It's late, let old Li rest." Old Li's son had taken his family to his mother-in-law's far away for the new year, and his daughter was with her in-laws, so he was alone in the capital. Not wanting to go back to an empty house, he stayed to help out. The New Year's Eve dinner had been a feast. Old Li had brought in 2 friends to help, and after cleaning up, they'd left. Little Li had hurried home after dinner. Cheng Tianyuan glanced over and explained. "He said he's simmering some bone broth for tomorrow and stewing a dozen big abalone." "No one's helping him?" Xue Ling asked. "That's usually Little Li's job," Cheng Tianyuan said. "But Little Li went home, and Old Li said he's got nothing else to do, so he'll handle it. He also said his 2 helpers live in the city. If we need help, he can call them anytime." "No need," Xue Ling replied. "Tonight was the biggest dinner. The rest will be like usual." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Tomorrow, Cousin Song's family might come by. She's always wanted to visit the garden but never had time. We'll see her at the ancestral hall tomorrow. Let's invite them over." "Good idea." Xue Ling pulled out her phone. "I'll text her now." Cheng Tianyuan added, "Dad's now the oldest in the family, so other relatives might come by to pay respects. Let the kitchen prepare extra food so we can host guests. It's cold. If people come all this way, we should give them a hot meal." "All right, you handle it," Xue Ling said. "Talk to Old Li and the others, pay them holiday rates, and let them take turns resting over the next few days. The kids are on break and want to go out, so the garden will quiet down soon." Cheng Tianyuan nodded and went to the kitchen. A while later, he returned. "Honey, it's really cold. You go rest. I'll wait for Zhao Huzi and Yu Yu." Xue Ling shook her head. "No need. You have to get up early tomorrow. Let's sleep. Why wait? They said they might not come back. Just call and remind them not to stay out all night. It's New Year's Eve. Young people have their own plans. If they party all night, are you going to wait up?" Still uneasy, Cheng Tianyuan called Zhao Huzi, but no one answered. Xue Ling called Shan Yu. After a while, someone finally picked up. Xue Ling gently reminded them not to stay outside, to come home early if possible, since it would get even colder after midnight and the cold snap would last several days. Shan Yu obediently agreed, but hesitated, saying Zhao Huzi wanted to stay out all night and have a barbecue. Xue Ling frowned. "It's too cold outside. Even a little while could get you sick. Where are you? If it's too late, you might not get a ride. I'll send the driver to pick you up." Shan Yu, always obedient, quickly thanked her and gave their location. Xueling said, "Find a sheltered spot and wait. I'll send the driver right away." She hung up and immediately called the driver to pick them up. The driver agreed. Xueling yawned, went to her room, changed, and went to bed. Cheng Tianyuan checked on the elders and kids, then tiptoed back. "It's really cold outside. There's frost on the windows." Xueling reminded him, "Why not make some ginger tea? The driver and the kids will probably catch cold coming back so late. In this weather, ginger tea is always good." "All right." Cheng Tianyuan went out. Soon he returned. "Old Li made a big pot in the kitchen for the gate guards tomorrow. I brought a pot over. Want some?" "No, thanks." Xueling yawned and drifted off. Cheng Tianyuan changed into pajamas and sat by the window to wait. Half an hour later, still no headlights at the gate. He frowned, checked the clock. It was 1:30 a.m. Not until after 2 a.m. did the driver finally bring Xiaohuzi and Shanyu home. Cheng Tianyuan grabbed the warm ginger tea, put on his down jacket, and went to the front hall, turning up the heat. Soon the driver came in, looking tired. "Sir, I brought them back." Cheng Tianyuan handed him a cup of ginger tea. "Thank you. It's cold out. Have some to warm up." The driver smiled wryly. "I was fine in the car, but Xiaohuzi just wouldn't leave. I had to urge him over and over." Cheng Tianyuan reassured him, "Go rest in the lounge." The driver left with his tea. Cheng Tianyuan turned off the heat and walked to the other side. He saw Shanyu helping a drunken Xiaohuzi, both stumbling down the corridor. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head, went over and took Xiaohuzi's arm. "Yu, go rest." Shanyu's nose and cheeks were red from the cold, and she kept her head down like a child who'd done something wrong, nodding and heading to her room. After settling Xiaohuzi, Cheng Tianyuan, exhausted, finally went to bed. The next morning, snow was falling outside. After a hot breakfast, everyone bundled up and went to the ancestral hall to pay respects. Around 11, they all came home together. As soon as they walked in, Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling heard bad news. Shanyu had caught a cold and was running a fever. Xueling frowned. "What happened? Did she catch a cold from last night?" "Seems so," Liu Ying replied with a wry smile. "I knocked on her door earlier to call her for breakfast, but she mumbled that her head was dizzy and she didn't want to eat. Her face was red, too red. When I touched her, she was burning up." Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. "It was so cold last night and they didn't come back until the middle of the night. I bet Xiaohuzi didn't escape it either." Liu Ying waved her hand. "That boy's out cold. I knocked on his door several times, no response." Xueling lifted her chin and instructed, "Ran, go tell the kitchen to prepare 2 big tables for lunch. Everyone needs to drink a bowl of ginger tea and stay in the living room. No running around." "Yes, Mom." "Okay." Then Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling went to check on Shanyu. The girl's face was flushed with fever, half awake and dizzy. Xueling quickly poured her a glass of cool water and helped her drink. "This is too much. Her fever's too high. We should take her to the hospital." Cheng Tianyuan frowned. "It's the first day of the new year. There probably aren't many doctors on duty." Xueling thought for a moment. "Call Ahuan and let him know. Ask him to come over and help." "All right," Cheng Tianyuan nodded. "Wait," Xueling said. "Let's check on Xiaohuzi first. If his symptoms are different, the medicine might not be right." The couple hurried to Xiaohuzi's room. After a round of loud knocking, the door finally opened. Xiaohuzi, eyes still closed, mumbled, "What's up?" His voice was hoarse and nasal. Clearly he had a cold too, though not as bad as Shanyu. Cheng Tianyuan turned and called Shui Huan. Earlier, Shui Huan had just seen them at the ancestral hall. He was taking Xiao Yi and the kids to Ronghua Mall to visit Aunt Chun for New Year's, but after getting the call, he turned around, grabbed a thermometer and some common cold and fever medicine, and rushed to Xinyuan. The kids ran out to greet him. Xueling came out to welcome them inside. "No water for now, let's see the patients first," Huan smiled. "Xiao Yi, Mom and Dad will be here for lunch soon. You take the kids and play while you wait." "Okay," Zheng Xiaoyi grinned. Yang great with the kids. They've probably already run off to find him. I'll just snack and watch TV and chat with the elders. She Huan smiled dotingly, gave her a look, and followed She Ling to see Shan Yu. Shan Yu was a bit more awake, a cold towel on her forehead, eyes dull, listless, curled up under the covers. Cheng Tianyuan sat by her side, helping her drink water. She Huan took her temperature. The fever's down a bit, but still at 38 degrees C, pretty high. Luckily, you caught it early, and her lungs are clear for now. She's young and strong, so take some cold and fever medicine, eat light food, and she should recover quickly. I'll prescribe some herbal medicine to help clear the heat. She's got some internal heat that needs to be released. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said. There's a clinic nearby. Shouldn't be hard to get the herbs. I'll have Yang go pick them up. Shui Huan quickly wrote a prescription. Anyone else sick? Yes, Shui Ling said with a wry smile. Zhao Huzi, across the hall. She led Shui Huan to Zhao Huzi's room, where he was lying in bed playing on his phone, looking pale but still in good spirits. As soon as he heard the doctor was here, Zhao Huzi dove under the covers. I'm fine! I'll just drink some hot water and sleep it off. Shui Ling wasn't having it. She yanked off the covers, turned up the heat, and lifted her chin. See the doctor? No nonsense. Only fools avoid treatment. Why make things hard for yourself? Zhao Huzi sheepishly obeyed and sat up. She Huan tried not to laugh and checked his pulse and temperature. Stick out your tongue. Zhao Huzi complied. She Huan frowned. Do you have chronic constipation? Yeah, Zhao Huzi shrugged, but it's not a big deal. She Huan checked his pulse again and said, You stay up late a lot, your liver fire is high, and it could get worse. Plus, you eat a lot of cold food and drinks. Your stomach and intestines are in bad shape. Zhao Huzi stared, shocked. Really? That bad? She Huan explained. He looks better than the girl across the hall, but he's actually worse off, especially with his digestive issues. Years of irregular eating, skipping meals, staying up late, and cold drinks have really damaged his stomach. Zhao Huzi swallowed. But I'm still so young. She Huan shook his head. Being young isn't an excuse to abuse your body. You're 17 or 18, but your stomach is like someone in their 60s or 70s, maybe worse. Zhao Huzi panicked. So, what do I do? Listen to the doctor, don't worry, She Ling comforted him. She Huan nodded. Your gut needs long-term care. For now, take anti-inflammatory medicine, and after that, it's up to you. Eat on time, eat warm, soft, easy-to-digest food. Most importantly, no more cold drinks or anything icy. Zhao Huzi was stunned, mumbling, That hard? So much? Xue Ling glared at him. How old are you? If you don't take care of your health now, what will you do later? You used to just get by, but now you're working hard. Remember why you're working hard. If you end up with a half-ruined body at a young age, what's the point? Zhao Huzi swallowed, still dazed. She Huan frowned. This will take at least a year or two to fix. Let's get the inflammation down first, Xue Ling suggested. We'll help him manage his diet and habits. She Huan nodded. I'll prescribe some anti-inflammatory medicine. The cold isn't too bad, just take the medicine, but we need to address the gut issues too. Uncle, can I skip the herbal medicine? Zhao Huzi pleaded. I'm scared of the taste. No, She Huan said. You need herbal medicine for this. I'll get you some anti-inflammatory herbs, and my dad will write the prescription. If you can eat and drink whatever you want, why can't you take a little bitterness? Why look down on yourself? Zhao Huzi was speechless. I'm not. If you don't take a little bitterness now, Xue Ling warned, you'll suffer a lot more later. Think about your dad and mom. Your dad has to take so much medicine every day, check his blood pressure and sugar, and get all kinds of tests every month. Zhao Huzi shivered. All right, I'll take it. After a while, Xue Huan went back to the front yard to be with his wife and kids. Xue Ling stayed behind to boil water and prepare cold medicine, making sure Zhao Huzi drank it all before she felt at ease to check on Shan Yu across the hall. Shan Yu was already asleep, and Cheng Tianyuan had left. Xue Ling went in, gently touched Shan Yu's forehead, and feeling the fever had clearly subsided, finally relaxed and returned to the front yard. The living room was full of people. everyone chatting and laughing, the air thick with New Year's joy. Xue Kong arrived with her daughter. Both mother and daughter were elegant and intellectual, looking more like sisters than mother and child. She sent her daughter off to play with the younger cousins and pulled Xue Ling aside to chat. Her dad's been so busy lately he couldn't get time off for the new year. Luckily my daughter's at home and we have visitors from time to time so it doesn't feel lonely. My biggest worry now is her marriage. She's in her 30s and always brushes me off with "let fate decide." I'm about ready to go to the police station and find someone named Fate to marry her off to. Xue Ling couldn't help laughing and comforted her. Feelings can't be forced. You can introduce people, but you can't interfere too much. Zhao Xin is highly educated and independent. She's not the type who'd like traditional matchmaking. Xue Kong frowned, troubled. But all the men at her work are much older, so she has no chance to meet men her own age. If she doesn't go on blind dates, she'll end up an old maid. She doesn't like blind dates, does she? Xue Ling asked knowingly. Xue Kong smiled wryly. That's why I'm asking for your help. You're in business, you meet all kinds of people. Help me keep an eye out for a couple of good men around her age and create some opportunities for them to meet. Love does need fate, but sometimes fate can be arranged, right? Xue Ling stifled a laugh. So you want me to play matchmaker? You make it sound so nice, creator of fate. Sis, you really are a leader in the news world. Your way with words is top-notch. Don't tease me. Xue Kong smiled helplessly. I'm just a worried mom who's afraid her daughter won't get married. Xue Ling laughed, glancing at her beautiful niece chatting with Zheng Xiaoyi nearby. Sis, it's not that Zhao Xin can't get married. It's that her standards are so high, most people don't dare approach her. If she just nodded, probably 80% of the single men in the capital would go crazy. She had a good family, high status, was beautiful and smart, a top graduate from a famous overseas university, and worked in a top national department. Her qualifications were just too good, so good that even excellent men felt intimidated. Xue Kong shook her head. Your brother-in-law and I don't care about material things. We have enough. We care about character and the future. She's our only daughter. We'll get old and go before her, and we don't want her to be alone. If she has someone who loves and understands her, and children to accompany her through the next stage of life, we'll be at peace. Xue Ling nodded with a smile. Sis, you and your husband are wise and open-minded. You just want your daughter to be happy, and I really admire that. But I have no experience as a matchmaker. Xue Kong lowered her voice. You don't know any good men in their 30s? Your company is huge. You hire people every year. Surely there are some good-looking, capable ones. There are, Xue Ling said, but those men are in high demand. They're usually snatched up before they even hit 30, especially the capable, fast-promoted ones. Sigh. Xue Kong shook her head, smiling wryly. When I was her age, I was already her mother. Life was hard back then. People didn't overthink things. If you liked someone, you just got on with it and made it work. Every day was busy with work and meals. You didn't have time for other thoughts, just kept pushing forward. Young people now want a mental connection and even talk about sparks. Maybe it's because they're too well-fed and have too much free time? Xue Ling was amused and whispered, Don't worry too much. Who knows, maybe tomorrow she'll meet her Mr. Right and get married in a flash. Don't say such unrealistic things, Xue Kong said, lifting her chin. You're a doer. Help your sister out, will you? Xue Ling felt a bit dizzy from her sister's relentless attack and could only try to think of a solution. How about this? Next month is the company's 10th anniversary. We're planning a big celebration and the logistics and HR plans are already in. All the company's middle and senior management will be there, plus some CEOs and executives from our business partners. I'll send you an invitation. Bring Xiaoxin along. With so many people, there'll be plenty of chances to meet someone she likes. Hey, that's a good idea, Xue Kong nodded, lowering her voice. She refuses blind dates, says it's an outdated tradition she doesn't need or like, but with a good excuse like this, I can't miss it. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Also, we can ask Ah Huan to quietly introduce someone. The young doctors at the hospital are all masters or PhDs, so they're not too young. He can recommend someone with good character. People with a similar level of education are more likely to connect with her niece. It's not prejudice, just that a big gap in education makes it hard to find common ground. Sis, don't call it a blind date. Just ask Ah Huan to help, make it natural, and create opportunities for Xiao Xin to meet more single men. Many couples start as friends, and friends start as strangers. Xue Kong nodded quickly. Right, that's a good idea. She's been sitting at a computer for years. Her neck's not great. I can use that as an excuse to ask Ah Huan for help. Exactly, Xue Ling whispered. Just remember to talk to Ah Huan first. Yes, Xue Kong grinned. He's holding his daughter. I'll go talk to him now. Remember to help me keep an eye out and don't forget the invitation. Don't worry. Xue Ling made an okay gesture. Xue Kong happily went to find Xue Huan. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came over and asked, Honey, did you tell the kitchen to make congee for Xiao Huzi and the others? No, I forgot, Xue Ling admitted with a wry smile. I'll go tell them, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. Xue Ling stopped him and quietly explained Xiao Huzi's condition. From now on, he can't eat whatever he wants. His stomach is inflamed. He can only have light dishes and congee. His parents are far away and can't look after him, so we have to keep an eye on him. Got it. The first day of the new year was busy with visits and greetings. After lunch, the relatives gradually said their goodbyes and left. Before leaving, Xue Kong reminded her matchmaker several times to act quickly, then took her daughter and left. Lingjie. Xue Huan came over with his daughter and asked, Is the medicine all ready? The prescription my dad wrote is really good. Get 5 doses and brew them for a few days. Xue Ling nodded. Ran went to pick up the medicine earlier. I had him help in the kitchen with the decoction. The kitchen was too busy today, the chefs couldn't handle it. Xue Huan smiled. Just make sure not to mix them up. 3 days of medicine is enough for Shanyu. I've left it all to Ran, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. He's a med student. He can't possibly mess this up. I have to go out for New Year's visits this afternoon. Probably won't be back until evening. Xue Huan laughed. Ran is steady and knows basic pharmacology. You can trust him with this. And your new assignment? Xue Ling raised an eyebrow, smiling. Sister Kong kept you talking for over an hour, didn't she? The heart of a mother. Xue Huan laughed bitterly. I almost had to dig a tunnel to escape. Who'd have thought at my age I'd be roped in as a matchmaker, and Kongjie wouldn't let me refuse? Xue Ling burst out laughing. I can't escape either. We're in the same boat. I promised Kongjie I'd keep an eye out after the holiday, Xue Huan explained. I'm always busy with work and the pharmaceutical plant, barely have time to sleep, let alone worry about my colleagues' marital status. Plus, after years of studying abroad, I value privacy. Unless someone brings it up, I don't ask. Xue Ling nodded. I get it. Just look for someone about the right age, but the key is good looks and strong ability. Lingjie, Xue Huan interrupted, laughing. Even just those two are hard enough. Good-looking and capable. Where do you find that so easily? They exchanged a look and both smiled wryly. The real issue is our niece is just too outstanding. Finding someone to match her is tough. Actually, whether they match depends on the situation, Xue Huan said quietly. The key is the heart. In marriage, there's no such thing as perfect equality. Whether you can get along depends on whether you have a close enough is good enough mindset. If you're too picky, you'll make yourself and everyone else miserable. Our niece is amazing, but if she insists on someone who matches her in every way, it'll be too hard. Like you, I care about the heart. If you like someone, that's enough. After all, anyone we like won't be bad. As for the other conditions, those can be worked out over time. You can't expect everything to be perfect from the start, right? Back when he fell for Zheng Xiaoyi, she was just a naive, silly girl. She didn't even realize she was pregnant. He liked her innocence, her good nature, and the way she looked at him with almost worshipful eyes. He was already a famous surgeon in the capital, and she was just a first-year med student. The gap was huge, but he was willing to wait for her to grow up. Now they work in the same field. Even if there's still a gap, he never saw it as a problem, just close enough is good enough. That's why, even though their marriage had its bumps, it was still happy and warm. He felt Xue Ling was the same. Her husband, Cheng Tianyuan, might not match her in every way, but he was responsible, family-oriented, and a good man, a perfect complement. That's how they built such a happy family. If Xue Ling had only cared about equality and looked down on her husband's career, they'd have divorced long ago. Xue Ling nodded with a smile. You're right. Blind dates are about conditions, but relationships are about the heart. We were lucky to follow our hearts. So I told Sister Kong, just introduce some good young men for Zhao Xin to meet. Don't force a blind date. That's what I said too, Xue Huan replied. We'll do our best. Love and marriage need fate. Outsiders shouldn't meddle too much, or it might backfire. Exactly. Just a light touch, or we'll end up being resented by our niece, Xue Ling said with a wry smile. They both laughed. A while later, Xue Huan took his wife and kids home. Xue Ling went to change clothes, then hurried out with a car full of festive gifts. Cheng Tianyuan and Cheng Huanran took turns caring for the two sick ones, while Xue Yang took the younger siblings out to play. It was too cold outside, so the three elders stayed in, watching TV on the sofa. This year feels colder than usual. Doesn't it? The forecast said it's the coldest cold snap in over 20 years. Everywhere is freezing. We're always celebrating at home, warm and cozy. Who cares how cold it is outside? Around 5 it was already dark, and snow was falling again. Xue Ling came back carrying bags. Dad, Mom, the kids aren't back yet? Grandpa shook his head. Nope, Yang hasn't called either. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Which bodyguard went with them today? The bodyguards took turns on duty, since they needed time with their own families too. Xue Ling only kept 2 on shift, and there were plenty of security guards in the compound, so she wasn't worried about safety. Grandpa replied, Both went out, and old Chen the driver took them. Okay. Xue Ling pulled out her phone. I'll call and check on them. Mom! Cheng Huanran called. No need, I just got a message from my brother. They're still at the movies, said they'll be home late, told us not to wait for them for dinner. The young man, dressed in a white sweater and slim jeans, tall and straight, was the picture of youthful energy, handsome, elegant, and bright. As he walked over, the 3 elders smiled at him with loving faces. Xue Ling frowned slightly. Are they planning to eat out too? Probably, Cheng Huanran replied. Xue Ling shook her head. Tell Yang once the movie's over, come straight home. The driver and bodyguards have been with them all afternoon. They shouldn't have to work overtime tonight. They have families too and should be home for New Year's. We promised a holiday shift, so we have to keep our word. Old Chen was already a bit grumpy after picking up Zhao Huzi and the others so late last night. No wonder it was freezing and he was out until the middle of the night. We can't do that again tonight. Okay. Cheng Huanran took out his phone. I'll tell them to come home right after the movie. Half an hour later, Xue Yang returned with his younger brother and sister. Old Chen, the driver, hurriedly said goodbye, and the bodyguard quickly switched shifts and went home. Cheng Huanchong and Xue Xin both looked disappointed, complaining that they hadn't had enough fun. We were supposed to go have hot pot. I heard the barbecue stalls near Central Square are really good and they're open even in this cold. Father Xue stood up and coaxed them gently. The food at home is so good. How could anything outside compare? Look at you, Liu Ying said with concern. Your little faces are all red from the cold. Come on, let's go eat. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan poked his head in and called, Dinner's ready, everyone come out. The 3 elders led the way out of the room. Little Xin hugged a big pillow, fuming. I've been craving hot pot and barbecue for so long. It's the first day of the new year and I still can't have any. Such a letdown. Cheng Huanchong rolled his eyes and muttered, Yeah, it's pretty disappointing. Off to the side, Cheng Huanran put away his phone and shot the 2 younger ones a warning look. Xue Ling's face darkened as she asked, You've never had hot pot? Never had barbecue? Today is the first day of the new year, a day for families to be together. Old Chen and the bodyguard spent half the day out with you. They have to go home for the new year too, don't they? All you think about is whether you're having fun, but have you ever thought about whether others are happy? Little Shin lowered her head and mumbled, "The places we went were all safe. They didn't need to come, they just got in the way." Xie Ling shot her a look and said sternly, "It's their job to protect you. When you're safe and sound, of course you don't notice how important they are, but anything can happen." "But," Little Shin pouted, "Mom, we never needed bodyguards before, and we were fine, weren't we? There are already bodyguards in the compound. Why do we need a driver and bodyguards to take us everywhere? You know, I can't even go out with my friends. Having 2 bodyguards following me everywhere is so weird." "You'll get used to it," Xue Ling said. "If you're going out with friends, just have them keep a little distance, as long as you're within their sight." Little Shin rolled her eyes. "Easy for you to say. We go to places girls like, what are they supposed to do there?" "Safety comes first," Xie Ling said firmly. "No matter who you are or when it is, you have to follow this rule." Little Shin, still unhappy from not having enough fun and spoiled as the youngest, couldn't help but grumble, "Mom, can't you stop being so stubborn? This is all so unnecessary." Her 3 brothers quickly shot her warning looks, telling her not to say more and make their mom angry. Little Shin pouted, feeling very wronged. "Enough!" Xie Ling shook her head and pressed her temples. "They're waiting for you to eat. Go have dinner." Little Shin flopped onto the sofa and muttered, "I'm not eating. I'm not hungry." Xie Ling stopped in her tracks and said loudly, "Fine, then don't eat anything at all. Go hungry tonight." Seeing her mom was really angry, Little Shin shrank back and didn't dare say another word. Xie Ling glared at her second son and said sternly, "Go collect all the snacks from her room. She's not allowed to eat a single bite. If anyone gives her food tonight, no allowance for the whole month." All the sons were startled, glancing at each other, not daring to disobey. Little Shin's eyes instantly turned red and she started sobbing quietly. The atmosphere in the living room became tense and uncomfortably quiet. After all, Cheng Huanran was the eldest brother, so he broke the silence first. "Mom, Little Shin, she didn't mean to make you angry." Xie Ling snorted. "Didn't mean to? One minute she's complaining about the bodyguards and driver, the next she's throwing a tantrum about not eating. And you think she's in the right?" "No." Cheng Huanran shrank back and tried to smile. "She's definitely not in the right." Xie Yang quickly joined in to smooth things over, laughing. "Mom, I did promise to take little sis out to have fun. It's the first day of the new year, so it's all about having fun. She didn't get enough, so she's upset and just said whatever came to mind. That's normal." Cheng Huanchang didn't dare plead, just scratched his head. Xie Ling took a deep breath and said calmly, "Do you really not understand why we need so many security guards and bodyguards at home? Just the security expenses alone cost us hundreds of thousands a month. If we saved that money, how much hot pot and barbecue could you eat? Enough to stuff yourself silly. So why do I spend all that money on something that seems useless?" Little Shin sobbed quietly, her tears soaking the pillow. I just want a little more freedom. I don't even have that. I'd rather move back to our old apartment. I'd rather go back to Dongfang Garden. I don't want to live here anymore." "Little sis." Cheng Huanran and Xue Yang hurried over, one on each side, to hold her down. "What are you saying?" "Don't talk nonsense. Come on, apologize to Mom." Little Shin shouted angrily, "Am I wrong? Why don't you dare say it? You all feel the same way, don't you? Big brother and second brother, you're fine. You get to live at school. You have several days of freedom every week. You don't have bodyguards following you all the time. But me? I can't even go to chess class without someone tagging along. I've had enough. Third brother, too. He's been fed up for ages." "Enough. Enough." Xue Ling rubbed her temples and frowned. "You think you have it so bad, right? You think it's annoying and unfair, right? Xiao Chong, do you feel the same? I've been running around all day and I'm exhausted. I don't have the energy to explain everything to you two right now. Let your brothers tell you. But let me remind you, none of you are 18 yet. I'm still your legal guardian. Until you're adults, You'll be under my care and supervision." With that, she turned and walked away. The four left in the living room looked at each other, each lost in thought. She Yang pulled out a tissue, gently wiped his sister's tears, and coaxed, all right, stop crying. Your face is all red. You were in the wrong and you still dare to argue with Mom. You're really something." Chung Huan-ran hugged his sister gently and said softly, "Don't cry. You're the one in the wrong. So why are you crying? You made Mom angry. This time it's your fault. Don't cry." Little Shin mumbled in grievance. "I'm just so fed up." Chung Huan-chong asked curiously, "Big brother, second brother, what did Mom want you to tell us?" She Yang and his brother exchanged a look, realizing they needed to explain things clearly to their sister. Otherwise, if she kept resisting, she might try to ditch the bodyguards and get into trouble, which would be a disaster. Mom was right. Better safe than sorry, otherwise there'd be no need to spend so much on security every month. Actually, the reason our family first hired security and bodyguards was because of you, little Shin. She Ling was upset by her youngest daughter and ate her meal without tasting anything. Chung Tianyuan, sitting beside her, asked suspiciously, "Where are the kids? Why aren't they here for dinner yet?" She Ling replied, "They must be busy. All four of them are in the living room. They'll be here soon." The three elders were eating happily, praising the new vegetable soup. "This tastes so fresh." "The minced meat is so fine you don't even need to chew. When you get old, your teeth aren't good and you can't eat hard things anymore." "Let the kitchen make more of this kind of soup in the future. It's delicious." Hearing this, Shi Ling replied warmly, "I'll tell Zhao Li in a bit. You're getting older and your teeth aren't as good, so these nutritious soups are easy to eat and very good for your health." "Good," Liu Ying said kindly, laughing. "Back then, we worked so hard every day and often couldn't even get a full meal. Now we eat and drink well, don't have to work, and don't even have to cook. It's wonderful." Mother Xue joked, "If we made it ourselves, it wouldn't taste this good." Chung Tianyuan smiled. "We're old now. It's time to enjoy some peace and comfort. We enjoy it every day." "That's right. Living in such a nice place, eating and drinking well every day, and there's even a huge TV to watch, just like a movie theater. In the past, we wouldn't have even dared to dream of this." "Ha ha!" The elders all laughed heartily. "I'm full." Father Xue smacked his lips and stood up. "I've arranged to play chess with Ji Lan. He should be here soon." Xue Ling couldn't help but remind him, "It's snowing heavily outside. Maybe Uncle Ji Lan won't make it." "It's fine," Father Xue said. "Ah Huan has to work tonight, so he'll drop him off on the way. Ah Huan's new SUV has big wheels. A little snow is nothing." Chung Tianyuan quickly added, "Dad, call Uncle Jilan and tell him to bring a change of clothes and stay over tonight. It's cold outside, no need to run back and forth." "All right." Father Xue nodded. Liu Ying and Mother Xue soon finished eating too, saying they were going back to their rooms to watch TV, and left the dining room together. The big dining room was left with just Xie Ling and her husband, and a table full of untouched dishes. Chung Tianyuan picked up a piece of roast pigeon for her and took one for himself. "Wife, what's wrong? You don't seem to have much of an appetite." Xie Ling shook her head. "I'm fine. Probably just tired from running around all afternoon." Chung Tianyuan said gently, "I'll make some ginger soup later for everyone. It's been so damp and cold these days, it's easy to catch a cold." "Okay." Xie Ling raised her eyebrows and asked, "What about Shan Yu and Little Tiger? Did you arrange their meals?" Chung Tianyuan replied, "I had the kitchen make lean pork congee for them. Shan Yu had 2 bowls, she's got a good appetite. She's worried about catching a cold and passing it to the elders or the younger kids, so she's staying in her room playing on the computer and won't eat with us for a couple of days. Little Tiger slept until evening, then had some congee and is now playing games. His schedule is different from ours, so we don't need to wait for him to eat. Starting tomorrow, lunch and dinner need to be at the same time as everyone else," Xue Ling reminded. "That's what Ah Huan said. His stomach problems are pretty serious, so he needs to eat on time." "All right," Chung Tianyuan nodded. Xue Ling didn't have much appetite, so after a small bowl of soup, she went back to her room. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the empty kitchen and couldn't help but pull out his phone to call his eldest son. "What's going on with you all? Even with the heater on, the food will get cold fast. What are you doing, not coming to eat?" Cheng Huanran replied that they'd be right there. Half a minute later, the kids filed in one after another. Cheng Tianyuan immediately noticed his precious daughter's red, swollen eyes and his face darkened. "What happened? Did someone bully your sister?" "No!" Cheng Huanchong waved his hands. "The youngest is the boss at home. Who would dare bully her? It's just, she made Mom angry and knew she was wrong, so she cried." What the eldest and second brother had just told them was pretty scary, and they were still shaken. The two older brothers had also scolded their sister, though much more gently than their mom, but it was still a real scolding. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered. "All right, everyone sit down and eat." After washing their hands and picking up their chopsticks, the dining room soon became lively again. Cheng Tianyuan looked at his youngest daughter and saw her blinking at him, traces of tears still in her eyes, and he felt a pang of sympathy. "Shin, your mom works so hard all year and finally gets a few days off for the new year. Why did you make her angry? It's good you know you were wrong, don't let it happen again." Xue Xin sniffled, her voice thick with tears. "Dad, is it because I was kidnapped before?" Cheng Tianyuan was stunned for a moment, then glanced at his eldest and second sons. Xue Yang kept his head down, eating heartily, clearly clueless. Cheng Huanran forced a smile and said quietly, "Mom asked me to tell her. Shin doesn't like the bodyguards following her and lost her temper with Mom." Cheng Tianyuan sighed softly and turned to his daughter. "Yes, your brothers didn't lie to you. Your mom and Aunt Kong were kidnapped and Uncle Heng was knocked out by the criminals with a gun and had to recover at home for over a week. That's when we started hiring bodyguards. Later, when we moved to this compound, the place was so big we had to hire even more security. Your mom does it all for the safety of our whole family. We've always taught you to keep a low profile because we're afraid of things like this happening. Our family used to be just average, so we didn't have to worry much. But in recent years, your mom has accumulated a lot of wealth, which belongs to the whole family, but it's also become a target for criminals. Back then, you went on too many TV shows with Grandpa and accidentally revealed some information about our family's wealth, so the criminals started watching us." Jin's face turned pale and she choked out, "Then, is Mom okay?" "She's fine." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "Uncle Kong rescued them quickly. Your mom was so focused on sending people to protect you at home that she forgot to protect herself. Luckily, she came back safe and sound." Shin's tears fell again as she sobbed, "Dad, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I even said I hated the bodyguards, that they were annoying." Cheng Tianyuan put down his chopsticks and hugged his youngest daughter. "Don't cry. After you finish eating, go apologize to your mom. A bodyguard's salary is 20 or 30,000, and security guards make several thousand too. If it weren't for our family's safety, we wouldn't need to spend so much every month. You shouldn't find them annoying. On the contrary, you should be grateful they're always protecting you. You should let them stick close. Otherwise, your mom and I are wasting all that money." "Okay." Shin nodded obediently. Cheng Huanran lifted his chin. "Hurry up and eat, then go apologize. In the future, if you want to go out with friends, just let the bodyguards follow behind. Don't run off or try to ditch them. You can still hang out and go wherever you want. It won't make much difference." "Okay," Shin agreed. Cheng Huanchong mumbled, Maybe I should apologize to Mom too. I started it." "Let's go together," Shin said. Xue Yang gnawed on a chicken leg and mumbled, Go, both of you. There's plenty of fun stuff at home too. Later I'll take you to play on the dance mat." "That's a great idea." "Yeah." 2 days later, Shan Yu's cold was gone. Little Tiger still had to keep taking his medicine, with every meal supervised to make sure he ate on time, and he had to drink 2 bowls of dark, bitter medicine every morning and evening. The taste of the stomach medicine was the worst. It made him question the meaning of life, and he even complained that he'd rather die young than keep suffering like this. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a glare and said, "Would you dare say that in front of your parents? In front of your grandma? You brat! Your parents didn't raise you for nothing. Liu Ying, sitting nearby, sighed. Little tiger. It's not that Grandma doesn't love you. It's because I care that I make you drink it. Your parents' health hasn't been great these past 2 years, especially your dad. He used to be so strong, the kind of guy who'd wrestle a tiger, but now, just past 50, he's in and out of the hospital and always on medication. The weather's been cold lately, and your grandma's been staying in, not eating much. Your parents are really worried, so don't add to their troubles. They already have to take care of the old and the young, and they're not octopuses. They can't do everything at once. Little Tiger didn't dare say another word and obediently kept drinking his medicine. This new year happened to coincide with a cold snap, with wind and snow and even a blizzard. No one really went out. Everyone stayed home, eating and relaxing. Ever since Jilian arrived on New Year's Day, he hadn't been able to leave, so he just stayed in the compound. The elders played chess, poker, watched TV, and ate hot pot together. The days were very comfortable. The kids all holed up in their rooms, reading, drawing, playing chess, gaming. They didn't miss out on any fun. Even though this new year felt a bit uneventful, everyone was well-fed and had each other for company, so the days passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, the Lantern Festival arrived. Chen Shuiyu flew north, bringing 2 or 3 bags of dried seafood. Shanyu was delighted and dragged her mother out for a whole day, visiting the flower market and buying lanterns before coming home. Chen Shuiyu was exhausted and went to rest early. Everyone made and ate tang yuan together, and the atmosphere was great. Little Tiger's stomach had improved a lot, so he was allowed to eat 8 tang yuan. Jilian checked his pulse and explained that his energy and blood had improved, suggesting a new prescription for continued recovery. Little Tiger didn't dare refuse and just agreed. Seeing how well-behaved he was, Ling shared some good news with him. I found you a small villa not far from here. It's in a newly built neighborhood. Not many people have moved in yet, so it's very quiet and comfortable. Really? Little Tiger's eyes lit up. Auntie, is it yours? Is the rent expensive? Ling shook her head. It's not mine. It belongs to a friend. He bought 2 whole rows of townhouses, and this one is on the corner and hasn't been rented out yet. A townhouse? Little Tiger hesitated. Isn't there a detached house? Ling smiled. Don't worry about disturbing the neighbors. There aren't any. My friend doesn't live there and isn't planning to rent it out yet. He's waiting for the price to go up. I saw it was close by, just across the square, so I asked him. He did me a favor and agreed to rent you the corner unit. Wow. Little Tiger clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Auntie. Thank you so much. Ling shook her head. Don't thank me yet. I have conditions. What conditions? Little Tiger asked. Ling lifted her chin. Take your medicine, eat well, and don't cause any trouble for now. Little Tiger gave a wry smile. I'll try my best. You must, Ling said quietly, her gaze sharp. Little Tiger immediately nodded. Yes, Ling smiled in satisfaction. There's no set rent. The owner doesn't care about a little money. Just keep the place tidy and don't make a mess. When you make it big, just pay the market rate for rent. What if I never make it big? Little Tiger asked sheepishly. Ling shot him a look and retorted, with all the effort you're putting in and the scale you're working at, do you really think you won't make it? Little Tiger grinned. Ling patted his shoulder. You have to believe in yourself. If someone's willing to invest in your team's ads for 2 months straight, it means you're worth it. That's recognition from the industry. Yeah? Little Tiger laughed happily. Auntie, I'll work hard, Ling said gently. Without good health, how can you work hard? Take this time to recover properly. Yes, Little Tiger saluted. Winter passed and spring arrived. The spring breeze brought new life and energy. The kids all went back to school, busy with their own lives. With Little Tiger's help, Shanyu signed another song and was invited to sing at an anime convention next month with a very good offer. She was busy every day practicing singing, training her voice, exercising, full of energy, her pretty face always smiling. Chen Shuiyu was finally able to relax. Just then, Shan Yu received a call from Shan Yu saying a relative wanted to set her up with someone and asked her to return to South Island for a blind date. Shan Yu didn't even think about it and refused immediately. Mom, did Dad get drunk? How could he arrange something like this? I'm not even 23 yet. Why rush to find someone? My career is just getting started. Chen Shuiyu's eyes flickered and she hesitated. When I was your age, I'd already been married to your dad for years. Yo-Yo, let me be honest. In the end, a girl still needs to find a reliable man to marry. You're at the perfect age now. If you wait a few more years, it'll be harder to find a good match. Shan Yu blushed and shook her head. Mom, I just want to sing right now and do what I love. Please tell Dad I'm not interested. No, Chen Shuiyu coaxed. Listen to me first. You can keep singing in the future, but marriage is the most important thing in life. A girl should find a good husband and let him take care of the career. You just support him. Your dad says the guy is excellent. He's only in his late 20s and already owns several fishing boats with a big seafood business. Men like that aren't easy to find. Shan Yu shook her head again and again. I don't want to. I'm not even thinking about marriage right now. I'm not going back. Next month's performance is really important. I can't miss it. Mom, I already signed a contract. Yo-Yo. Mom, I have to go. I'm busy. Chen Shuiyu had no choice but to call Shan Yu to discuss. Shan Yu, a doting father who couldn't bear to see his only daughter married off so soon, quickly said, Forget it. Let her be. If she doesn't want to, there's no happiness in forcing it. Chen Shuiyu asked curiously, Is the guy from South Island? Have you met him? What does he look like? Haven't met him, Shan Yu replied. Just heard he's 27 or 28, looks decent, and wants to find a good-looking, well-built local girl. Chen Shuiyu was very tempted when she heard this and said quietly, Husband, our daughter will have to get married sooner or later. If she marries while she's still young and beautiful, she'll definitely find a better family. Since she has to get married anyway, it's best to choose while she's young. But Shan Yu was a bit hesitant. Honey, Yo-Yo is only 22 or 23. Isn't it a bit early to rush? Back home, girls marry young, Chen Shuiyu explained. I was only 17 or 18 when I started traveling everywhere with you. All my nieces and cousins got married in their early 20s. The oldest wasn't even 25. Yo-Yo's age is just right. Shan Yu couldn't help but ask, But Yo-Yo doesn't want to, does she? She doesn't want to now. But that doesn't mean she won't in the future, Chen Shuiyu said softly. I'll work on her, talk to her every day, and gradually get her to accept my way of thinking. Shan Yu replied, But with such good conditions, the other party has probably already found someone else. Families like that don't lack people coming to them. You're silly. Chen Shuiyu chuckled and offered a suggestion. Show him a photo of Yo-Yo, and if he's interested, arrange a meeting or at least get them in touch by phone. Keep him interested first, then we can take our time and see. Shan Yu agreed, then suddenly let out a low groan. Chen Shuiyu asked suspiciously, What's wrong? I don't know what's up these past couple of days, but my back's been aching nonstop, Shan Yu explained. My legs feel weak, and I walk really slowly. Getting old means everything starts to hurt. Chen Shuiyu immediately grew anxious. Have you seen a doctor? No, Shan Yu replied. The doctor will just say it's the same old problems, nothing can be done except rest and take medicine. No point in going, it won't help. Nonsense, Chen Shuiyu said. I'll come home in a couple of days. Shan Yu quickly refused. You stay there with Yo-Yo. I'll be fine in a few days. He was getting older, with all sorts of chronic issues, but there was no point worrying about them. Their daughter was their life. Taking care of her was the most important thing right now. Chen Shuiyu explained, Yo-Yo knows her way around the capital now. She has friends and a career, spends her days at the computer practicing singing and voice acting, always busy. I can't really help, and I just end up bothering her and getting shooed away. I'll use these days to talk to her, then come back to be with you. I'll check out the guy first, and if he's really good, I'll find an excuse to trick her into coming home. Shan Yu always listened to his wife and said quietly, "All right then, but don't push too hard. Yo-Yo is a girl with her own ideas." I know, Chen Shuiyu replied perfunctorily. A week later, Chen Shuiyu flew home. Shan Yu was busy singing and recording, and whenever she had free time, she'd go to the townhouse to see Little Tiger and the others. Little Tiger and his team were in the middle of a tournament, so busy they were seeing stars, living day and night in front of their computers, all with panda eyes. Shan Yu brought them a big pile of food and a dozen cups of herbal tea. "I heard staying up late causes internal heat and liver fire. This herbal tea is perfect for that." Everyone thanked her enthusiastically. "Thank you, miss. Miss, you're the definition of beauty and kindness. Miss, I want to marry you." Everyone burst out laughing. Little Tiger kicked the guy aside and pulled Shan Yu into a corner. "Your voice acting the other day was great. I listened to it this morning and even sent you a tip." Shan Yu grinned. "You were up? Didn't you sleep?" 5 hours a day is enough," Little Tiger explained. "I went to bed at 2, got up at 7. If I have time at noon, I'll nap a bit. If not, oh well." Shan Yu couldn't help but feel sorry for him. "You really should sleep more. If you keep this up, your body won't be able to take it." "It's fine." Little Tiger let out a long sigh. "Just 2 more days. Once we get through this, it's victory. Then I'll sleep as much as I want." Shan Yu said, "I have to go home tomorrow. I probably won't be back for a week." "What for?" Little Tiger asked, eyes wide. Shan Yu sighed. "My dad's sick. His back keeps hurting. I'm really worried about him, and my mom asked me to go home." Little Tiger nodded. "Be careful on the road, or why don't you wait a day for me? After my tournament, I'll go home with you. I haven't been home in ages either, so I could swing by the provincial capital to see my parents." He'd been away for over half a year. His parents had been busy taking care of each other, and after the new year, busy with his grandma, so they hadn't had time for him, or maybe just didn't want to deal with him. He always said he liked the freedom of being ignored, but deep down, he missed them a lot. He'd even bought gifts for his family, but hadn't been able to go back, so the presents were still in his room at Sangxingyuan. "You want to go home with me?" Shan Yu's pretty face flushed. "No need, I can go by myself." Little Tiger's eyes flickered. "I just think it's not safe for a girl to travel so far alone. Uncle Yuan and Auntie are busy. They can't go with you to South Island. Ran and Yang have school, and Grandma and the others are too old. I'm probably the only one who can spare the time." Shan Yu laughed softly. "Let's talk after your tournament. Do your best these next 2 days." "Okay." Little Tiger gave a big thumbs up. "We've been working really hard. Our recent promotions went well, and 2 sponsors let us use their names in the tournament and gave us some money. Luckily, we got the funds, otherwise we'd have run out of food." He added sheepishly, "The luckiest thing is that we don't have to pay rent for now, so we're not out on the street." "It'll get better," Shan Yu said gently. "Heaven rewards the diligent." He'd worked so hard on his startup these past 6 months, always cheerful on the outside, but she could see how much effort and hardship it took. Now things were finally starting to get on track, but the future was still uncertain. Little Tiger sighed. "I hope so. Anyway, for the next year or 2, I'm ready to be broke, or even in debt." Shan Yu couldn't help but comfort him. "Don't worry. At least you don't have to worry about being homeless. You're living in the biggest, fanciest compound in the capital." Pfft. Little Tiger was amused by her joke. Looking at her beautiful smile so close, he said softly, You've learned to joke now? That's not easy. It's fine. As long as I can make you laugh, I'm happy to be your clown." Shan Yu patted his shoulder, putting on her big sister act. "Keep practicing. When you win the tournament, I'll treat you to hot pot." Little Tiger rolled his eyes and raised an eyebrow. "That's it? Nothing else?" Shan Yu looked at him suspiciously. "What else do you want?" Are you sure you don't want me to go with you to South Island?" Little Tiger pressed. "Why not?" "Why?" Shan Yu was caught off guard by his question, her beautiful face flushing red. I'm just going home to see my dad. I'll be back soon." You're busy with competitions and training new team members. I don't want to trouble you. Little Tiger pouted. Why does that sound so polite and distant? Does it? Shan Yu laughed softly. I'm just going home for a bit, no need to worry. Little Tiger blurted out, You're flying so far by yourself, how can I not worry? As soon as he said it, Shan Yu's face turned even redder. Thanks, I haven't booked my ticket yet. Maybe I'll wait a day or two. Little Tiger was secretly delighted and quickly said, If we win, everyone's planning a big celebration. First, we'll have hot pot, then go sing karaoke and have some drinks. We'll know the results the afternoon after tomorrow. Let's celebrate together, and then I'll go with you to South Island. Shan Yu shook her head. No, I'll celebrate with you all. Of course. This is your first chance to win a big tournament, your club's debut. A victory deserves a proper celebration. But as for going to South Island, I'll go by myself. We'll see then. Little Tiger lifted his chin with a smile. I want to go home too, so I can send you on the way. Just then, a young man burst in holding a bright red rose, dropped to one knee in front of Shan Yu and declared, Sister Yo-Yo, I'm your fan. I follow every song you sing. I've voted for you, liked your posts, and sent you lots of gifts. Please accept my... Get lost. Little Tiger's face darkened as he snatched the rose away. What kind of fan are you? Supporting from afar is enough. What's with all this? It's a confession, the boy said, looking aggrieved but bold. I like Sister Yo-Yo. I'm her fan. I love her. The red rose shows my burning love. I want to give my best love to Sister Yo-Yo. Shan Yu blushed, a little shy, and said softly, Thank you for your support. Little Tiger glared at him fiercely. Cut it out! She doesn't like that! Are you done with training? Get upstairs! The boy stuck out his tongue, then grinned and waved at Shan Yu. Sister Yo-Yo, I'll keep supporting you. I'll tell everyone you're not just a beautiful voice, you're a beautiful person too. Little Tiger, fuming, raised his fist as if to hit him. The boy laughed and ran off, calling, Boss, spare me. I was wrong. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Shan Yu covered her mouth, trying not to laugh. Little Tiger put down his fist and grinned. Don't mind those brats. They all love your singing and just want to get your attention. Got it, Shan Yu waved. I'm heading back. Wait, Little Tiger's eyes darted. Stay a bit longer. You just got here. You haven't even warmed up the sofa. What's the rush? Shan Yu laughed. I need to go practice. You're all so busy, I shouldn't bother you for long. No way. You're not a bother at all, Little Tiger chuckled. I wish you could come more often. Wish you could stay here all the time. Shan Yu shot him a playful look. What, you think you can record songs here? Or is it that my herbal tea is just that good? Little Tiger laughed. Miss, you're getting more and more humorous. She was completely different from half a year ago. Back then, her memory was foggy and her expression blank. Now she was confident and beautiful, her eyes full of youthful warmth and energy. Ever since she returned to singing, her confidence had grown. Maybe it was being around so many young people, but she seemed livelier, even more humorous. Shan Yu said softly, You deserve a lot of credit. I have to thank you for bringing me into this field and helping me rediscover my dream. You owe me a treat. Little Tiger lifted his chin. A cup of herbal tea isn't enough. Shan Yu laughed and agreed. All right, when you win the tournament, we'll celebrate together. No karaoke, though, Little Tiger said, pretending to pout. You're so good at singing, you'd crush me every time. Shan Yu laughed again. How about barbecue? Yeah, Little Tiger gave a thumbs up. And a few beers. No way, Shan Yu shook her head. Your stomach just got better, you can't have that. Little Tiger blinked and lowered his voice. Then how about red wine? We'll have a candlelight dinner with the wine I snuck from Grandma's place. Perfect match. Shan Yu nodded. All right, but not too much. No problem, Little Tiger said. There's an empty room upstairs. If anyone gets drunk, just go up and rest. 3 days later, Shan Yu hurriedly flew south. Cheng Tianyuan was busy, so he had the driver take her to the airport, then rushed off to the warehouse to check on a new shipment. When he came home for lunch, just as he reached the door, he saw someone running up behind him. He got out of the car. The young man ran up, panting and out of breath. Uncle, Shanyu, Miss. Chung Tianyuan looked at him curiously. She flew home this morning, 10:30 flight. She should be almost at South Island by now. What's up? Training for a marathon? Little Tiger froze, swallowed, and his face went pale. After a long pause, he asked nervously, How did she leave? Did she say anything? Chung Tianyuan shook his head. She just said goodbye. Why are you stammering? Is something wrong? No. Little Tiger stood there, dazed, unable to recover for a long time. Chung Tianyuan patted his arm kindly. You haven't eaten, have you? Stay for lunch. You haven't been home much lately. Grandma was asking about you this morning. I... Little Tiger blinked, flustered. I have to go to South Island to find Miss. Yes, I have to find her. Chung Tianyuan looked at him puzzled. Is something wrong? Can't you just call? Don't you all use QQ to chat? She's probably still on the plane, her phone's off. Call her this afternoon. Suddenly, Little Tiger's eyes turned red and he choked up. I owe her an apology. What happened? Chung Tianyuan grabbed his arm, cautious. What did you do? Tiger, what happened? Tell me clearly. But Little Tiger didn't dare speak. He lowered his head, slowly squatted down and buried his face in his hands. Chung Tianyuan frowned, certain that something serious had happened. Chung Tianyuan invited Little Tiger in for lunch, but he seemed out of sorts and hurriedly ran off again. He'd wanted to use the meal as a chance to ask more, but when Little Tiger turned and ran, he had no choice but to let it go. That evening, when Xueling came home, he couldn't help but mention it to her. I don't know what he did to upset Yo-Yo. I tried to ask but couldn't get anything out of him. Maybe I'll have to call and find out. Xueling shook her head. Little Tiger's an adult now, and so is she. They're not kids anymore. As long as nothing major happened, just pretend you don't know. They work together, so it's probably some business conflict. They're grown up. Let them handle their own problems. It's best if adults don't get involved unless absolutely necessary. Chung Tianyuan thought that made sense and nodded. By the way, has Zhao Jiaxu's foreign husband been discharged from the hospital? Is he better? Xueling shook her head. He's out, but he still needs rehab and therapy every other day. Honestly, it's already a blessing he survived. How much he'll recover depends on his own luck. Chung Tianyuan asked, What do you mean? He can't fully recover? Xueling explained quietly. The bleeding was pretty extensive. Even though the surgery went well, some brain function is inevitably affected. Jiaxu said he still can't speak, but at least he can move his limbs, so there's no worry about permanent paralysis. Now it all depends on his own recovery and the effectiveness of rehab. Chung Tianyuan sighed. He's only in his 50s or 60s. Long-term high blood pressure, Xueling said softly. He's been on antihypertensives for years, but he didn't switch to new meds in time, so his body developed resistance. Plus, he got careless and didn't monitor his blood pressure regularly, and that's how it happened. Chung Tianyuan couldn't help but worry about Hu. Lately, Grandma's health hasn't been good either. I heard she caught a cold during the new year and has been bedridden since. She can't tend the garden or raise chickens and ducks anymore. She just lies there watching TV. Can't do anything else. Xueling's eyes dimmed and she sighed. She's over 90 now. Everyone has to face death sooner or later. Grandma was lucky to live to such an old age, with devoted children and in-laws taking good care of her. Chung Tianyuan explained, Hu has been staying in the county to look after her. And Chen Min helps too. Hu himself isn't well, always carrying medicine. Wang Qing has to stay in the provincial capital to care for their youngest daughter, but brings her back on weekends to visit Grandma. Hu heard Little Tiger's business is finally taking off, and is secretly delighted. He said Grandma feels she has no regrets in life, and if it's her time, so be it. Her only worry is that mischievous grandson. She hopes he'll settle down and start a family soon. If Little Tiger can get on track now, Grandma will have no regrets at all. Let her have something to worry about, Xueling said with a wry smile. Having something to care about might help her live a little longer. They thought Shanyu would be back in half a month at most, but over a month passed and she still hadn't returned to the capital. Xueling called Chen Shuiyu once. She said Shanyu's illness wasn't serious, just some old problems, nothing to worry about. As for why Shanyu hadn't come back, Chen Shuiyu didn't say much, just vaguely explained that she could record songs on her computer and upload videos from South Island, so there was no rush to return north. Xueling believed it, and since she was busy herself, she soon forgot about it. Until one day, Chen Shuiyu called her, crying on the phone, and Xueling realized something was wrong. She left a meeting halfway and rushed back to her office. Chenjia, what's wrong? You just said Yo-Yo is seeing someone? What happened? Ling, did Yo-Yo start dating someone recently? Did you know? When I left, she didn't seem any different. Xueling was stunned and thought carefully. I don't think so. She was at the compound almost every day, singing and exercising in the morning, in her room in the afternoon, sometimes walking in the garden in the evening. She ate breakfast later than us, but had the other meals with everyone. She didn't seem like she was dating anyone. Shanyu likes singing and watching plays, but she's never been the outgoing type. She's quiet and gentle, not the kind of girl who's always running around outside. Chen Shuiyu grew agitated and started crying again. I introduced her to one guy after another, but she refused them all. I thought she was still young, so it didn't matter. But now she's pregnant before marriage. Her dad and I are scared to death. We asked her who the father is, but she won't say. We're so worried. She's locked herself in her room and won't come out, and with her medical history, we're afraid to upset her. Pregnant before marriage? Xueling's eyes widened in shock, thinking she must have misheard. She couldn't help but ask, Did you just say Yo-Yo is pregnant? Yes. Over 2 months now, and it must have happened while she was in the capital. She's been off her food, looking pale, and yesterday she threw up after breakfast. I thought it was a stomach problem and took her to the doctor. At first the doctor thought so too, but then asked if her period was late. She said yes, looking a bit odd. The doctor told her to take a pregnancy test. I even scolded the doctor for suggesting it, but it turned out to be true. Oh my God. I was so shocked I nearly fainted. Xueling frowned. What did Yo-Yo say? How is she now? Calm down, take a breath. Ling, how can I calm down? As soon as we left the hospital, I asked her, but she just kept shaking her head. When I pressed her, she started crying. When we got home, I yelled at her, and she locked herself in her room. Shanyu tried to bring her food, but she only took it inside and still wouldn't come out. It's been a whole day and night now. We're worried she'll have a relapse, and we're also desperate to know who the father is. We're going crazy. Xueling didn't know what to say, her mouth opening and closing for a long time. Well, Yo-Yo didn't seem to have a boyfriend, at least not that I noticed. The only people she was close to were Little Tiger and the club boys. Could it be one of them? Chen Shuiyu got excited and raised her voice. That's what I thought too. She only hangs out with those young people who are always online. Xueling frowned slightly, suppressing her own irritation. Chenjia, we can't jump to conclusions about this. We need to wait for Yo-Yo to speak for herself. Right now, she's in a bad mood and emotionally unstable, so you and Brother Shanyu shouldn't push her. Her illness is already cured and she's been in good spirits lately. She's probably just hiding because she doesn't know how to face this. Chen Shuiyu was still crying. Ling, do you think I'm paying for some sin from a past life? It was so hard to have a child and I've been so careful raising her, but trouble just keeps coming. I didn't sleep at all last night and neither did Shanyu. Why can't heaven just give us a break for once? Xueling felt a wave of sadness and quickly tried to comfort her. Chenjia, don't be so upset. Let's think about how to solve the problem. Tears and sadness won't help. Think about it. Yo-Yo isn't the type to fool around. It shouldn't be hard to figure out who the father is. Chen Shuiyu said anxiously. But she won't say anything. I even asked if she was forced, but she just kept shaking her head and wouldn't explain. Her dad just keeps sighing, I just keep crying, and there's nothing else we can do. Xueling calmed down a bit and said quietly, Don't push her for now. Maybe she secretly likes someone. Little Tiger is pretty close to her, and Yo-Yo sometimes goes to the villa to see the club boys. I'll ask Little Tiger about it. Good. Please do. I tried to find his number earlier, but we don't have it. Since Yo-Yo lived at your place for so long, I thought you'd know more, so I called you first. Xue Ling added, Yo-Yo's not in a good place emotionally, so don't try anything drastic. She's only just over 20, and as a girl, she's bound to panic over something like this. Don't scold or yell at her. Try to comfort her as much as you can. Okay, we know. I was really angry at first, especially when she just kept shaking her head and wouldn't talk. I almost lost it. I yelled at her, and she started crying with red eyes, so I had to hold back. Lingling, you and I are both mothers. We're not heartless. Our kids are part of us. When they're upset, we feel it too. You're the same, right? Yes, Xue Ling sighed. Our kids aren't bad kids. Don't rush to scold them. Find out the truth first, then figure out what to do. I'll call Yo-Yo and try to talk to her. Her phone's been off for a while. I don't know if she'll turn it on. Xue Ling frowned, worried. How's her health? What did the doctor say? The doctor said she's fine. She can't eat because of morning sickness, but the baby is developing normally and the heartbeat is good. The doctor gave us a lot of advice, but I was so shocked I didn't hear a word. My mind just went blank. Xue Ling told her to stay strong, take care of Yo-Yo first, and then they could figure out what to do. This kind of thing doesn't happen for no reason. If Yo-Yo won't say, I'll ask Little Tiger. Maybe we can find out who the father is and then see what he thinks. If it's mutual, it'll be easier to handle. We don't even know who it is. Those gaming boys are all just kids. How could they be responsible? Even if it's mutual, that doesn't put food on the table. Shan Yu just told me, if the father is someone unknown, we should persuade Yo-Yo to end the pregnancy and pretend it never happened. Xue Ling frowned. We can't make that decision yet. Yo-Yo is a loving girl who adores children. If this was an accident or not her choice, we can suggest that. But if it's someone she truly likes, that would be too cruel. She's our only daughter. We don't want her to suffer. She has such a bright future ahead, and we can't let her be held back by a child with an unknown father. Let's find out who the father is first, then decide what to do. Sigh. It's so unfair for girls. When something like this happens, the man can just walk away, but the woman has to bear all the consequences. Xue Ling's heart ached, and she couldn't help but think of her own sweet, innocent Xin. In the blink of an eye, her little girl had grown into a beautiful young woman. The other three at home were boys. She just had to teach them not to mess around, to be responsible, and to take their futures seriously. They could date, but not be reckless or promiscuous. But girls were different. Their bodies and emotions were so sensitive, and they needed their parents, especially their mothers, to guide and remind them. She'd been so busy, she'd forgotten how important this was. Once Yo-Yo's situation was resolved, she'd make time in the evenings to have a proper talk with her own daughter behind closed doors. After hanging up, she found Shan Yu's number and called. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Xue Ling sighed, sent a text, and hit send. Just then, her secretary knocked. President Xue, the short meeting in the conference room? Let Assistant Zheng handle it for me, Xue Ling said, eyes narrowed, her heart in turmoil. If there are documents that need my signature, leave them on my desk. I'm going home for a bit. Call me if anything urgent comes up. The secretary asked considerately, President Xue, do you need a driver? Yes. Xue Ling rubbed her temples. And bring me a cup of tea first. The secretary agreed and hurried out. Xue Ling leaned back in her leather chair, her mind a mess. When she first heard about Shan Yu's pregnancy, she hadn't even thought of Little Tiger, and even offered to ask him herself. But after hanging up, she remembered what her husband had said. He'd told her that after Shan Yu flew out, Little Tiger had come running to the house looking very off, muttering, I'm sorry, over and over. At the time, she'd thought it was just a quarrel between young people and didn't take it seriously. But could it be Little Tiger? The thought made Xue Ling's head throb. That boy had just come of age, his career was just starting, and at 18 he was still a mischievous kid. How could he be a father? Oh no. Xue Ling couldn't focus on work. After drinking some tea to wake herself up, she hurried home. Little Tiger had just finished a quarterly tournament last week, staying up for days, and had been hiding out in the compound sleeping these past 2 days. When she got home, he was still asleep. The back garden was lively. Xue Jilian and Mrs. Chen had brought Xue Huan's young daughter, and together with the 3 elders, they were all in the backyard. Father Xue and Xue Jilian were playing chess. The 3 grandmothers were fussing over the little girl, chasing butterflies, their laughter ringing out again and again. From the big kitchen came waves of delicious smells. Lunch was already being prepared. Xue Ling glanced at the clock on the wall. 11 o'clock. She felt restless, unsure whether to go straight to Little Tiger's room and, if it was really him, give him a good scolding first. "Oh, Ling Ling, what brings you home?" Liu Ying, holding a small ball, spotted her and asked in surprise, "Did you forget something?" Everyone looked over. Xue Ling smiled and casually made up an excuse. "The afternoon meeting was canceled last minute, and there's nothing urgent at the company. I thought I'd come home for lunch and maybe take a nap this afternoon." Mother Xue teased, "So you're home to slack off." Everyone laughed. Xue Jilian, holding a chess piece, smiled and said, "You can never earn all the money in the world. We have plenty to eat and a roof over our heads and so much money in the bank. Why push yourself so hard? Take a break now and then." "Exactly," Mrs. Chen agreed. "Even if Ling Ling stopped working now, she'd have enough for several lifetimes. Why be so hard on yourself?" Liu Ying called out, "Come, we have snacks. The little one loves shrimp dumplings, so I had Chef Li make 2 plates. They're still hot. Come eat while they're fresh." Xue Ling watched her little niece bouncing around and couldn't help but smile fondly. "She's grown so fast. Amazing," Mrs. Chen chimed in. "Yes, she'll be in kindergarten next year." "If those 2 had moved faster, the second child would already be in elementary school," Mother Xue teased. "Zhao Yue is already in 3rd grade. If they'd had the second right after the first, the kid would be 7 or 8 by now." Everyone laughed. Xue Jilian shook his head. Back then, Zhao Yi took a year off school to have Zhao Yue. It wasn't easy. She had to juggle a baby and her studies, and if it weren't for all your help, she couldn't have managed. Later, when their careers were stable, they applied for a second child. Ah Huan even got some administrative penalties. But in the end, they got their perfect boy and girl. "Can't have too few kids," Mother Xu said. Mrs. Chen laughed. "But you can't have too many either. Zhao Yi had to go back to school and work after the first. Any more would have been impossible." Liu Ying disagreed. "Back in the countryside, families had 4 or 5, even 6, 7, 8 kids. We'd run wild in the fields and mountains, and most of us grew up just fine. It all depends on the parents, right?" "Times are different now," Father Xue explained. "Now we focus on quality, not quantity. In the old days, people married at 14 or 15, started families first, and by 30 were already grandparents. Now we're 60 or 70, still holding our grandkids' hands. It's not the same." Everyone chatted and laughed, the atmosphere warm and lively. Xue Ling nibbled on shrimp dumplings, but her mind was elsewhere. After a while, Liu Ying looked ahead. "Looks like Ah Yuan is back." The 2 oldest boys lived at school, and the twins ate lunch in the school cafeteria. Xue Ling usually ate at the company canteen, but Cheng Tianyuan almost always had 3 meals at home with the elders. He had few social obligations, preferring to attract customers with good value rather than drinking and schmoozing. He never used backdoor connections. People liked doing business with him. He was straightforward, focused on real benefits, and spent money where it mattered. Maybe it was his strong principles, but he had a great reputation in the business world. The family was already wealthy, so he didn't worry about making a little extra. His generous nature made business negotiations smooth, and other merchants loved working with him. That morning, 2 shipments had gone out, but there was a data error when the payments came in. The accountant checked and rechecked, but couldn't find the mistake. Luckily, Cheng Tianyuan was a former accountant. After looking twice, he spotted the problem. With nothing urgent in the afternoon, he drove home. At the compound gate, he saw his wife's business car and asked the security guard if she was home. "She came back over half an hour ago. the guard replied. Cheng Tianyuan was surprised and hurried to their room but found it empty. He was about to check the backyard when he saw Xue Ling coming down the corridor, her expression complicated, part worried, part helpless. Wife? What's wrong? Xue Ling hesitated, forced a wry smile, and pulled him into their room. A moment later, Cheng Tianyuan rushed to the door, ready to storm out. Honey! Xue Ling grabbed him, half laughing, half crying. Don't be rash. It might not be little Tiger. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. It's probably him. Xue Ling said quietly, If it is, how do we explain this to Shan Yu and his wife and to Shan Yu? Ah Hu and Wang Ting entrusted him to us, and we didn't keep an eye on him. He's an adult, not a child, Cheng Tianyuan said. If he broke the law, he'd have to take responsibility himself. Even his own parents wouldn't have to bear it, let alone us. We're not even his guardians anymore. That's true, but emotionally we still feel responsible, Xue Ling said, shaking her head. Cheng Tianyuan cursed under his breath. I'm gonna drag that kid out and ask him. Seeing how angry he was, Xue Ling quickly stopped him. Let me go, I'll ask. Hurry! Cheng Tianyuan waved her on, frowning. Xue Ling braced herself and went straight to little Tiger's room. He was still asleep. She knocked several times, even banged on the door before finally waking him up. Huh? Auntie? Little Tiger opened the door, yawning groggily. What brings you here? Xue Ling, a bit awkward, stepped into his room. The curtains were drawn. The room was dark and cool from the AC, the bed a mess, and empty snack wrappers littered the desk and floor. She opened the curtains, letting in light, and looked over the tall, thin boy in front of her. His pajamas were wrinkled, his eyes sleepy, his face pale and listless. Little Tiger, I need to ask you something. Oh? Go ahead, ask. Little Tiger was so straightforward that Xue Ling didn't quite know how to begin. After all, this was a private matter between young people, and she couldn't just blurt it out. When Xiao Yi got pregnant with Xue Huan's child, she'd helped handle things, but the situations were very different. What worked then might not work now. But as a seasoned businesswoman, Xue Ling quickly regained her composure. Little Tiger, how have you been lately? How's the club? All good. Little Tiger, now more awake, grinned. Auntie, did you already hear the good news? Wow, you really are a big shot in the capital. Your info is always spot on. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What good news? No way, Little Tiger laughed. Yesterday, our club signed a 2-year ad deal with XX Internet Company, over $8 million. Finally solved our cash flow crisis. If the money hadn't come, the club wouldn't have survived. It was perfect timing. We went out to celebrate last night, KTV, drinks, singing. Didn't get back to the compound until after 3, so I slept in a bit. He thought Xue Ling was there to wake him for lunch, so he smiled ingratiatingly and explained he'd get washed up and come out to eat. Xue Ling lifted her chin. Go ahead and wash up. I'll chat with you while you do. His room had a private bathroom, so he ducked in and grabbed his toothbrush and toothpaste. Auntie, why are you home for lunch today? Did you suddenly decide to take a break? Xue Ling smiled. You signed such a big ad deal. I had to come congratulate you in person. Your business is just starting out, and to have this kind of result after half a year is impressive. It shows you're on the right track and it's worth sticking with. Little Tiger laughed happily, mouth full of foam. Thanks, Auntie. By the way, now that we have money, I should pay some rent for the townhouse. Xue Ling nodded and told him to handle it, then casually asked, By the way, have you been in touch with Yo-Yo? Little Tiger's smile faded. His face changed and his eyes darted away. No, I've just been super busy. We had a tournament last week. I was exhausted. But we've all been supporting her new song. The club even helped promote it. Xue Ling pretended to be casual. Oh? She didn't miss his odd expression. Looks like their guess was right. It was probably him. She frowned slightly. I wonder why Yo-Yo's been home so long and still hasn't come back. No idea. Little Tiger wiped his mouth distractedly, voice low. But she can release music online from anywhere. As long as she has a computer and some gear, she can make money. Maybe there's no need to come back to the capital. Ling narrowed her eyes. I haven't seen her in over a month. I really miss her. Little Tiger washed his face, pretending not to hear, but his evasive eyes had already given him away. Ling asked quietly, Tiger, did you have a fight with Shanyu? No. Little Tiger wiped his face messily and said loudly, How could I fight with her? I called her, but she didn't answer. I sent her lots of messages, but she didn't reply. She's ignoring me, and I've been so busy, so I just stopped trying. Ling raised an eyebrow and pressed, If you messaged her and she didn't reply, and you two didn't have a fight, why is she ignoring you? Little Tiger realized he was contradicting himself, swallowed hard and blushed. We really didn't fight. We were fine before. Just something happened, and maybe she's mad at me, so she's ignoring me. Ling asked, What happened? Little Tiger panicked, darted out of the bathroom and rushed to his wardrobe. Auntie, you go eat first. I'll change and come out. Ling didn't move. Little Tiger forced a laugh. Come on, I'm not a little kid anymore. I can't just change in front of you. Auntie, let's talk after I get dressed. Ling just looked at him, saying nothing. Little Tiger felt her gaze was strange, and suddenly remembered her earlier questions. His heart skipped a beat. No way. Does Auntie know about that? But he hadn't told anyone. Could it be that Yo-Yo told her? He awkwardly rubbed his forehead, eyes darting everywhere. Auntie, do you know something? Ling still didn't speak, her gaze cold. Little Tiger's heart pounded, his mind a mess. Auntie, did you talk to Yo-Yo? Did she tell you something? Ling shook her head. Little Tiger visibly relaxed, forcing a smile. She'll probably be back soon. I'll message her this afternoon and share the good news from yesterday. Ling said quietly, Yo-Yo is pregnant. What? Little Tiger. Ling looked at the stunned, statue-like boy and said softly, Yo-Yo hasn't contacted me. I tried calling her earlier, but her phone's been off. Her mom told me. She's not doing well right now. Little Tiger's mouth hung open, frozen for a long time, his face going pale, then paler. Ling snorted, her tone contemptuous. What? You can do it but can't own up? Little Tiger stammered, well, Ling said sternly, Yo-Yo doesn't have a boyfriend. After going back to South Island, she turned down several blind dates and has just been staying home. The baby is already 2 months along, so she obviously got pregnant here in the capital. Other than you, she wasn't close to anyone else. Little Tiger's face and eyes turned red. He stammered, So is it or isn't it? Ling pressed. Little Tiger lowered his eyes and finally whispered, It is. That night, at the celebration party, both he and she had been drinking. The others all passed out and the KTV sprawled everywhere. He was tipsy, and so was she. They'd booked a room upstairs. He took her up to rest, planning to go back to the compound the next day. But as soon as they got to the room, he felt sick and rushed to the bathroom. He was a mess, so he took a shower in a daze. When he came out, Shanyu was already asleep on the bed, cheeks flushed, smelling of wine. He couldn't help but drift toward the big bed. The next morning, he woke to find she'd already left the hotel. Not only had she left, she'd packed up and gone back to South Island, and hadn't come back for over a month. He kept calling her at carefully chosen times, but every time she rejected the call. He could only send messages, but she never replied. Helpless, he left messages for her on QQ and by email, but still got no response. He knew she was angry with him, but they'd both been drunk that night, and neither had forced the other. It was clearly a muddled, mutual decision, so he didn't think he should take all the blame. She ignored him, and he sent countless apologies, cute pictures, and gifts, but got nothing back. Lately, he'd been busy chasing sponsors and ad deals and preparing for the new season's matches. He was run off his feet, his mind spinning. The busyness let him forget her for a while, and forget that night. He never imagined she'd actually get pregnant. Little Tiger's mind was a complete mess. He had no idea how to explain things to Shui Ling, or what he should do next. "Auntie, Shui Ling looked at him helplessly and said, "When something like this happens, there are only two ways to handle it. Take responsibility or don't. If you're a man with a sense of responsibility and backbone, you have to step up. If you do it but can't own up, run away, or pretend nothing happened, not only will you break Shan Yu's heart, but all of us will scold you for being a coward with no sense of duty." As an adult, even if he'd just come of age, he had to take responsibility for his actions. That was beyond question. She knew Ah Hu and Wang Ting were responsible people. Maybe they'd missed something in raising their son, but they'd never raise someone who'd do something truly bad. Ah Hu was a man of strong responsibility and character. Even if his son wasn't exactly the same, he'd never be someone who shirked responsibility. "But Little Tiger gave a bitter smile. "How am I supposed to take responsibility?" Shui Ling wasn't surprised by his reaction. She lifted her chin. "What do you think? If you choose to take responsibility, then you have to follow through. If you two are in love, I'd suggest you get married. If you're not ready for that, then you'll have to discuss whether to keep the baby." I don't know." Little Tiger ran his hands through his hair, frustrated. Shui Ling sighed, understanding how hard this was for him. In his parents' eyes, he was still just a kid. Asking someone so young and playful to accept a child and take responsibility was a huge challenge. She thought for a moment and said, "Little Tiger, you should contact your parents. They need to come and help figure this out." No, Little Tiger panicked, terrified. "No way, Auntie. You're throwing me into the fire. If my dad finds out, he'll kill me. My mom will probably force me to get married. Oh, God, you can't tell them. That would be the end of me. Just stab me now, it'd be quicker." He'd once boasted to his dad that he'd make something of himself, make the family proud. He'd worked so hard these past months, finally finding his path and getting his career started. His parents had just started to relax, and now he'd made this huge mess. They'd kill him. Shui Ling frowned and shook her head. "Let me be honest with you. Uncle Shan Yu and Auntie Chen already know Yo-Yo is pregnant. It was Auntie Chen who told me." "They know? It's me?" Little Tiger's face went white with fear. Shui Ling gave him a look. "They don't know. Yo-Yo won't say anything. She's locked herself in her room. What are you so afraid of? They'll find out sooner or later. If you two were just dating, you could keep it quiet. But now, it's not just your private business anymore." Things had gotten to this point, and with Shan Yu's special situation, her parents were very involved in her life. This wasn't something a young man could handle alone. Of course, she and her husband wouldn't just stand by. After all, this happened right under their noses, and both families had entrusted their kids to them. They couldn't just ignore it. Little Tiger was so anxious he stomped his foot, then flopped onto the bed, rolling back and forth. "Ah!" Shui Ling. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan walked in. Little Tiger stopped, seeing his godfather's dark face, and quickly got up, head down. "Uncle Yuan." Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look, then turned to Shui Ling. "Don't contact Auntie Chen and Uncle Shan Yu yet. Let's have Ah Hu and Wang Qing come over first." "No!" Little Tiger pleaded miserably. "Uncle, you're trying to kill me. You can't let my parents know. My mom won't be able to take it. My dad will beat me to death." Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold. "Right now, I want to beat you to death. If your parents don't come, can you handle this alone? Even if I wanted to protect you, do you think Shan Yu would let you off? Is that possible?" Even though Shan Yu was older, he still had a fierce, intimidating air. Shan Yu was his precious daughter, the center of his world. Little Tiger had touched his most beloved treasure. There was no way this wouldn't end in a storm. Little Tiger was stunned. Shui Ling lowered her eyes and said quietly, "Right now, They don't know it's you. They're just worried about Yo-Yo. If they find out, they'll skin you alive. Little Tiger thought of the cold, disappointed looks from Shan Yu and Chen Shui-Yu and shivered. The next moment he grabbed Shui Ling's arm. "Auntie, you have to save me. I was drunk that night. I didn't mean for it to happen. I apologized to her, but she ignored me. How was I supposed to know she'd get pregnant? I don't know what to do." Shui Ling nodded. "Don't panic, we'll help you. But you really do need to tell your parents. We can't make all the decisions for you, and if your parents don't come, it'll be hard for Shan Yu and his wife to calm down." "Does it have to be this way?" Little Tiger said miserably. "If my parents come, they'll beat me to death first," Chung Tianyuan said sternly. "If your parents beat you, you'll survive. If someone else does, maybe not. If your parents can scold you in front of Shan Yu and his wife, maybe things will go better." "Exactly," Shui Ling agreed. "We need to get your parents' opinion, have them help apologize, and then we can mediate and try to get the best outcome for everyone." After listening to Chung Tianyuan and Shui Ling's analysis, Little Tiger braced himself and tried calling his parents. One call couldn't get through, and the other wasn't answered. He looked to Chung Tianyuan for help, pleading, "Uncle Yuan, can you help me?" Chung Tianyuan said, "It's lunchtime now. Your parents are probably busy. Your grandma hasn't been well since the new year, so they're all in Rongcheng taking care of her." "Let's eat first," Shui Ling suggested. "After lunch, try again. Once we've talked to your parents, we'll take you to apologize to Uncle Shan Yu and Auntie Chen." Little Tiger shrank back, his mind a mess, unable to come up with any ideas, so he just nodded obediently. With Shu Jillian and his wife and the little one joining for lunch, the meal was even more lavish than usual. Chef Li, thinking of the little one's diet, made a special veggie soup and 2 crispy snacks. The little girl ate with her mouth and hands covered in oil. Little Tiger, who already had no appetite, was even less inclined to eat with this troublemaker beside him. He didn't know what to eat, and nothing looked appealing. Xie Ling ladled half a bowl of soup for the little one, saying gently, "Let it cool here before you drink it." Chung Tianyuan, who'd raised 4 kids, didn't mind the mess at all. He wiped her face and hands with a wet towel and coaxed her to drink her soup. Shu Jillian and Mrs. Chen felt embarrassed and suggested the little one eat with them instead, so as not to disturb her aunt and uncle. "It's fine," Chung Tianyuan said warmly. "She's eating so happily. Don't interrupt her. When Xiao Xin was this age, she was such a picky eater. It was a struggle to get her to eat. This one's much better. Great appetite." The little one giggled, grabbed a soft egg pancake and smeared it on her face. Everyone laughed except for Little Tiger, who had 3 lines of frustration on his forehead. Kids, so annoying. Liu Ying noticed he wasn't eating and quickly served him a bowl of black chicken soup. "Little Tiger, this soup isn't too rich. It's easy on the stomach. The weather's getting hot and dry and you've been cooped up in your room. Drink some soup." Little Tiger nodded. "Thank you, God Grandma." Across the table, Mrs. Chen teased, "Young people these days all like to stay up late and sleep through breakfast and lunch." "It's fine," Father Shua chimed in. "Once he gets married and has kids, he'll have to get up early. Babies cry for milk at night and in the morning. He'll be the one losing sleep then." "That's right," Mother Shua added. "Ling Ling was such a crier as a baby. We took turns staying up at night, holding her in one arm and working with the other. All we wanted was a good night's sleep." Liu Ying laughed. "That's how it is. Every parent goes through it." Plop! The dumpling Little Tiger was holding fell, and he hurried to pick it up and stuff it in his mouth. Chung Tianyuan and Shui Ling exchanged a look, knowing he'd been scared again, and quickly changed the subject. After lunch, they took Little Tiger to the side room. Chung Tianyuan called Ahu's phone, and he answered quickly. "Brother, what's up? No nap today? I'm just dozing under the eaves." Chung Tianyuan glanced at the listless Little Tiger and asked, "How's Grandma these days? Any better?" Ahu sighed, lowering his voice. "No real improvement. She's still bedridden most of the day, can't walk, and her spirits are low." Chung Tianyuan said quietly, "She's old now, can't expect her to be as strong as before. Take care of yourself, and of Grandma." Xueling signaled him with her eyes. Cheng Tianyuan quickly asked, "Is Wang Qing there?" "She's inside sweeping. We're living in Wangjiangyuan Phase 2 now. It's a big place. Cleaning takes a lot of work." Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered. "Can you ask her to come over and put the phone on speaker? Lingling and I have something to discuss with you both." "What's up? Did Little Tiger get into trouble again?" In the corner, Little Tiger shrank back, pouting. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. "Find a quiet room and have Wang Qing join you. We need to handle this quickly." A moment later, Hu found Wang Ting. "What's going on?" "Brother, just say it." Cheng Tianyuan explained the situation as carefully as he could. When he finished, the other end of the line went silent. With the speaker on, both sides were quiet, as if the call had dropped. Shi Ling coughed awkwardly and said, "Don't get too worked up, and don't be angry yet. We need to calm down and figure out a solution. Little Tiger is still so young. He panicked when this happened and doesn't know what to do. As his parents, you have to help him. If you don't know Shan Yu, we can help mediate. But since you're old friends, you can't just ignore this, or things will get worse." In the eyes of many elders, Little Tiger was not a likable kid. Poor grades, lazy, obsessed with games, dressed and acted like a troublemaker. To Shan Yu and his wife, he was definitely not a suitable son-in-law. Even with few candidates, they'd never consider someone like him. If they found out Little Tiger was the father of Shan Yu's baby, they'd be furious, maybe even violent. Little Tiger was inexperienced and had just come of age. His parents couldn't just stand by, or Shan Yu and his wife would be even angrier, and things would spiral out of control. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but prompt, "Say something! Why don't you come to the capital? Or we can take Little Tiger to South Island and you can meet us there to apologize to Shan Yu's family and discuss what to do. I really think that's the only way to show our sincerity." "Wait, I'm about to faint. Oh my God, that brat, Don't faint. Is this the time to faint?" "Honey, hold on, we can't faint now, damn it, where's that brat? Get him on the phone, you little bastard. What the hell were you thinking? Do you have any sense at all? Don't you know what you can and can't do? I'll beat you, I'll kill you." Little Tiger curled up in a ball, hiding in the corner, clutching his head and not daring to move. Hu was furious, unleashing another round of angry scolding. Shi Ling couldn't help but frown, leaning toward the phone. "Hu, Wang Qing, calm down. Now's not the time for yelling or hitting. We need to focus on solving the problem. Beating him to death won't help anything." Little Tiger looked up and nodded frantically. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look and said, "You two take a moment to calm down. Maybe one of you should stay in Rongcheng to look after Grandma and the other can fly to South Island with us. Lingling and I will take Little Tiger south, and Hu, you can meet us there. Grandma needs someone by her side so Wang Qing can stay and take care of her." "Wait, do Shan Yu and his wife know? Are you sure she's really pregnant?" That was Hu's voice. Shi Ling replied, "She was checked at the hospital, over 2 months along. Yo-Yo won't say anything, just hides in her room. Auntie Chen called me, said Yo-Yo only went back to South Island a month ago, so she clearly got pregnant here in the capital. I know she was close to Little Tiger, so I asked him, and he admitted it himself." "Lingling, this is serious. We have to be careful. Since the girl is pregnant as the boy's family, we have to take responsibility. That's for sure." That was Wang Ting. Her voice flustered, repeating over and over that they had to take responsibility, both angry and helpless. How can this kid be so unreliable? He finally started to get his act together, and now he's made such a mess. He's never let us rest easy. Now Mom's sick in bed, we're run off our feet, worrying about the old and the young. He said it's his doing, so he has to take responsibility for the girl. Hu chimed in. "A real man owns up to what he's done. If he did it, he has to take responsibility. That brat's with you, right? Hey, you little punk, don't play dumb, speak up." Little Tiger trembled and said quietly, "Dad, of course I'll take responsibility, but I don't know how." He was a man, so he'd own up. But this was a baby, not something he could just take responsibility for on his own. Maybe he'd have to pay a big sum. He wondered if the recent sponsorship money would be enough. If not, he'd borrow from his parents. If that didn't work, maybe Uncle Yuan and Auntie Ling could help. Hu barked, "Do you have any brains at all? If you dare to do it, you have to take responsibility. She's pregnant, so you marry her and take care of her. Isn't that obvious? Little Tiger blurted out, "No way! Shut up! She's pregnant and now you're saying no way? If you're a man, you take responsibility. Young people these days want open relationships and to play around. None of that for you. Let me tell you, you can do whatever you want, but when it comes to marriage, you don't get a say. Back in my day, it was so hard to get a wife. I was tricked and played before I finally married your mom. Otherwise, you and your sister wouldn't even exist. You've got nothing in the capital, just fooling around, and now a girl is willing to be with you. You should be thanking your lucky stars." Little Tiger looked embarrassed and pleaded, "Dad, I never thought that far ahead. I'm only 18. I'm not even old enough to get married by law." "What law? How old? Aren't you already an adult?" Back in the day, people got married in their early 20s. No marriage certificate needed. Just a banquet and it was done. If you can't get a license, have a ceremony, throw a banquet, and when you're old enough, get the certificate. But let's not talk about that now. Let me discuss with your uncle and aunt first, and I'll deal with you later. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a worried look. Little Tiger was still so young, with no real sense of family responsibility. If you forced a family on him now, could he handle it? Besides, his relationship with Yo-Yo probably wasn't at the level of marriage. If they were truly in love, Yo-Yo wouldn't have disappeared after that night. She was clearly avoiding him. Ah Hu said, "Ah, Yuan, Ling Ling, I'll pack up and head to South Island right away. I'll bring a few bank cards and some nice gifts to apologize to Shan Yu and his wife. You're right, we have to apologize. Bring that brat south and let's meet up. I'll call Shan Yu first." No, Xue Ling stopped him. "Don't reach out yet, that would be too abrupt. Even though times have changed, an unwed pregnancy is still a sensitive issue. Let me and Ah Yuan smooth things over first, then we can all sit down and talk calmly. Ah Hu, you have to listen to me on this. Shan Yu and Auntie Chen went through so much to have Yo-Yo. She's their only daughter, their treasure. This will hit them hard." I get it. Don't worry, I'll be careful. We didn't raise our son well, that's on us. We're in the wrong, and I know how to show the right attitude. Cheng Tianyuan added, "Just keep the right attitude and they'll be less angry. But as for marriage, let's not rush to a conclusion. Ahu, our generation is different. Nowadays, it's a young people's world. Even if you want Little Tiger to take responsibility, the girl might not want to get married. Let's hear what the young people think and what Shan Yu and his wife want, then discuss it carefully." Unwed pregnancies aren't unheard of, but every generation sees them differently. People today are more open-minded about marriage and relationships, especially the younger generation. Of course they have to get married. She's pregnant. How could they not? They only have one daughter. We only have one son. We're all in our 50s and 60s with gray hair, all hoping for grandkids. There's nothing to discuss. This is how it has to be. Abortion is out of the question. It would hurt the girl too much. Besides, that brat has to get married and have kids sooner or later, so why not now? Little Tiger cried out, "But I really don't want to. I'm only 18. Get married now? That's terrifying." "You brat, shut up. How could you sleep with a girl if you didn't want to get married? Since you did, you have to take responsibility. You think you get a say now. You're asking for a beating." Little Tiger shrank back, retreating into himself. Xue Ling rubbed her temples. "Ah Hu, calm down. It's too early to make any decisions. Let's not rush. You've heard what Ah Yuan and I think. I'll contact Auntie Chen and let her know we're coming to South Island to see Yo-Yo. After that, you can meet us there. Once everyone's together, we'll discuss how to handle this." "Sister-in-law, we'll do as you say. I'll pack up and head to the provincial capital. There's a daily flight to South Island. I hope I can catch it." Xue Ling reminded him. "Keep in touch with us." "Got it. That brat's already troubled you enough living at your place, and now he's caused even more trouble." "Enough," Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. "Save the polite words for Shan Yu and his wife. They're the ones who'll need convincing." The call ended quickly. Xue Ling picked up her phone and instructed, "Little Tiger, pack your things right now. Honey, book the earliest flight to South Island. Make sure it's to the city where they live." "Okay." Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Little Tiger looked dazed, not sure how to react. Xue Ling ignored him, checked her email. Just a few ads, nothing urgent, then called Chen Shuiyu. After a moment, Chen Shuiyu answered. Xie Ling gently asked about Shan Yu's situation. Chen Shuiyu sighed. She's still the same, hiding in her room. Shan Yu brought her some fruit. She took it and closed the door again. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. We're all worried about her. Yuan and I are planning to come to South Island to see her, and we'll bring little Tiger too. Chen Shuiyu was a little surprised. You're coming? Really? Lingling, you and Yuan are so thoughtful. When Yo-Yo was at your place, you treated her like your own daughter. When she got sick over the New Year, you both took turns caring for her, barely leaving the house. Yo-Yo was so touched she even wrote you a song. But you're both so busy, I feel bad making you come all this way. Xie Ling felt a little awkward. We're really worried about Yo-Yo. Little Tiger is close to her and he's worried too. As soon as he heard, he wanted to come see her. We're planning to head south together. Really? That's wonderful. Lingling, to be honest, I was hoping you'd come help. Yo-Yo doesn't have many friends. Besides family, your family is the closest. With this happening, I can't tell anyone. We've kept the doors tightly shut. You're the only ones I can turn to since she spent so much time with you and you know her best. But you're so busy and so far away, I didn't dare ask. Xie Ling said warmly. I'm not that busy lately, and Yuan's business is stable. We can't be away too long, but a few days is fine. Flights are fast now, just over 3 hours to South Island. Maybe if we talk to her, she'll come back to the capital with us. Earlier I told her Dad, as long as she's healthy, we won't ask for anything else. When your child is sick, all you want is for them to be well. You don't dare hope for anything more. Xue Ling breathed a quiet sigh of relief. That's right. You have to look on the bright side. Yo-Yo has a boyfriend now, and a child. She's going to be a mom. From another angle, it's not a bad thing. You and Shan Yu are about to become grandparents, and the family is growing. If only we could see it that way. But with the father unknown, we just can't be happy yet. Xue Ling comforted her. Take it slow. Maybe Yo-Yo will come around soon. We'll book our tickets and let you know before we leave. She hung up. Cheng Tianyuan checked and found there was a night flight to South Island, leaving at 9 and arriving after 1. It's a late flight, so it's cheaper and not full. There are still seats. Xue Ling nodded. Let's take that one. She called her secretary and then Zheng Duo, telling him to keep an eye on the company and host the next 2 days' meetings. Zheng Duo agreed, asking if something was wrong. Xie Ling explained it was a personal matter she had to handle and told him to keep in touch. South Island is summer all year round, and it was already summer in the north, so it would be hot there. Summer clothes are light, so they packed quickly, just one small suitcase. Cheng Tianyuan went to the warehouse to settle work, while Xue Ling took a nap. At her age, any trouble made it hard to sleep well, or at all. Though exhausted, she only dozed for half an hour before waking. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Xue Ling opened it, to find Little Tiger looking troubled. She raised her eyebrows. Little Tiger gave a wry smile. Auntie, can I not go? Or maybe go a few days later? I have an important contract to sign. Xue Ling's face darkened, her gaze cold. This is a matter of life and death. This isn't the time for you to be willful. Yo-Yo has a history of depression, and we don't know if it might come back. She's hiding in her room, not talking, not going out, her phone's off. Her parents are worried sick, and so are we. And you're the one who started all this? Yet you want to run away? No, no. Little Tiger looked down, muttering, I'm not trying to run from responsibility. I really do want to take responsibility. But for me, that doesn't mean getting married. Auntie, I'm only 18. 18! I haven't even had enough fun yet. I can't even take care of myself. How can I take care of a kid? Xue Ling nodded. I know you're scared. No one's decided you have to marry Yo-Yo yet, so don't worry too much. These days, people value freedom in love and marriage. If you two don't want to get married, forcing you together wouldn't be good. Exactly, Little Tiger said, relieved. Maybe she's even less willing to get married than I am. Ling gave him a look and said quietly, "No matter what she wants, right now she's carrying your child and her emotions are unstable. You have a responsibility to visit her, and maybe even stay to take care of her." She patted his shoulder, her tone firm. "Little Tiger, this is something you must do. A real man knows what he should and shouldn't do. On this, you have no excuse. If he dared to run away or shirk responsibility now, things would only get worse. At this point, you can only move forward. If you back out, not only will your family be angry and disappointed, but others will look down on you. If you can't even take responsibility for your own actions as an adult, how will you stand in this world?" Little Tiger fell silent, eyes downcast. "Auntie, it's not that I don't want to take responsibility. I'm just afraid my dad will force me to marry her. I'm telling you, I know my dad. He's stubborn. He'll definitely make us get married. I've never even thought about marriage. Not at all." Seeing his anxiety, Ling quickly comforted him. "Don't worry. Your uncle and I will talk to him. What matters most now is what Shan Yu and his wife think, and especially what Yo-Yo wants. If you and she are on the same page, the elders will respect your wishes. Taking responsibility is one thing, marriage is another. If you two really don't want to be together, forcing you will only make you resentful and unhappy. That's worse than not marrying at all." "Auntie, you have to help me," Little Tiger pleaded. Ling countered, "Haven't I been helping you all along? No, I mean with this specifically, you really have to help me." Little Tiger said quietly, "I'm really scared my parents and Uncle Shan Yu will team up and force us together." Ling sighed. "Don't be afraid. I'll do my best." "You really have to," Little Tiger said with a bitter smile. "I'm terrified." Ling shook her head. "I'm your godaunt, not your mom. I can only promise to do my best, but in the end, the decision is up to your parents and Shan Yu's family. Don't worry, I'll help persuade them. What you should really be worried about now isn't marriage, but how to face Shan Yu and his wife's anger." Little Tiger grimaced and lowered his head. I let her down, and I let them down too. But I really didn't mean for this to happen." Ling said softly, "Save those words for them. Go pack your things. We're leaving tonight." "Just a change of clothes," Little Tiger muttered. "Nothing else to pack. Hotels have everything these days, it's easy." Ling sighed. "Did you buy a gift?" "Huh?" Little Tiger looked confused. "What gift?" Ling said tiredly, "Young master, we're going to apologize and ask for forgiveness. You can't show up empty-handed. As the saying goes, no one blames too much courtesy. Shan Yu's family is well off, they don't lack anything, but you should still bring something." Little Tiger nodded, taking the advice. "So, what should we buy?" Ling thought for a moment. "Yo-Yo isn't eating or sleeping well. Let's focus on her. No matter how angry her parents are, they'll care about her health. Buy some supplements for her." Okay. Little Tiger turned to go, then quickly came back. "Auntie, what kind of supplements? Deer antler, ginseng, what else?" Ling sighed. "I'll take you shopping." A while later, the two of them hurried out. By evening, they returned with bags in hand. "Oh!" Liu Ying's eyes widened. "Ling, why did you buy so much? We still have plenty of supplements at home." Ling smiled. "I only bought a little for us. Yuan, Little Tiger, and I are going to South Island tonight to visit Shan Yu's family, so we bought some gifts." "Huh?" Father Xue asked. "You're going to South Island? Tonight? What happened? Why so urgent?" Ling told Little Tiger to put the things away and replied, "It's nothing serious. Yo-Yo's just not feeling well." Everyone knew how sick Yo-Yo had been before, so when they heard she was unwell, their faces showed concern. "What's wrong? Is she sick again?" "What happened? She just went back a month ago. Something happened again? How are Shan Yu and his wife taking care of her? Are they forcing her to do something? Yo-Yo is such a sweet, lovely girl. Why is her fate so hard?" Ling quickly waved her hands. No, don't jump to conclusions. Auntie Chen called me and said Yo-Yo's just in a bad mood, emotionally unstable. It's not what you think, and it's not that serious. Oh, good, good, Mother Shu sighed in relief. Liu Ying guessed. Probably just bored from being at home too long. Wasn't she doing online singing here? Little Tiger played it for me, she's really good. People need something to do or they'll get sick from boredom. Right, Father Shu agreed. People need to move. No matter how much you love your kids, you can't just keep them at home. You have to let them have dreams and goals. Mother Shu, always thoughtful, guessed. Maybe Shan Yu and his wife felt bad about Yo-Yo staying here so long. At first it was for her health, then her career. It's been 8 or 9 months, they probably feel guilty. Maybe. Father Shu asked his daughter, so you're going to bring Yo-Yo back? Yes, Xueling nodded. That's the plan. The weather's nice, and I happen to be free, so I thought I'd go to South Island and bring Yo-Yo back. Little Tiger is close to her, so he's coming to help. Liu Ying laughed. Our house is big enough for a whole village. 1 more girl is no problem. Just give her a guest room with a bathroom. Tell Shan Yu's family they're always welcome. No need to be polite. During the day, the adults are busy, the kids are at school, and we old folks sometimes wish for more company. Right. Yo-Yo is such a good girl. We all like her. Mother Shu added. Tell Shan Yu's family that's from us. Xie Ling nodded. Got it. Has Xin come back yet? Let's get ready for dinner. Not yet, Father Shu replied. Xiao Chong's teacher called, said they're coming for a home visit. I already called A Yuan. He said he's at the warehouse and will come home as soon as he's done. Oh? Xueling said. No problem. I'm home. Let him finish up first. A few minutes later, the intercom crackled with the security guard's voice. President Shu, Xiao Chong brought his homeroom teacher today. They said they're here for a home visit. Xie Ling hurried out to greet them. She walked through a corridor, past the front hall, and reached the main entrance. There she saw Xiao Chong, head down and looking dispirited, accompanied by a man in his 40s with black-rimmed glasses, a white shirt and dress pants, the classic teacher look. Xie Ling smiled and greeted him. Mr. Wang, right? Please come in. Mr. Wang was still staring in awe at the grand mansion, only snapping out of it when she called him, his eyes now fixed on her. Ma'am, are you Cheng Huan Chong's? Xie Ling smiled. Yes, I'm his mother. Mr. Wang looked her up and down, then glanced at Cheng Huan Chong with a complicated expression. This is your mother? Cheng Huan Chong nodded, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. Biological, not what you're thinking. Mr. Wang blurted, Ah? And quickly shook Xie Ling's hand. Hello, hello. You're so young and beautiful. I thought you were his older sister. Xie Ling laughed softly. You're too kind. He's my youngest son. I also have a second and eldest son. The eldest is already in college. Mr. Wang smiled awkwardly and said quietly, You really do look young. You must take great care of yourself. Please have a seat inside, teacher. Xie Ling welcomed him in. Mr. Wang swallowed nervously, glancing around, and smiled apologetically. Earlier, Huan Chong said he lived in San Sinyuan. I thought he was joking. I didn't expect it to be true. I've heard this is the biggest, most luxurious mansion in the capital. Seeing is believing, it's so grand and elegant. Xie Ling waved it off warmly. Please come in. Let's have some tea and chat in the living room. No, Mr. Wang said apologetically. It's already evening. I shouldn't take up too much of your time. You must be very busy. Just a few words here is fine. The scenery is beautiful, the rock gardens, the stream, the little bridge, so refined. But Xie Ling insisted, leading him into the front hall. Teacher, you're our guest. If you don't like tea, at least have some water. You came all this way. Maybe my son's been misbehaving? Mr. Wang quickly shook his head. No. Huan Chong is a good student. Among the boys in class, he's one of the quieter ones, but his grades are always hovering around the middle to upper range, never quite breaking through. I thought he was already trying his best, but it turns out he spends a lot of time after school drawing comics. The high school entrance exam is coming up. It's the second most important exam in life, just after the college entrance exam. Whether he gets into a good high school will affect his chances at a good university, and that means a better future. Of course, not everyone's life is the same. Ha ha. Maybe your family doesn't need him to work hard for money, but if he has a chance to improve, as a parent, I'm sure you'd support that, right? Of course, Xueling smiled. I'd be happy if he could get better grades. But my comic is about to be published, Cheng Huanchong said, frowning. The contract's already signed, and the editor keeps urging me to finish. Huh? Xueling frowned slightly. How long until the high school entrance exam? How many days? 78 days, Mr. Wang answered immediately. Seeing his mother's displeasure, Cheng Huanchong still didn't want to give up his last chance. Mom, you supported me drawing comics from the start. This is such a great opportunity. I can't miss it. If I do, I'll regret it for life. I just need a little over a month to finish. Once I turn it in, I'll focus on the exam. I promise I won't waste a second. Mr. Wang shook his head, frowning. That won't do. This is the most critical time. Everyone else is working hard, and if you're distracted now, you'll fall behind. I've predicted it. If you study hard and prepare well, you can get into #1 high school. But your scores are just on the cutoff line, so there's no guarantee. If you slack off now, you probably won't make it. He turned to Xueling, almost pleading, but with great urgency. Huanchong's mom, you're an educated woman. You know how important this exam is. After this, it's time to choose a high school. He can't afford to slip up now, really. He absolutely can't. Xueling nodded calmly. Don't worry, I'll talk to him. Mom, Cheng Huanchong muttered. Xueling shot him a warning look. He shrank back, not daring to interrupt again. Xueling turned to the teacher. Thank you for caring so much and coming all this way. Don't worry. His father and I will help him plan things out. For now, we'll focus on his studies and the entrance exam. Yes, Mr. Wang beamed. That's the right attitude. As teachers, we can't do everything, especially with students' mental states. We need parents to work with us. You're the best guides for your children. Family education is crucial. You mustn't neglect it. Xueling heard the subtext and apologized. You're right. I'm often too busy to pay attention. When they were in primary school, I sometimes helped with homework, but since they started middle school, I've barely had time. Shin's grades are steady, but Chong's have always been above average, so we got complacent. Thanks to your reminder, we'll do better. Wonderful! Mr. Wang even clapped. If every parent was as easy to talk to as you. By the way, you mentioned Shin. My sister, Xue Xin, Cheng Huanchong explained. Mr. Wang nodded quickly. Your cousin? She's in the next class. I teach Chinese there too. Xue Xin's always in the top 3. As long as she performs normally, she'll definitely get into #1 high school. Cheng Huanchong muttered, She's my twin sister. Mr. Wang was stunned, not quite following. Xueling smiled and explained, Teacher, here's the situation. They're fraternal twins, both mine. My husband's surname is Cheng, so Huanchong takes his name. Xin takes mine, Xue. Cheng Huanchong added, I have 2 older brothers. My eldest takes Dad's surname. My second brother takes Mom's. Oh, Mr. Wang laughed awkwardly. I didn't realize. What a misunderstanding. But 4 kids, that's a lot. And this arrangement is actually quite fair. A little while later, Xueling walked her youngest son out as she saw Mr. Wang off. Teacher, we're about to have dinner. Why not stay and have a simple meal with us before you go? No, that's not necessary, Mr. Wang replied cheerfully. The bus stop is right outside, and I'll be home in no time. Mrs. Cheng, you really need to address this quickly. Your child's studies are especially important. This is the most critical time, right? You can't let all your efforts go to waste at the last moment. Yes, Xueling nodded. You're absolutely right. Don't worry. I'll make sure he focuses on preparing for the high school entrance exam. Mr. Wang looked at his student and said quietly, Listen to your mom. And your teacher. Trust us. You can't go wrong. Good grades are your ticket to a good high school, not those comics. Cheng Huanchong's face didn't look good, but he muttered a quiet, in response. Mr. Wang waved. No need to see me out, really. Goodbye. Xueling walked him to the door and watched him leave before turning back, only to find her youngest son had already run off. You little rascal, Xue Ling scolded with a laugh. Just then, a car pulled into the driveway. Cheng Tianyuan hurried out, asking, Honey, why are you outside? I heard from Mom and Dad that Zhao Chong's homeroom teacher was coming for a visit. Did he already leave? He just left. Xue Ling explained their son's situation. We've been too careless lately and didn't even know he was secretly signing a publishing contract. The high school entrance exam is coming up. He absolutely can't slack off now. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. A publishing contract. I didn't know about that either. Xue Ling crossed her arms and huffed. Let's go ask that rascal ourselves. They went inside and found that Cheng Huanchong had already escaped to the backyard, seeking refuge with his grandmas. Xue Xin had just come home from school and was doing homework in the side room. When she saw her parents, she quickly greeted them. Dad, Mom, call me when it's time for dinner. Xue Ling paused and asked, Xin, have you and your third brother been going to and from school together lately? No, Xin replied. We're in different classes and he usually leaves early. I wait until the crowds thin out before heading home. Lately we've had an 8th period, so we don't leave until after 5. Cheng Tianyuan asked gently, How are his grades lately? I heard your first mock exam results came out, right? Xin replied, Yeah, third brother didn't do so well. He scored several dozen points lower than me. I think he ranked 11th in his class. Xue Ling remembered the teacher's warning and asked, His homeroom teacher said if he works hard now he still has a good chance of getting into number 1 high school, right? Yeah, Xin explained. Our teacher says the top 10 should be able to get in. Third brother hasn't really been studying. He just does the assigned homework and practice sheets. If he really tried, he could easily make the top 5, not just the top 10. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. If he's doing that poorly, why didn't you tell us? Xin shrank back. He said he was busy. I thought you guys knew. Dad, Mom, you were the ones who agreed to let him study comics. Are you going back on your word now? Xue Ling's face darkened. We agreed to let him study comics on the condition that it wouldn't affect his schoolwork. He's about to take the entrance exam. Does he understand that? He can draw comics, but school comes first. He can finish the exam and then go back to drawing. Has he forgotten what's most important? Xin saw her mom was angry and didn't dare say more. Cheng Tianyuan told his daughter, Go finish your homework. Dinner will be ready soon. We'll call you. Then the two of them hurried off to find their youngest son. Sure enough, the boy was hiding between his grandmas, head down, trying to avoid them. Xue Ling said sternly, I won't ask about anything else for now, but you have to answer one question. You're still a minor. What publisher agreed to sign a contract with you? Which guardian signed for you? Which publisher is it? Cheng Huanchong swallowed and stayed silent. Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened and he shouted, Are you deaf? Why aren't you answering your mom? Everyone was startled. Grandpa Xue frowned and said gently, All right. No need to yell. He's still a kid. Ask him calmly, don't lose your temper. Exactly, Liu Ying scolded her son. Why are you shouting all of a sudden? People will think you're fighting. What's the point? Kids need to be taught patiently. Yelling doesn't help, does it? Grandma Xue added, Don't. He's just worried about the child and got too worked up. Xiaochong, what are you doing hiding? If you did something wrong, just explain and apologize to your parents. If you didn't, explain anyway. Come on, speak up. Xue Ling's face was dark as she said, You're still a minor. Everything you do needs a guardian's consent. Publishing a comic isn't a small thing. It involves copyright and legal issues. You're just a kid. How could you sign a contract on your own? What publisher would dare publish your work without our consent? Xiaochong, this isn't a small matter. If something went wrong, it could even be illegal. It was their own fault for being too busy to keep up with their son's daily life and studies. Their son was about to publish a comic, and they had no idea. She admitted she and her husband had been negligent, but their son hiding it from them was also a problem. And this kind of secrecy was definitely not a good thing. Cheng Huanchong's eyes reddened and his lips trembled. I'll tell you. A while ago, a senior at the art studio said my work was interesting and encouraged me to submit it to a publisher. He said if it was accepted, it could be published as a comic book and I'd get paid. I was excited and wanted to see my work on the shelves. So I put my drawings together, spent over a month on it, and submitted it. A few days later, an editor added me on QQ and said the idea was good. The chief editor said if I changed the climax, it would be fine. He glanced nervously at his dad, then his mom, seeing they were still angry, and ducked his head. They said I had to sign a contract before revising, and then it could be published. I was so happy I even treated that senior to barbecue. But the editor said the contract needed a guardian's signature and a copy of their ID. I was afraid to tell you, afraid you'd say no, so I secretly copied Dad's ID and forged his signature. The editor accepted it and the contract went through. I'm still revising the climax now. I haven't finished yet. Xue Ling held her forehead, frowning. Oh my God, you little rascal! Stealing an ID card? And forging a signature? How could he do something like this? Xue Ling scolded in a low, angry voice. Do you realize? If you did this in the business world, it would be considered commercial fraud. If you were an adult, you'd be legally responsible. The penalty could be a year or 2 in prison, and if the amount was large, even 3 to 5 years. Cheng Huancheng's face went red, then pale, then red again. Mom, I didn't know. I was just so excited. Thinking about seeing my own comic on the shelf soon. I didn't think that far. Mom, Dad, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Cheng Tianyuan's face was cold and his voice harsh. Now you say sorry. Don't you think it's too late? If your homeroom teacher hadn't visited, if you hadn't let it slip, how long would you have kept this from us? We agreed to let you study comics on the condition that it wouldn't affect your schoolwork. And now? Is your mind only on comics? Do you think publishing one book means you can live off this forever? Let me tell you, a person's education isn't just about a diploma. It's about your vision and understanding. We want you to study more and go further, not to stop you from chasing your dreams, but so you'll have a stronger foundation to achieve them. What were you thinking? Cheng Huancheng started crying, head down, sobbing quietly. The 3 elders were startled, then quickly went to comfort the boy. Liu Ying frowned. All right. He's already admitted his mistake. Why are you still yelling? Xiao Chong has always been a good kid. He wouldn't do anything bad. Mom, Cheng Tianyuan said sternly, it's because we always thought he was good that we assumed he wouldn't do anything wrong. But what happened today is both deception and theft. This isn't a small matter. He was bold enough to steal my ID and forge my signature. What did he learn in school? You can't do things like this, don't you know that? Cheng Huancheng hid behind his grandparents, not daring to speak. Grandma Xue said, Ayo, Yuan, stop shouting. He's already crying. He's a big boy and he must regret it. He's already admitted his mistake, so don't keep harping on it.